Chapter 1726. Sharpness. Many people also understood the meaning of the Fire Emperor's words. They couldn't help but feel like they were dreaming. In the past, the Fire Tribe was angry and chased after Lin Ling. But now, even the Fire Emperor had to bow his head when he saw Lin Ling bring out the Fire Spirit Princess. However, Lin Ling didn't bother to answer the Fire Emperor. After he spoke, the warriors of Xianpeng province all shouted angrily, "Bring out the Fire Spirit Princess." This meant that there was no compromise. If they refused, they would fight. Lin Ling could ignore the first time they broke their promise. But if it was the second time, then the third time, then he didn't need to trust the Fire Tribe anymore. He only needed to use the sword in his hand to force them. Rumble. At this moment, the ground suddenly shook. A huge stone giant walked over from afar. Behind the stone giant, there was a large number of strong warriors. Looking carefully, those people were from the Stone Tribe. How terrifying. A moving stone giant? What's its background? That giant gave me a feeling of the power of law. Who is this terrifying existence coming for? All the warriors were trembling at this moment. They felt that the ancient existence had arrived. That's the old ancestor of the Stone Tribe. On the side of the Fire Tribe and the E Tribe, many people's faces changed drastically. But soon, they all shouted excitedly as if they had seen reinforcements. The old ancestor of the Stone Tribe, the Stone God, was in existence even older than the Fire Emperor. He had the same status as the old ancestor of the Fire Tribe. He was one of the oldest figures in the world. Lin Ling is too arrogant. Even the people of the Stone Tribe don't like him. He must be here to help me. The Fire Emperor stared at the stone giant and couldn't help but laugh. Although the three tribes weren't in the same camp, if someone bullied them, they would definitely be united. So it's the old ancestor of the Stone Tribe. Are the three tribes gathered now? In the eyes of many people, the towering stone giant finally stopped. It stood between the heavens and the earth, ancient and distant. Above those ancient eyes, a pair of yellow eyes stared at the crowd, filled with a thick indifference. Gulp. At this moment, many people swallowed with difficulty. How could Lin Ling's side win with such an ancient figure joining the battlefield? Bring out the Fire Spirit Princess. However, just as everyone began to speculate, the ancient stone man emitted an earth-shattering sound. That voice was undoubtedly like a bolt from the blue, blasting everyone until they were badly battered. Their expressions all froze in place. That stone man seemed to be speaking for Lin Ling. What? The smile on the Fire King's face froze. The Stone God was telling him to hand over the Fire Spirit Princess? But why didn't the Stone God help the Fire Race? Why did he help Lin Ling? The world became even more silent. No one was unmoved. They didn't understand why things turned out like this. Only Lin Ling's expression was still calm. He looked at the Fire Race and said, "Are you surprised? In fact, this is a very normal thing because I'm in the right. Last time, I was in the right, but your Fire Race and Shenhuang Dayu inverted black and white, twisting right and wrong. So today, I'm here again to make you unable to twist right and wrong in front of everyone. I've been waiting for this day for a long time." Lin Ling's last sentence suddenly became louder, causing everyone's eardrums to hurt. "I know that you won't be willing to lose face and will think of a way to resist, but I can tell you that you're delusional." Lin Ling spat out another sentence. It was as if he could dominate everything. "Bring out the Fire Spirit Princess." Above Lin Ling's voice, an ancient voice spread in the air. Many people's expressions changed again. More strong cultivators had arrived. In the distance, two silhouettes appeared. One of them was a middle-aged man. The other was an old man with a basket on his back. Even though there were only two people, the Emperor of the Fire Clan and the students of Champion University were astonished. "Emperor Yu and Emperor Li Shou!" shouted the Emperor of the Fire Clan. "The 7 Emperors!" Hearing these words, everyone found it even harder to breathe. They never imagined that the dignified 7 Emperors would step in for Lin Ling. It should be known that Lin Ling's strength was not bad, but it wasn't at the level where the 7 Emperors would step in for him. This was because his opponent wasn't weak either. He was one of the deacons of the human realm's highest deacon palace. However, for Lin Ling, the 7 Emperors had still personally come. Lin Ling's attack was like a thunderstorm. The people of Shenhuang Dayu couldn't fight back at all. The crowd was cheering. Lin Ling's attacks were getting stronger and stronger. Emperor Yu and the other one looked at Yun Jiangshan. They knew he was from a prestigious clan, but Lin Ling had defeated him. They were surprised because Yun Jiangshan had one of the godly treasures of history. That book contained the cosmic energies of the earth and the sky. If Lin Ling couldn't resist the cosmic energies, he wouldn't have been able to defeat Yun Jiangshan. But Lin Ling had won. Lin Ling had cosmic energies. Maybe he could control them, maybe he couldn't, but he could use them to protect himself. It seems like he's hiding something we don't know about. Emperor Yu and the other one were extremely happy. Then they stared at the Emperor of the Fire Clan and said, "Hua-ao, how can you be so shameless?" Hua-ao, that was the name of the Emperor of the Fire Clan. Ordinary people didn't know about it, and they didn't have the qualifications to mention it. At this moment, the Emperor of the Fire Clan was standing on the ground with an ugly expression. The experts of the three mysterious realms were staring at him, waiting for him to lose face. In the past, Lin Ling had no fame and no status, so you bullied him. But the river flows east for 30 years, and 30 years later, Lin Ling can represent the entire Seven Emperors world. Can you still bully him? Emperor Li Shou said indifferently. They were in the right, so they weren't afraid to say it in front of the world. The Emperor of the Fire Clan couldn't refute. The river flows east for 30 years, and 30 years later, it was indeed so. If he knew that Lin Ling had such charisma in the past, he wouldn't have abandoned Lin Ling. Unfortunately, no one could predict the future. One wrong step and everything would be lost. Hand over the person and we, the Seven Emperors' heavens, will withdraw our troops. Emperor Yu also spoke. This was undisguised coercion. The Emperor of the Fire Clan looked at Lin Ling. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't. Even the strong cultivators of Champion University behind him remained silent. Initially, they wanted to use him as a trump card to defeat Lin Ling, but now it was impossible. The Fire Clan is ridiculous. The crowd roared with laughter. The result of the clash between the two regions was obvious. Lin Ling had won. That's enough. Do you think the Fire Clan doesn't have a strong cultivator? The cultivators of the great regions are here, Shan is here, and even the Seven Emperors are here. Let me tell you, we don't have a strong cultivator. No matter how many strong cultivators come, we won't yield. Boom boom boom. Chapter 1727. Slap the old ancestor of the Fire Tribe. Another expert has appeared? Many people were shocked and retreated frantically. What else was going to appear at this time? It's the old ancestor. All the people of the Fire Tribe were excited. Their old ancestor had finally made a move. The Fire Tribe had a backbone. Even if they were wrong, they would never admit their mistake. Never. Is it that old monster? Emperor Yu and Emperor Li Shou's expression changed slightly. Although they were not afraid of the old monster, they knew the old monster's crazy temper very well. He valued his face very much. For his face, he was willing to fight against everyone in the world. The result would definitely be a disaster. This was not something they wanted to see. Fire Tribe despicable. Emperor Li Shou's old face was filled with anger. The Fire Tribe was wrong. Why didn't they just admit their mistake? Rumble. Terrifying explosions continued to ring out. Only the sound of burning flames could be heard in the entire world. In the sky, the flames formed a terrifying ancient object. It was actually a gigantic fire toad. This fire toad's entire body was covered in multicolored flames. Its skin seemed to hide the divine fire of heaven and earth. Its eyes coldly stared at the ground. Its tyrannical aura seemed to not even give face to the Seven Emperors. Lin Ling, you announced to the world that this matter is getting bigger and bigger. That old monster will not let this matter go. Stone God's voice appeared in Lin Ling's ears. He was not worried about Lin Ling's safety. However, if Lin Ling wanted to take away the Fire Spirit Princess, it would be very difficult for him to do so. Today, all the ancient figures of the human world came out. If Lin Ling returned empty-handed, then after tomorrow, Lin Ling and even Xianpeng Province would become a joke. Others would say that Xianpeng Province was so majestic. They came proudly but retreated like a stray dog. Lin Ling, come. Come if you have the ability. The Fire Spirit Princess is here. If you can take her away today, I will give you 3 slaps. Seeing Lin Ling and the others were silent, the Fire Tribe's emperor roared to the sky. It seemed that he wanted to vent his depression. At this moment, he did not realize that he, the emperor of the Shi tribe, had lost his dignity and was shouting at Lin Ling obviously. The humiliation he received today was too big. It made him lose his mind. Come. Shen Huang Dayu. If you don't come, you are a piece of trash. Man. You Lin Ling Dayu you. But now, let's see how you can take the fire spirit princess. If you can't, you are not a man. The warriors of the fire tribe and Shen Huang Dayu were elated at this moment and shouted loudly. All kinds of mocking and disdainful voices rang out, making the onlookers frown. The fire tribe and Shen Huang Dayu were too shameless. As for the warriors of Shenpang province, their faces were ugly. They were so angry that their bodies trembled. They wanted to fight to the death. The other party was wrong, but they did not admit it and even shouted. Who would not be angry? Now, what else do you want to say? Under the eyes of thousands of people, Princess Xueqi also walked back and said with a ferocious face. She let out a big sigh of relief. Countless gazes began to look at Lin Ling. Lin Ling now had two choices. The first was to continue fighting, and the two regions would perish together. To retreat. In the end, the choice depended on Lin Ling's words. Sir, let's fight. On the side of Shenpang province, the warriors could not bear it and shouted angrily. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes were cold. He stared at the huge fire toad in the sky. However, his eye of time quietly appeared. An indescribable feeling arose spontaneously, making his face change slightly. The next moment, the corner of his mouth raised into a sneer. Bang! Stepping on the ground, Lin Ling flew to the sky. What is Lin Ling doing? Seeing Lin Ling's action, everyone was confused. Is he courting death? The people of the fire tribe sneered. Even they did not dare to get close to the ancestor. But Lin Ling did not know his own strength and flew over. He was definitely courting death. No one could understand Lin Ling's action. Everyone looked at Lin Ling. Even the fire toad looked at Lin Ling. Its eyes were full of ridicule. It also wanted to see what this ant wanted to do. However, Lin Ling did not seem to know what kind of existence he was facing. In a moment, he appeared in front of the fire toad. His right hand was raised high, and the flames condensed into a huge palm. This time, everyone was even more surprised. Was Lin Ling going to attack the ancestor of the fire tribe? Emperor Yu and the others' faces changed dramatically. Lin Ling was no match for that old monster. Little toad, I haven't seen you for many years, but you've become arrogant. At this moment, a cold shout was heard. Then, the flame palm swept fiercely and like a huge slap, it fell on the fire toad's face. Bang! The crisp sound of the slap was heard, shocking everyone. Lin Ling was actually slapping the ancestor of the fire tribe in the face? Boom! Everyone's heart exploded. Even the emperor of the fire tribe widened his eyes. He was dead. Lin Ling was dead. Not to mention the others. Even the huge fire toad's eyes narrowed. This ant dared to slap him? The 7 sins of the fire tribe are disloyalty, filial piety, heartless, unrighteousness, untrustworthiness, impudence, and impoliteness. As their ancestor, you failed to discipline them properly. Today, you will receive 7 slaps for them. However, something even more shocking happened. Lin Ling did not retreat. He slapped again fiercely and domineeringly. Bang bang bang. The loud sound of the slap made the heaven and earth become deathly silent. What was arrogance? This was arrogance. Today, Lin Ling said that he would take the fire spirit princess away, and he did as he said. He was fearless. Even if the ancestor of the fire tribe came to stop him, he dared to hit him. It was as if no one could stop him from taking away the fire spirit princess. Bang bang bang. Several slaps landed on the fire toad's face, making it furious. However, when its eyes met with Lin Ling's, a familiar feeling arose spontaneously. This was the soul power. This soul power could not hurt it at all, but it felt like it came from the most ancient era. In its heart, a tall figure appeared, looking down at it. The voice from millions of years ago also sounded. Little toad, you dare to be so arrogant? Seeing that you have not cultivated well, I will let you live today. I will take the sky, moon, sunlight, grass with me. I will leave a leaf for you. If you are not satisfied, you can come and find me. It was that person's aura. It was his aura. The fire toad's heart rumbled, and its body trembled. Whether it was the familiar soul power or the familiar slap, It knew that the young man in front of it was definitely related to that person. That person was an expert who had been to the martial god realm. He was the demon in its heart. Even after millions of years, it still did not dare to face that person. That kind of respect came from the bottom of its heart. Bang! As the last slap landed, the heaven and earth became even more silent. Many people looked at the sky with their mouths wide open. They realized that the fire toad was trembling. That ancient existence seemed to be angry. The fire tribe emperor's expression immediately became ferocious. Ancestor, kill him. He knew very well that the ancestor was furious. However, under his voice, the giant toad in the sky continued to tremble. It did not erupt with a terrifying aura. On the contrary, Lin Ling's indifferent voice floated out, shocking the world. Do you know your mistake? Lin Ling said indifferently. At this moment, not to mention the fire tribe emperor, even the 7 emperors gasped. Lin Ling was questioning the toad. Did it know its mistake? Chapter 1728. The fire tribe admitted defeat. What? Everyone was in a daze. That ancient existence actually admitted defeat? An existence comparable to the 7 emperors actually admitted defeat. If it wasn't happening right in front of their eyes, they would have thought that they were dreaming. Only the stone god smiled. It seemed like his guess was right. Lin Ling wasn't simple at all. Your fire tribe is ungrateful and goes back on your words. Is this the kind of descendant you teach? Lin Ling spat out another sentence. In fact, the toad in front of him could easily kill him, but he wasn't afraid of it subconsciously. That kind of fearlessness came from his eyes. That was why he went up alone to teach the toad a lesson. I was wrong. I won't interfere in today's matter anymore. The giant toad let out a low roar. The flames actually retracted. Lin Ling nodded and looked at the fire tribe emperor below. He took a step forward and appeared in front of the fire tribe emperor in a flash. In the past, you married your daughter to me. In fact, you didn't know that I didn't like your daughter, Princess Xueqi. Then, because my ability disappeared, you looked down on me and abandoned me. You even wanted to kill me. Today, I will tell you that a person must have principles. A drop of water should be repaid with a spring of water. I, Lin Ling, dislike ungrateful people the most. A cold voice came out from Lin Ling's mouth. He raised his left hand and slapped 3 times. Previously, the fire tribe emperor said that if Lin Ling could take away the fire spirit princess, he would give Lin Ling 3 slaps. Now, Lin Ling fulfilled his promise and even taught him a lesson. Slap, slap, slap. Under countless gazes, the fire tribe emperor was slapped by Lin Ling. However, he didn't move because he felt that the ancestor was looking at him, waiting for him to receive the 3 slaps. This made his heart tremble. Shameful. Utterly shameful. No matter how Huao resisted, no matter what kind of experts he called, Lin Ling could crush him. Even if the sky fell, Lin Ling could break it. Bring out the fire spirit princess. Lin Ling ignored the Fire King's mood and coldly shouted. He knew that the Fire King had lost all face today, but he only had himself to blame. If he didn't go back on his words in the past, Lin Ling wouldn't have gathered so many heroes today. Rumble. At this moment, the volcano began to sway. A lotus flower slowly rose from the fire. A girl who looked like she was carved from jade stood on top of it. She looked around in surprise. She was the Fire Spirit Princess. When Lin Ling saw the Fire Spirit Princess, he couldn't help but smile. He had finally achieved his goal of coming to Xianhuang Daiyu. He looked at the Fire Tribe Emperor again and said calmly, "Do you have anything to say?" "What do you want to say?" This sentence was undoubtedly extremely sarcastic. Clearly, Lin Ling was also saying, "Submit or not. If you don't submit, I'll beat you until you do." Unfortunately, what else could the Fire Race Monarch say? The Fire Race Monarch's body was trembling. He was angry, but he didn't dare to say anything. He had lost, so he had nothing to say. If you have nothing to say, then I'll take the Fire Spirit Princess with me. I'll give you 2 final words. First, as an ancient character, it's better to be honest. Second, don't underestimate me, Lin Ling. No one can stop me from doing what I want to do. Lin Ling left behind these words. He turned around proudly and walked towards the Fire Spirit Princess. At this moment, all eyes were on Lin Ling. Clearly, Lin Ling was the real winner today. Lin Ling came in front of the Fire Spirit Princess and rubbed her head. Then, he carried the Fire Spirit Princess and left. As he walked, he said, "In the past, your fire race had arranged a marriage with me. However, the other party was Princess Xueqi. This made me very disappointed. How could such a girl be worthy of me? But if it's you, then it's fine. I think it's a good match for you." As soon as these words were spoken, Princess Xueqi's face turned pale. She held back a mouthful of humiliation. In the end, she spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Princess Xueqi is a disgrace. She's just a toad. She actually wants to marry Lin Ling. Why don't she take a look at herself in the mirror? Lin Ling mighty. Today, no one can stop you when you come to take her away. Xueqi Dayu and the Fire Race's warriors, why aren't you saying anything? Aren't you very arrogant? Aren't you men? Why don't you dare to stop him? You're asking for your own humiliation. From now on, the Fire Race and the E-Race will become the laughingstock of the human world. The crowd couldn't bear it anymore. They let out a roaring laughter. The people of Xueqi Dayu all became silent. Their faces were ugly. They never thought that the ancient ancestor of the Fire Race would give in to Lin Ling. How could things turn out like this? Puff. At this time, the Fire Race monarch suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. A dignified hero of a generation had completely fainted from anger. Haha. More people let out a mocking laughter. Lin Ling ignored the Fire Race monarch. He held the Fire Spirit Princess in his arms and waved his hand. All the experts left in a mighty manner. Only the Fire Toad was still looking at Lin Ling's back. There was respect in his eyes. Is it him? Even if it's not him, it must be his successor. Then, he looked at the people of the Fire Race angrily. Who told you to provoke them? Moreover, they are ungrateful and went back on their words. Even if you don't feel ashamed, I feel ashamed for you. Now, our Fire Race has become the laughingstock of the world. Are you satisfied? Moreover, this matter could have been resolved with an apology. Who gave you the arrogance? Who told you to refute him? Ancestor. All the people of the Fire Race knelt down and didn't dare to raise their heads. They still didn't understand why their ancestor gave in to Lin Ling. Let me tell you again. In this world, you can provoke anyone but him. The Fire Toad said angrily. After saying that, he turned into flames and disappeared into the volcano. Even now, he was still in awe. Boom. All the people of the Fire Race felt their hearts explode. They couldn't provoke anyone but Lin Ling? They were the most ancient race of the Xueqi race. Could it be that they couldn't even provoke a mere Lin Ling? Fire Race. Find a new Fire Race emperor. The volcano began to sink, but the Fire Toad's voice floated out again. Everyone's expression changed drastically. For Lin Ling, the Xueqi race changed the world. At this moment, the Fire Race emperor, Huao, finally woke up. However, after hearing those words, he staggered back and spat out another mouthful of blood. He was worried about his gains and losses. From now on, he was no longer the Fire Race emperor. And the reason was that he underestimated Lin Ling. Who was Lin Ling? Why did he have such great power? The matter of the Fire Race spread throughout the human world on the second day, causing the entire three mysterious of the human world to be shaken. In this battle between Xianping Province and Xueqi Dayu, they thought that Lin Ling would lose without a doubt. Who knew that Lin Ling would win, and win beautifully again? Lin Ling, the newly risen heavenly emperor. But he has created countless miracles. When he went to the Fire Race, who dared to stop him? Even the heavens and earth couldn't stop him. The hero of the human world, and now he has defeated the Fire Race. It seems that there is nothing he can't do. I have a feeling that Lin Ling will definitely stand at the peak of the human world in the future. All such rumors spread out in the mortal world in a grandiose manner. Lin Ling clearly became the new generation's most dazzling heavenly emperor powerhouse, being admired by countless martial artists. Chapter 1729. The Fire Spirit Princess and the Second Dream. The world is too vast. There are many things that are hard to confirm. However, the old ancestor of the Fire Tribe gave in to Lin Ling and the Stone God also gave in to Lin Ling. This Lin Ling is indeed not simple. I guess he is the descendant of the oldest expert in the world. As for those heavenly emperors, they were constantly guessing Lin Ling's origin. For many people, Lin Ling was not someone they could provoke. At this moment, Lin Ling was leading everyone away from Shenhuang Dayu. However, when they came, they were in a hurry. They were not in a hurry to go back. It was rare to come to Shenhuang Dayu, and the warriors of Shenhuang Dayu were afraid of them. Naturally, they would go back on a sightseeing tour. Lin Ling, what's going on? The old ancestor of the fire tribe is the most stubborn and protective. He is actually afraid of you? In a valley, everyone stopped there. Emperor Yu and the other two looked at Lin Ling in surprise. Lin Ling smiled. In fact, he was also very surprised to meet the old ancestor of the fire tribe. Because in his eye of time, the fire tribe emperor was just a fire beast he had met in the past. He did not expect that after millions of years, that fire beast would become a giant in the human world. Because of an agreement, the old ancestor of the fire tribe has to give in to me. Lin Ling did not tell the truth because he remembered the words of the Eastern Devil King. Before he was strong enough, it was better not to expose too much. So that's how it is. Emperor Yu and the other two did not ask anymore. However, they had guessed that this was not an agreement. The old ancestor of the fire tribe knew that Lin Ling was the disciple of someone, so he did not dare to be arrogant. That person should be the firmament sword immortal. The conversation between them did not hide from the crowd. Many people's eyes flashed. It turned out that Lord Lin Ling and the old ancestor of the fire tribe had an agreement. Although they did not know the details of the agreement, it was clear that the people behind Lin Ling were only the 7 emperors. He was not as scary as they thought. Lin Ling did not know what everyone was thinking. He carried Princess Fire Spirit and walked towards the crowd. Bastard, from now on, I will follow you. The fire race is too annoying. Princess Fire Spirit smiled and kissed Lin Ling's face. Although she was young and didn't know what love was, she liked being with Lin Ling. Of course, you can follow me from now on. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with adoration as he nodded slightly. Wherever he passed, the warriors from Shenpeng province bowed respectfully. That kind of reverence came from the bottom of their hearts. Lin Ling smiled and nodded at everyone. He looked at the crowd and saw Lady Watermist, Lord Pooh, Ancestor Extreme Flame, and the others. Under an ancient tree, a soul stood there quietly. Her eyes were filled with excitement as she stared at Princess Fire Spirit. Similarly, the Fire Spirit Princess also stared at her. An indescribable feeling arose spontaneously. That soul was naturally the second dream. Obviously, the second dream had followed the crowd and had been waiting for Lin Ling's results. When Lin Ling stopped in front of her, the second dream smiled and said to Lin Ling, "Thank you, Lin Ling." It was a soft sentence, but it was filled with deep gratitude. She knew how much effort this man had put in for her, and the reason was because of a promise. "It's what I should do." Lin Ling shrugged and revealed a bright smile. It was extremely clean. At the same time, he put Princess Fire Spirit down. "Who are you? Why do I feel so familiar with you?" Princess Fire Spirit Princess blinked her big eyes and asked innocently. Although it was her first time seeing the second dream, she did not know why, but a feeling of kinship appeared in her heart. That feeling seemed to be more familiar with the second dream than her sister, Princess Firecloud. Well, it's hard to say. Come with me. The second dream stared at Princess Fire Spirit with her beautiful eyes. An umbrella appeared in her hand. She held Princess Fire Spirit's hand with her other hand. She also looked at Lin Ling and said, "No matter what the result is, I will get her consent. If we choose to be 2 people, then I have no regrets." Lin Ling nodded. He did not interfere with the second dream and Princess Fire Spirit's final decision. Whether their souls would be united in the end was not something that Lin Ling could decide. The second dream held Princess Fire Spirit's hand and left. Yuman Yun and the others were a little worried. Lin Ling had brought Princess Fire Spirit back, but they did not know if Princess Fire Spirit would agree to let their souls fuse. However, Lin Ling stopped them from following. He said, "Let them settle it among themselves. Now let's rest here and prepare to go back." Yuman Yun, Qin Xiaolan, and the others could only agree. Then, everyone lit a fire in the valley and started a banquet. For a moment, it was lively and noisy. Lin Ling drank with everyone and chatted happily. Ancestor Taiyan and the others laughed heartily. When night fell, Lin Ling left alone. He looked at the second dream and Princess Fire Spirit on the mountain peak in the distance and began to cultivate. Last time, when he defeated Yun Jiangshan, he roughly knew how strong he was. He probably had few opponents among the gold-level heavenly emperors. However, the mortal world was vast and there were many strong people. This time, he could summon ancient warriors to help him, but this was not the best way. The only way was to increase his strength. The famous Yun family. I don't have any memory of this family. Does Li Xiaoyao not know this family? Lin Ling said indifferently. He was afraid that he had one more enemy now. It was the Yun family. I should focus on increasing my strength. If I can reach the level of Wu Shang, then I can have a firm foothold in the mortal world. At present, Lin Ling did not lack cultivation resources. What he lacked was a foundation. Then, Lin Ling looked at the peerless divine sword in his Yifu. Unfortunately, the sword embryo was still in the process of being born. It would take some time for it to be born. The night passed quietly. When the first ray of sunlight shone from afar, the entire valley was filled with vitality. Lin Ling looked around and saw a large number of people cultivating in various corners of the valley. Many of these people were familiar faces. They had followed the rainforest Holy Land through many trials and tribulations in the past. Leader. When Lin Ling stood up, the people of the left court palace also stood up and bowed respectfully. The leader was Mumu. They looked at Lin Ling with a strange gaze. It was a kind of blind worship. It's fine. You all continue to cultivate. Lin Ling waved his hand and smiled. He walked forward. The people of the Fire Right Court Palace were more familiar with Lin Ling. They were still cultivating, but they would immediately enter battle mode at the slightest movement. Many people here were Lin Ling's confidants. Lin Ling was not familiar with the cultivators who stayed in the rainforest Holy Land, so he did not let them come with him this time. At this moment, a singing voice came from afar. Under the scorching sun, a beautiful girl walked towards Lin Ling with an umbrella in her hand, her steps light and cheerful. Almost at the same time, Yuman Yun, Qin Xiaolan, Ancestor Taiyan, and the others in the valley opened their eyes. After a night of decision, what did the second dream and the Fire Spirit Princess choose? Bad guy. The Fire Spirit Princess came before Lin Ling and smiled. She was extremely cute. Lin Ling was stunned. He patted the Fire Spirit Princess' head and looked into the distance. What about Sister the Second Dream? Chapter 1730. A storm was brewing. The Fire Spirit Princess smiled and didn't say anything. Her small hands and feet climbed onto Lin Ling's body like a lazy snake, making Lin Ling speechless. However, when the Fire Spirit Princess laid on Lin Ling's back, she said softly, I am the Second Dream. You are the Second Dream? Lin Ling's mouth fell open. Then, he pondered for a moment and couldn't help but laugh. It seemed that the Second Dream and the Fire Spirit Princess' final choice was to fuse their souls. From now on, the Second Dream will also be reborn as a human. Patriarch Extreme Flame and the others smiled with relief. At first, they were afraid that the Fire Spirit Princess would refuse to fuse their souls, but they were obviously overthinking. Haha, from now on, I, the Fire Spirit Princess, can also bask in the sun and bathe with the bad guy. The Fire Spirit Princess tugged on Lin Ling's ear and laughed. She looked very innocent. In the crowd, Yuman Yun and Qin Xiaolan instantly blushed. They naturally knew what bathing was. Lin Ling was stunned again. He pulled the little girl over from his back and placed her on the ground. He said, Are you the Second Dream or the Fire Spirit Princess? Why do you speak like the Fire Spirit Princess? Hee, the two of us have become one. The Fire Spirit Princess puffed out her chest. She used her terrifying fire-type talent. The little girl began to grow up and transformed into a devastatingly beautiful woman. Most importantly, this beautiful woman looked like the Second Dream. Lin Ling's pupils trembled violently. He was now sure that the Fire Spirit Princess was the Second Dream. However, their souls had fused, so she had the domineering naivety of the Fire Spirit Princess and the wisdom of the Second Dream. Seeing this, Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh. He carefully looked at the Second Dream and realized that the Second Dream was still wearing a little girl's dress. Because the dress was short, the roots of her snow-white and slender thighs were almost visible. Lin Ling couldn't help but exclaim, You are a girl. How can you wear such a short dress? What a scandal. After saying that, he helplessly covered the Fire Spirit Princess with his clothes. The Fire Spirit Princess giggled. She was still as innocent as a little girl, but there was a sly light in her eyes as if she was teasing Lin Ling. After a short rest, everyone began to set off. At this moment, in the rainforest Holy Land, everyone received the news of Lin Ling's great victory, and they were all extremely happy. In one of the luxurious mansions, everyone looked at a middle-aged man wearing a long robe and holding a fan in his hand. This Lin Ling is really powerful. He actually won. Yes. However, the people we hid around Lin Ling said that there was no ancient existence behind Lin Ling. The ancestor of the fire tribe helped him because of an agreement. Yes. The middle-aged man smiled faintly as if he knew everything in the world. I guess so. By the way, Venerable Xueqi and the old man in the South Pole celestial canopy, did they agree? Yes. The two of them were very strong-willed and weren't affected by the power of faith, so their progress was a little slow. The South Pole celestial canopy couldn't resist the power of faith from the G family and was turned into ashes. Venerable Xueqi is the only one left. One of the men said coldly. We must plant the power of faith in Venerable Xueqi before Lin Ling returns. This Lin Ling is very cautious. He only trusts the people around him. He won't easily trust us. The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with killing intent. He waved his hand and said, Bring Venerable Xueqi here. Yes. Someone replied immediately and turned to leave. A moment later, several people brought a man into the main hall. The man seemed to be seriously injured. His face was pale and there was blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. It was Venerable Xueqi. He couldn't help but be surprised when he saw the middle-aged man. It's you? Lord Cloud He. In the sacred rainforest, Yuman Yun and Qin Xiaolan were in charge of everything. However, there were 3 people in charge of the military. They were Lord Pu, Lord Shui Wu, and Lord Cloud He. These 3 people controlled all the powerful beings in Xueqi province. They could be called the 3 great worlds. However, Lord Cloud He seemed to be attacking Lin Ling's subordinates. Moreover, all the powerful beings in the sacred rainforest had left. Only Lord Cloud He and his subordinates were left. Venerable Xueqi is one of the founding elders of Xueqi province. He is also Lin Ling's close friend. Why are you treating him like this? The middle-aged man shouted at everyone. He seemed to be very familiar with Venerable Xueqi. He personally helped Venerable Xueqi sit down and served him some fragrant tea. At the same time he said, Venerable Xueqi, you don't have to be so stubborn. Let go of your martial heart. As long as you plant the power of faith, we can make you the most powerful person in Xueqi province. You don't want to be under Lin Ling for the rest of your life, do you? What's more, as far as I know, Lin Ling used to work for you. Now, he's become the overlord above you. Are you willing to accept this? The middle-aged man was clearly trying to bewitch Venerable Xueqi. Haha, Lord Cloud He, you don't have to waste your breath. I know that many people in the sacred rainforest have the power of faith in their hearts and are being controlled by others. I thought that this power came from the ancient G family. I never thought that you were the parasite of the sacred rainforest. Venerable Xueqi guffawed. His voice was filled with mockery. He finally understood everything now. In the past, during the Chenkuan ceremony in Xueqi province, it was Lin Ling who recruited all the martial artists in the world and gave them a stable home. Who would have thought that you, Lord Lin Ling, would take advantage of Lin Ling's influence to sit in a high position, but you would do such a disgraceful thing to Lin Ling. You can be called a traitor. Hee Master Haiding, you think too much. First of all, I'm from the Yun clan. Second of all, I'm not the one who wants to kill Lin Ling, it's the Ji clan and the Shen Yuan clan, because Lin Ling is too dazzling. Besides, many people want to kill Lin Ling, including the ancient celestial platform and Champion University. We're just helping the human world, that's all. It's not a crime, will be recorded in the history books and respected by future generations. The middle-aged man was still smiling. It was obvious that he had a good upbringing. Shut up, it's just a dog. Why are you making excuses for yourself? Shouted Venerable Xueqi angrily. Lord Yun, he was a traitor, but he was making excuses for himself. People like that were disgusting. How audacious. When the cultivators heard Venerable Xueqi, they were furious, but the middle-aged man waved his hand to calm them down. He said, Lin Ling is important to the 7 emperors. Therefore, on the surface, the strong cultivators of the human world don't dare attack him. We can only attack him secretly. Now you have an opportunity. If you get close to Lin Ling and make Lin Ling drink this jug of alcohol, I'll promise you anything you want. I'll even give you the title of Celestial Emperor, Xian Di. I understand. You want to harm Lin Ling, but Lin Ling doesn't trust you, so you want to use me to harm Lin Ling, said Venerable Sea Calming, smiling icily. Chapter 1731. Soul-stirring. So, have you made up your mind? I can tell you that there are many people in the rainforest who don't belong to Lin Ling. Even if you can't do it, others will. Don't waste this opportunity. The middle-aged man took out a jug of wine and said indifferently, "That's right. There are at least 100,000 people who pretend to be loyal to Lin Ling, but they can't wait to kill Lin Ling. Lin Ling is a fool. He held the sky for us and gave us the opportunity to become stronger. I have a share of his divine weapon, but he is only a stepping stone for us to become stronger. Most importantly, killing Lin Ling will make us heroes and be heavily rewarded by the giants of the mortal world. This is a great opportunity." The warriors in the hall sneered. They wanted to become stronger, so they were unwilling to submit to Lin Ling. They had been planted with the power of faith, so they only believed in the ancient Ji family. Their hearts were full of ambition. This poisonous wine comes from the Shenyuan family. They are the divine dragon warriors. They have many ancient methods that Lin Ling doesn't know about. The middle-aged man said, "So, do you choose a glorious future or die like the old man of the South Pole?" "A glorious future? That sounds pretty good." Venerable Sea Calming laughed. He seemed to be moved. However, Lin Ling is very difficult to kill. No one has succeeded in so many years. So, I want to see if your poisonous wine can kill Lin Ling. The previous people failed because they were trash. We are giants of the mortal world. We won't fail. You want to see the wine? Take it. The middle-aged man smiled with satisfaction. Venerable Sea Calming had finally agreed? Venerable Sea Calming took the wine and suddenly burst into laughter. Then, under everyone's astonished gazes, he drank all the wine in the flagon. Lin Ling completed 3 tasks for me. His kindness to me is as heavy as Mount Tai. I cannot betray him for the sake of a bright future. I would rather die standing than bear the infamy and step onto the peak of the world. Venerable Sea Calming laughed even louder after drinking the wine. It was as if helping Lin Ling was the proudest thing in his life. Everyone's expression turned ugly. Not only did Venerable Sea Calming refuse to cooperate, he even destroyed the precious wine. Damn it! Venerable Sea Calming, how dare you destroy the wine? You're dead. The middle-aged man could no longer maintain his composure, and his face turned ferocious. I didn't expect to return alive after coming here. Master Yunhe, you are pathetic. Of all the people you could have provoked, you had to provoke Lin Ling. You will regret it. Venerable Sea Calming chuckled coldly. It was as if he had vented his anger after seeing the middle-aged man enraged. The old man of the South Pole was killed by you. He was an old friend of mine, and now he's lonely in hell. I'm going to drink with him in hell, but I'll wait for you there. Lin Ling, I'll kill you. Boom. After leaving behind these words, Venerable Sea Calming's body exploded. Clearly, he had destroyed his dantian and died. A powerhouse of the Sea Calming Heavenly Palace had fallen here. His life was filled with sorrow, and he had no regrets. Bastard! The middle-aged man was furious. This Venerable Sea Calming really had a backbone. Everyone's face turned red with anger. One of them looked at the middle-aged man and said, "Master, what should we do now? Venerable Sea Calming is dead. It'll be difficult to find Lin Ling's confidant and have him frame Lin Ling. Besides, Venerable Sea Calming was like a big brother to Lin Ling. Lin Ling will definitely notice his death. It's fine. We'll say that Venerable Sea Calming died while chasing Zhang Luochen. Lin Ling won't suspect us." The middle-aged man regained his composure and said indifferently, "We need evidence for everything. Even if Lin Ling suspects me, he won't dare touch me. After all, we have many people in Xianpeng province and the rainforest sacred land. Lin Ling won't dare to be careless and go against the world. Master Yunhe is so thoughtful. Lin Ling may be the first king of Xianpeng province, but he knows that it's not easy to be a king. Lin Ling is about to return. We should restrain ourselves. As long as we can stay by Lin Ling's side, we'll have a chance sooner or later. Next time, we'll make a move on Lin Ling's wife, Yuman Yun. Besides, Venerable Sea Calming also has a daughter. We'll eliminate the source of trouble. Remember, our backer is a giant from the human world. We don't have to be afraid of Lin Ling. However, the 9 celestial emperors gave us the tea poison wine. We wasted it. How are we going to explain this to him? It's fine. It's just a small accident. The Shenyuan clan cooperated with the ancient Ji family. They can accept this loss. Tell Shenyuan Jiutian to prepare another pot of tea poison wine. Yes, master. In the hall, everyone left, leaving the middle-aged man sitting there. His face was cold as he said, Lin Ling, how dare you kill a member of the prestigious Yun family? Your time of death has come. I, Yun He, will play you to death sooner or later. He didn't see that Venerable Sea Calming's body had exploded, leaving behind a broken jade talisman in his flesh. The jade talisman flickered and connected to the other side. Venerable Sea Calming's relatives were furious when they heard the news. In the hall, Venerable Sea Calming's soul was absorbed by the reincarnation of heaven and earth. Before he was taken away, he glared at Master Yunhe coldly. You'll regret provoking Lin Ling. His soul gradually disappeared into the reincarnation cycle. However, he took one last look at heaven and earth and said with relief, I can leave in peace with my family in Lin Ling's care. A man should die with honor. At least I didn't betray my subordinate. Lin Ling, you're my proudest subordinate. I'll join you in the next life and drink with you. The reincarnation cycle gradually disappeared. Heaven and earth were still peaceful as if nothing had happened. However, a storm was brewing. At this moment, a large number of people walked out of the transportation array in Xianpeng province. Lin Ling was leading them. He looked at the familiar sky and couldn't help but smile. Then, he led the group to the rainforest sacred land. However, as he passed by some ancient holy domains, Lin Ling's eyebrows furrowed together. There, he saw many unfamiliar martial artists, all of them using their strength to bully the weak and tyrannize others. Xianpeng province is now my world. Where did those people come from? Seeing this scene, Lin Ling's voice turned cold as he said to the people behind him. Master Pu walked forward and said, Xianpeng province is very big. It might be difficult to control it completely. Those people might be independent cultivators. Lin Ling, how about I help you kill them? Lin Ling waved his hand. His expression turned even colder. He didn't care about these trivial matters and walked toward the rainforest sacred land. Master Pu, Master Xueqi, and the others felt a little depressed. They noticed that Lin Ling seemed a little cold. Obviously, Lin Ling wasn't happy about what happened before. Do you know why I'm angry? I'm not a saint. I can't save the whole world. However, I can tell you that those warriors aren't ordinary people. They're from the rainforest sacred land. Lin Ling said calmly as if he knew that Master Pu and the others were depressed. His words caused their expressions to change. Those tyrannical warriors were from the rainforest sacred land? Because one of them is holding the divine weapon I gave him. Chapter 1732. Lord Yunhe. Using my divine weapon, being cruel and merciless, and daring to do whatever you want in my territory. I will investigate this matter. Lin Ling sped up. Now that the matter of Shenhuang Dayu had been resolved, it was time to deal with the parasites in the rainforest. He wanted to see who was so bold as to interfere in his territory. Everyone followed Lin Ling in silence. They knew that Lin Ling rarely got angry with his friends and family, but once he got angry, they all felt a sense of oppression. Not long after, the rainforest gradually appeared in front of them. On the surface, it was still lively, like the most prosperous city in Xianpeng province. Seeing that the rainforest was still safe and sound, Lord Xueqi and the others couldn't help but laugh. On the other hand, Lin Ling was still expressionless. His sharp soul power noticed that the rainforest was indeed a little different. At this time, a large number of experts walked over. The leader was a middle-aged man wearing a loose brown robe and holding a folding fan in his hand. When he saw Lin Ling, he immediately showed a respectful and gentle smile and led the crowd over. My lord, congratulations on your victory. The middle-aged man immediately bowed. Lin Ling's eyes flickered, but he didn't say anything. My lord, this time you went to Shenhuang Dayu. You have greatly raised the prestige of Xianpeng province. The fire race has lost all face and become the laughingstock of the world. My lord is indeed a dragon among men. Among the 3 Xian of the human realm, except for the 3 great legends of the human realm, no one dares to disrespect my lord. The others also respectfully flattered Lin Ling, but the fact was, except for the 3 Xian of the human realm, no one dared to disrespect Lin Ling. Who are you? However, Lin Ling didn't seem to hear the flattery of those people and asked indifferently. The middle-aged man raised his head and was a little surprised. My lord, he is Lord Yun He, together with Lord Pu and Lord Shui Wu, the senior in charge of Xianping province. That's right. Lord Yunhe treats people with sincerity and we trust him. Before the middle-aged man could speak, a large number of voices came from afar. It seemed that this Lord Yun, he had quite a reputation in the rainforest sacred land and had quite a number of supporters. Lin Ling, Lord Yunhe comes from the remote sacred domain. However, he has a good reputation and is polite to others. He is indeed one of us. At this time, Mistress Shui Wu introduced Lin Ling to Lord Cloud Crane. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded. His gaze flickered. Suddenly, he saw someone familiar standing behind Lord Cloud Crane. It was Lord Mountain Mist of the Black-White Dao Palace. He had actually joined the Rainforest Holy Land? Lin Ling frowned and asked indifferently, "Are you Lord Shan Wu?" In the crowd, a middle-aged man walked out with a bitter smile. He then knelt down and kowtowed. "My lord, in the past, I had eyes but failed to recognize Tai. But now, I have turned over a new leaf and have made great contributions to Xianping province. I ask that my lord take me in." In the past, Lord Mountain Mist had been above Lin Ling's head. But today, in order to have Lin Ling keep him, he was kowtowing. This change caused many people to sigh. Lin Ling, he already knows that he was wrong. For the sake of the Black-White Dao Palace, please spare his life. Mistress Shui Wu said again. In the past, although she didn't get along with Lord Shan Wu, they were still brothers. In addition, Lord Shan Wu had turned over a new leaf. Thus, Mistress Shui Wu didn't care about his mistakes. "I hope you didn't misjudge me," Lin Ling said indifferently and then walked forward. Mistress Shui Wu shook her head. She believed in her own eyes. The crowd also followed Lin Ling. Mistress Cloud Crane had a smile on her face, but there was a cold glint in her eyes. Right now, if she allowed Lin Ling to be arrogant, it wouldn't be long before she could control Lin Ling. At that time, she would make Lin Ling kneel before her. At this moment, Lin Ling was still expressionless. No one knew what he was thinking, and this caused the crowd to fall silent. At this moment, a figure suddenly rushed out of the market in front of them like a madman and ran towards Lin Ling. This person's hair was messy, his clothes were torn, and blood was flowing out between his steps. He looked like he was seriously injured. "How dare you?" At this moment, Mistress Shui Wu seemed to want to make a contribution. She took a step forward and rushed over. "Lin Ling, it's me," the person said with difficulty. It was actually a woman's voice. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. This voice was very familiar. At the same time, Mistress Cloud Crane's expression changed. She secretly cursed, "Trash, you actually didn't kill her." Of course, he knew who that person was. It was Venerable Si Calming's daughter, Lingshan. This made him extremely angry. Venerable Si Calming was dead. He should have eliminated the source of trouble, but he didn't expect Lingshan to luckily escape. Die! At this moment, Mistress Shui Wu didn't care who it was. She ruthlessly slapped out, wanting to kill Lingshan. "Get lost!" At this time, Lin Ling angrily roared. His terrifying soul force transformed into invisible ripples that shocked Lord Shan Wu so much that he spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying backwards. Lin Ling strode forward and quickly arrived in front of Lingshan, helping her up. "Sister Lingshan, it's me. What happened?" Lin Ling had a bad feeling and couldn't help but ask anxiously. At this moment, Lingshan was clearly delirious. She looked at Lin Ling with a dazed expression. Mistress Cloud Crane, who was in the crowd, hurriedly gave a look to her subordinates. Immediately, someone shouted, "Mistress, be careful. This person might be a spy from the Fire Tribe. They want to use this opportunity to kill you. Mistress, leave this person to me." "Yes, mistress, you've come from afar. Let us handle this small matter." Obviously, they couldn't let Lingshan talk to Lin Ling, otherwise there would be endless trouble. Lin Ling ignored them. He quickly took out the mysterious void gourd and poured the spiritual liquid into Lingshan's mouth. Gradually, Ling Shan's injuries recovered. She looked at Lin Ling and couldn't help but cry. Lin Ling, father, father, he's dead. What? As soon as the voice came out, Lin Ling's heart felt like it was struck by lightning. Venerable Sea Calming was dead? His eyes were bloodshot, and his body was trembling. In the past, when the Rainforest Holy Land encountered the heavenly meteor era, it was Venerable Sea Calming who saved them. Not only did he save Lin Ling, but he also saved the entire Rainforest Holy Land. Otherwise, Lin Ling would have died at the hands of Celestial Master Void Star. In the Sea Calming Heavenly Prefecture, when Lin Ling was still weak, it was Venerable Sea Calming who helped him many times and made him stronger step by step. But now, this benefactor was dead? Lin Ling's heart suddenly felt very painful. Very painful. He vaguely remembered that before going to Xianhuang Dayu, he had drunk with Venerable Sea Calming from night to morning. Who knew that this drinking contest would be the last song? Who is it? Chapter 1733. To plead with the world Senior Xue Wu, Senior Shan Wu, Heaven Touch Great Sage, Ancestor Taiyan, Yuman Yun, and the others wore stern expressions. They could sense that Lin Ling was like a terrifying volcano that was about to erupt at any second. Lin Ling was a grateful person. If someone had done him a favor, he would repay it with gusto. However, his benefactor had died in his territory. How could Lin Ling not be angry? How could he not feel guilty? Before father died, he left behind a life token, but it was broken. We didn't hear the details, but we vaguely heard two words, Yun He. Ling Shan's eyes were red as she spoke each word slowly. At this moment, she was looking at Lin Ling with anticipation. Lin Ling was her family and the only mountain that supported her. Who is Yun He? Lin Ling's voice became even deeper. Yun He? Could it be Lord Cloud Crane? The crowd's gazes turned to Lord Yun He, especially Lord Pu and Lord Xue Wu. Their expressions were extremely cold. Nonsense. Venerable Sea Calming went to the north of Xianpeng province a month ago to hunt down West Emperor Zhang Luochen. Unfortunately, he was killed. His death had nothing to do with me. Lord Cloud Crane frowned, as if he had been greatly wronged. He bitterly said, Ling Shan, because my son didn't approve of your marriage with my son, you insist on framing me? What? Lord Pu, Lord Xue Wu, and the others' expressions changed drastically. There was actually such a secret? Lord Yun He is right. Ling Shan likes Lord Yun He's young master, Yun Mengling. However, young master Yun is only 15 years old. He doesn't want to make a decision too soon when it comes to love, so he rejected Ling Shan. However, Ling Shan seems to have been traumatized by this before. In addition to her high status in the rainforest, she flew into a rage out of humiliation and threatened to destroy young Master Yun. Lord Lin Ling, we can all testify to this. Many voices came from the crowd. Upon closer inspection, other than the cultivators, even the commoners on the streets were talking, as if this matter was indeed true. Mistress Xue Wu and the others became silent. If it was Mistress Cloud Crane's words, then they wouldn't believe it. But now that the common people were saying it, then they naturally believed it. Venerable Sea Calming died tragically in order to protect his hometown. He was a man with a heroic spirit and a heart of steel. But he's already dead. We feel sorry for him, but there's nothing we can do to change it. A 90-year-old old man walked out and said. He looked extremely benevolent, and when he spoke, his eyes were moist. Lord Lin Ling, we should erect a statue of Venerable Sea Calming. He is the hero of Xianpeng province. The remnants of Zhang Luochen's faction must be killed without mercy. Many people shouted as if they believed that Venerable Sea Calming had been killed by West Emperor Zhang Luochen. Extreme Flame Ancestor and the others had tears in their eyes. Venerable Sea Calming's death was indeed heroic. Everyone sighed softly. Only Ling Shan's eyes were red. She was so angry that she spat out a mouthful of blood. These people were twisting right and wrong. Most importantly, everyone on the street agreed with Mistress Cloud Crane's words, making it difficult for her to defend herself. Ling Shan, your father is already dead. You have to accept reality. Perhaps you've suffered too many setbacks in your life, but you have to be strong. From now on, you're my daughter. I'll treat you like how your father treated you. Mistress Cloud Crane said softly to Ling Shan. Her character made many people nod their heads. No, it's not like that. Ling Shan, Ling Shan kept trying to explain, but unfortunately, no one could hear her at this moment. Her words were obviously weak. You've suffered too much, causing you to speak incoherently. Men, bring Ling Shan to my house and treat her well. She will slowly recover. Mistress Cloud Crane sighed softly, her face filled with heartache. Ling Shan bit her lips until they were bleeding, but she didn't seem to feel it. They had never seen such a despicable person. Even Mistress Aquamist and Mistress Pooh believed Mistress Cloud Crane's words. After all, they had been around for a long time and knew that Mistress Cloud Crane was a good person. Instantly, they all spoke up for Mistress Cloud Crane, believing that Ling Shan had suffered too much of a shock, causing her to lose her mind. Mistress Cloud Crane still revealed a heartache after seeing so many people supporting her. However, a cold light flickered in the depths of his eyes. Clearly, he was extremely shrewd and had already prepared for this unexpected event. It's not like that. Why won't you listen to me? Stop. Ling Shan was still shouting, but no one could hear her. Mistress Cloud Crane waved her hand, ordering people to bring Ling Shan away. Enough. However, at this moment, an angry roar suddenly rang out, causing the crowd to instantly fall silent. They looked at the person who spoke and saw Lin Ling standing there quietly. His pitch-black eyes were still cold and emotionless. Ling Shan, you're too bold. You think you're Lin Ling's benefactor, so you're unruly and domineering. Now that you've angered Mistress Lin Ling, you should obediently apologize. Many people immediately shouted angrily. They thought that Lin Ling was angry at Ling Shan. Although you're Lin Ling's benefactor, Mistress Lin Ling has already repaid your kindness. Go back and recuperate immediately. Don't delay, Mistress Lin Ling. Enough. Mistress Shan Wu also walked over, wanting to help Ling Shan leave. Get lost. Enough. However, at this moment, Lin Ling roared again. He took a step forward and fiercely punched out. Rumble. Mistress Shan Wu seemed to have been struck by lightning. She flew along the street and penetrated a large number of buildings. The crowd immediately fell silent. What had happened? Mistress Lin Ling actually attacked Mistress Shan Wu? Speak. How did Venerable Sea Calming die? Enough. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling stared at Mistress Yun He and coldly spat out a sentence. This sentence caused everyone's expression to change drastically. Lin Ling was suspecting Mistress Yun He? Mistress Lin Ling, I've already said that Venerable Sea Calming died at the hands of the West Emperor, Zhang Luochen. Mistress Yun He was agitated, as if she had been greatly wronged. You have 2 more chances to speak the truth. If you miss these 2 chances, I'll make you wish you were dead. Enough. Lin Ling's voice seemed to come from the depths of hell. His cold eyes stared at Mistress Yun He. Plop. Mistress Yun He immediately knelt down. Mistress, if you want me to die, I'm willing to hand over my life. However, I hope that you won't slander me. I, Yun He, have lived a pure life. I don't want to leave behind a bad name after death. Enough. After saying this, he stretched out his right hand and fiercely slapped his own head. No. Enough. Mistress Shui Wu's expression changed. She turned into a cloud and appeared beside Mistress Yun He, quickly saving him. Plop. At this moment, the hundreds of thousands of people on the street all knelt down. Mistress Lin Ling, please investigate the truth and don't wrongly accuse Mistress Yun He. Mistress. Chapter 1734. Crazy orders. Lord Yunhe treats us like family. He's really doing this for Xianpeng province. Lord Lin Ling, don't wrong a good person because of other people's slander. Yes, the 90-year-old white-haired old man said with tears streaming down his face. Beside him was a 5 or 6-year-old child, who was also crying and begging for mercy. At this moment, it was as if the whole world was begging for mercy. Even Lord Yunhe was moved to tears. Lin Ling, I'm afraid there's more to this than meets the eye. Seeing such a sensational scene, Ancestor Taiyan walked to Lin Ling's side. Everyone looked at Lin Ling, hoping that Lin Ling would be lenient. However, under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling remained expressionless. His lips curled into a cold smile. A trick of self-injury? One must know that he had long felt that there was a mole hiding in the rainforest's sacred land. This time, he came back to pull out the mole. Otherwise, he would be in danger at any time if he stayed by his side. However, He didn't expect to encounter such a scene. You still have a chance to speak. Yes. Lin Ling spat out coldly. Domineering and ruthless. Boom. Everyone who knelt raised their heads, their hearts thundering. Lin Ling still didn't believe Lord Yunhe. Could it be that even they didn't believe him? Lord Lin Ling, you're going against the righteousness of the world. If you want to kill Lord Yunhe, at least give the world a reason. Otherwise, it's not good for your leadership of Xianpeng province. Moreover, if you really want to kill Lord Yunhe, then kill me first. In the past, it was Lord Yunhe who persuaded me to turn over a new leaf and follow Lord Lin Ling. Yes. At this moment, a voice came from afar. Lord Shan Wu was kneeling toward Lin Ling, carrying his heavy injuries. His loyalty shocked the world. Finally, he knelt in front of Lin Ling and kowtowed repeatedly. You just said that if I want to kill Lord Yunhe, then I'll kill you first? Lin Ling lowered his head and looked at Lord Shan Wu, his voice indifferent. That's right. Lord Yunhe is a righteous man. I am willing to die for him. Shan Wu Darren raised his head and said, his face showing the expression of a martyr. At this moment, many people were moved by Lord Shan Wu's sentiments. They believed that Lord Yunhe had been wrongly accused. After all, to be able to make a subordinate die for him, this showed that Lord Yunhe's character was indeed admirable. Boom. However, just as this thought surfaced in their minds, Lin Ling's palm slammed down. Lord Shan Wu's entire body turned into minced meat. His flesh exploded, and fresh blood splattered everywhere. The fresh blood even splattered onto Lin Ling's face. At this moment, Lin Ling was like a demon king from the ghost domain. Previously, Lord Shan Wu had wanted to pull out all the people of the world to speak together so that Lin Ling would hesitate to kill Lord Lin Ling. However, he knew that his calculations were wrong. Lin Ling still attacked. Everyone was terrified. In their hearts, Lin Ling was like a noble saint who held up the sky. But now, their view of Lin Ling had changed, and so had their image. Lord Lin Ling, you are Xianping province's #1 king. You are so cruel and merciless. You will chill everyone's hearts. If you want to kill Lord Yunhe, at least show us evidence. The 90-year-old elder said with a frown. The crowd echoed, as if saying that Lin Ling was a tyrant. Ha ha, ha ha. However, when the crowd pointed and whispered, Lin Ling looked up to the sky and laughed. His laughter carried a crazy killing intent, and even a towering rage. First, I am not a king, nor do I want to be one. I do not have any restrictions. Second, you are the ones who sought refuge with me. I did not ask you to come, so don't think that the one who wins the people's hearts wins the world. This principle is useless to me. Third, in this world strength is #1. I am the strongest in Xianpeng province, so I only need to suspect Lord Yunhe. That is enough. Yes. So, evidence? Do I need any evidence? Yes. His cold voice was like thunder, causing everyone's expression to change dramatically. Even Lord Yunhe's pupils constricted. He knew that Lin Ling would suspect him, but he had a way to deal with it. However, he did not expect Lin Ling to be so domineering and not play by the rules. He did not intend to listen to what everyone had to say, and did as he pleased. Lin Ling walked forward step by step, his expression cold. You have one more chance to speak. This time, you have to answer me. Who ordered you to do this? Yes. Lord Lin Ling. Please reconsider. After his voice fell, several figures appeared in front of Lin Ling. They were all protecting Lord Yunhe, not letting Lin Ling get close. They were also pleading for mercy. Lord Lin Ling, please investigate thoroughly before making a decision. If you want to touch Lord Yunhe, then you will have to step over my dead body. Yes. The person at the front was the 90-year-old elder. I have no interest in stepping over your dead body. Humph. However, Lin Ling did not give him any face and punched out. Boom. The powerless elder was blown apart by the punch. This time, everyone was even more shocked. One must know that Lin Ling hated bullying the weak, but now he was bullying the weak. He even killed an ordinary elder. Humph. Those who were standing in front of Lord Cloud Crane felt their hearts rumble. The trick of injuring oneself to gain sympathy is useless against me, and the rules of the world are even more useless against me. Humph. Lin Ling stepped forward again and punched out. Boom. Another person died, and the whole world fell silent. Lord Yuanhe's pupils trembled fiercely. This was what it meant to be domineering. If he suspected you, he would attack directly. No one could stop him. I don't care if you were wrongly accused or if you are a parasite hiding around me, but Venerable Seacoming is my benefactor. His death cannot be in vain. Even if the Deacon Palace of the mortal world were here, I would still dare to kill him. Humph. Venerable Seacoming was a righteous man, but he died here. His death was an unjust one. Damn. I, Lin Ling, regret not taking Venerable Seacoming to Shenhuang Dayu. I regret it so much. Damn. Following Lin Ling's footsteps, people were killed wherever he went. However, everyone could hear Lin Ling's painful and regretful voice. Yu Man Yun and the others even saw that the indomitable man's eyes were wet and tears were dripping down. The man was regretting. His brother, his benefactor, had died just like that. How could he not regret it? Yu Man Yun and the others' hearts trembled violently, and their eyes became moist. Lin Ling had shed blood and tears. This was their man. Kill. Kill them all. If you don't talk, I will kill until you talk. Use their heads as a sacrifice to Venerable Seacoming. Damn. Lin Ling's voice was like thunder as he issued a crazy order. Kill. Kill. The starry left court palace and the blazing right court palace were Lin Ling's subordinates. They only listened to one person in their lives, and that was Lin Ling. However, they didn't care about right or wrong, good or evil. Lord Yuanhe, what should we do now? Kill. Chapter 1735. When a king is angry, millions of corpses will fall. This Lin Ling is really crazy. Yes. Lord Yuanhe also stood up and roared. Lin Ling, king of Shenpang province, I didn't expect you to be so cruel and heartless. From now on, I, Lord Yuanhe, will no longer be your subordinate. Everyone, listen up. If you stay in the rainforest, you will be killed by Lin Ling sooner or later. Why not follow me? Yes. He obviously wanted to bewitch more people. Unfortunately, other than his hundreds of thousands of people, the others didn't move. They looked at them coldly. Although they didn't know if Lord Yuanhe was a traitor, they still believed in Lin Ling. Kill. Yes. Finally, everyone shouted angrily. Their killing intent soared to the sky. Kill. Yes. Lord Yuanhe saw that his plot had been exposed. He didn't care about his face anymore. At this moment, he also shouted ferociously. At the same time, he wanted to escape. Kill. Yes. The first civil war in the rainforest's history broke out. The sky, the ground, and everywhere was filled with killing. You actually held the divine weapon given by Lord Lin Ling and used it to kill your own people. Traitor, die. Yes. You sit in a high position, but without Lin Ling, would you have all of this? Yes. At this point, the crowd had already guessed that Lord Yuanhe didn't treat his people like his children. If he really treated his people like his children, he wouldn't have resisted. Instead, he would have been killed by Lin Ling openly. But obviously, Lord Yuanhe didn't dare to do so. The most infuriating thing was that Lin Ling protected those martial artists, and those martial artists also shared the divine weapon. However, they wanted to harm Lin Ling insidious, extremely insidious. Kill. Yes. More and more experts from the rainforest's sacred land moved out. Lord Yuanhe's expression changed drastically. If this continued, he would definitely lose. Kill Lin Ling and be titled Celestial Emperor. Lord Yuanhe roared angrily. He then quietly retreated, turned into clouds, and dissipated on the ground. He was afraid, so he had to leave this place immediately. Kill. Under Lord Yuanhe's command, 120,000 of the 180,000 experts were killed in a short period of time. The remaining people no longer had the will to fight. They all knelt on the ground and looked at the corpses on the street, their hearts trembling violently. When a king is enraged, millions of corpses will fall. This was the only thought in their minds. Lord Shui Wu, Lord Pu, and the others surrounded them with extremely cold expressions. They glanced around and immediately discovered that Lord Yuanhe had disappeared. This made them even more furious because they believed in Lord Yuanhe. But who would have thought that Lord Yuanhe was actually a traitor? What a cunning Lord Cloud Crane. Did he escape? Patriarch Extreme Flame and the others had also guessed what had happened. At this moment, they were all furious. Bang! At this moment, a figure fell from the sky, causing the ground to crack. Everyone looked over and found that it was Lord Xueqi. At this moment, his face was pale, and it was unknown how many of his bones had been broken. Everyone looked at the sky again and suddenly found that Lin Ling had appeared in the sky. Obviously, Lord Xueqi wanted to escape, but Lin Ling caught him and brought him back. Why did you kill Venerable Xueqi? Who told you to do it? In the sky, Lin Ling walked down like a god of death. Lord Xueqi's body trembled violently. He suddenly recalled Venerable Xueqi's words, "Don't provoke Lin Ling, otherwise, you will regret it." Now, he finally understood the meaning of those words. He didn't expect Lin Ling to be smarter than he thought. He didn't fall for the trap at all. Most importantly, he did things his own way and didn't play by the rules. After all, which king would dare to kill more than 100,000 people based on suspicion? Haha, kill me. As long as I'm dead, you will never know the answer. Come. Lord Xueqi was worthy of being a fierce and ruthless character. At this moment, he was unyielding. He wanted to see Lin Ling's angry expression because Lin Ling wanted to know the answer, but he wouldn't say it. Bring out all of Lord Xueqi's family members. Lin Ling's eyes were emotionless as he coldly shouted. A moment later, a large number of people were brought out. Among them were Lord Xueqi's son, grandson, wife, and even his second wife. Lin Ling smiled. His smile was extremely cold as he walked towards Lord Xueqi's son. Lord Xueqi's eyes narrowed. What are you trying to do? He suddenly panicked. He wasn't afraid of death, but he didn't want to see his descendants die in front of him. I'll do whatever you want to see. Lin Ling's smile was bloodthirsty as he grabbed Lord Xueqi's son. A flame burned out of his right hand, but it didn't burn his entire body. Instead, it passed through Lord Yun's skin and burned his bones. Ah! Lord Yun immediately let out a painful cry, his face contorting. Lin Ling, you're the devil. Roar! Lord Xueqi roared, but Lin Ling smiled again. He reached out his left hand and brought Lord Xueqi's grandson over. Similarly, he grabbed the child's arm and burned his bones. Tear Lord Xueqi's wives into pieces. Lin Ling said coldly. Ruthless. Lin Ling would let Lord Xueqi see who was more ruthless. You won't talk? Fine, let's see how long you can endure. No. Lord Xueqi's heart ached. He let out a ferocious roar, I'll talk, I'll talk. He compromised. He was completely afraid of Lin Ling. He understood Venerable Xueqi's words even more now. Don't provoke Lin Ling, because he couldn't afford to. I'm from the prestigious Yun family. I received orders to infiltrate the rainforest and assassinate you. Venerable Xueqi was your confidant, so I told him to poison you with wine. Who knew that Venerable Xueqi would be so unyielding? He drank the wine himself and then exploded his dantian. Originally, as long as you didn't suspect me, I could have slowly found the next person to kill you. But you suspected me and attacked me right away, causing my plan to fail. My plan failed, Lord Xueqi said. Many people's expressions changed, especially Lord Watermist and the others. They were filled with guilt. Before, they had believed Lord Xueqi and even pleaded for mercy on his behalf. For a moment, they didn't dare to look at Lin Ling. Their guilt grew even stronger. Boom! At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes instantly turned red. Terrifying flames erupted from his body. Between his hands, Lord Yunha's son and grandson were immediately incinerated into nothingness, leaving only 2 heads for Lin Ling to grab. Lin Ling, I already told you why you killed my son. Lord Cloud Crane cried out in pain. Was his bloodline going to die? You're in pain. You're regretting it. Let me tell you, not only are they going to die, their souls will never enter the cycle of reincarnation. I want their souls to be eternally tortured. Lin Ling laughed madly. He grabbed a head with both hands, but his soul force transformed into a terrifying hand that grabbed the 2 souls, preventing them from entering the cycle of reincarnation. The 2 souls were Lord Cloud Crane's son and grandson. Whip. His soul force transformed into a whip that ruthlessly lashed at the 2 souls. The souls were forced to reveal their true forms, and their cries of pain rang out incessantly. It must be known that a soul injury was more painful than a physical injury. How terrifying! Those under Lord Xueqi's command all trembled. Chapter 1736. Men don't cry easily. You're the one who killed them. When you killed Venerable Sea Calming, did you ever think about his descendants? Besides, the Holy Land of the Rainforest treated you like a family member and you betrayed us. When you did all that, did you think about your descendants? Lin Ling let out a cold shout. Execute all of Lord Yunha's relatives, he growled again. Said Lin Ling coldly. This world was heartless. Everyone was making plans for themselves, including Lord Cloud Crane. However, he was the loser. If Lin Ling was the loser, more people would die. Therefore, Lin Ling wouldn't be merciful. Who is the mastermind behind this? Tell me, and I'll scatter their souls so they won't have to suffer anymore. Said Lin Ling icily. It's Shen Yuan Jiu Tian, it's Ji Meng Ling, it's the Shen Yuan clan and the Ji clan who want to kill you. It's the Yungu Celestial Deus. Champion University is also watching. Master Yun He's voice was getting lower and lower. He couldn't fight back anymore. Fwap! Lin Ling released his soul strength and the two souls in the sky turned into ashes. Lin Ling walked towards Master Yun He, step by step. Finally, he stopped in front of Master Yun He and looked at him icily. Kill me, said Master Yun He. Lord Cloud Crane said. He knew that he would not be able to escape death. I will kill you, but I won't let you die. I want you to kneel down and worship the Hai Ding Zun cultivator forever, said Master Yun He. Lin Ling spat out a sentence and punched out, turning Lord Yun He's body into dust, leaving only a head. However, Lin Ling immediately poured out the spirit water from the void mystic gourd to protect Lord Yun He from dying. In the end, only a head was left. Put all the heads together and offer sacrifices to the Hai Ding Zun cultivator, said Master Yun He. Said Lin Ling coldly. He turned around and left. Your Excellency, we know we were wrong. We're subordinates. How could we go against Master Yun He's orders? We're innocent, said Master Yun He. On the ground, the martial artists kneeling on the ground all cried out. They were filled with regret and fear. They hadn't thought that Eastern Sage Lin Ling's anger would be so terrifying. They had always been under Lin Ling's protection. They thought that Lin Ling treated his family and friends well, so they did whatever they wanted and were lawless. However, they now knew that Lin Ling's other side was so fierce that he could be called a killing god. If they became friends, they could go to heaven. If they became enemies, they could go to hell. Kill them all. Hai Ding Zun cultivator, said Master Yun He. Lin Ling did not even look at them as he coldly spat out a sentence. Your Excellency, Master Yun He. Those martial artists all kowtowed. The power of faith in their hearts had vanished into thin air. In the face of absolute strength, any faith was useless. Unfortunately, there was no turning back in life. Since he had made a mistake once, he would use his entire life to make up for it. Die! Die! The entire sacred rainforest and Xianpeng province were watching Lin Ling kill hundreds of thousands of people in a fit of rage. Blood flowed like rivers and corpses were everywhere. Dong Zun Lin Ling is so scary. That's right. That's the real Dong Zun. Anyone who offended him or betrayed him will be killed. That's right. Good. Cruel and unscrupulous people must be killed. That's right. After a brief moment of silence, the crowd shouted excitedly. The stench of blood permeated the streets. Hundreds of thousands of human skulls were piled up on the streets. It was a ghastly sight. The skulls were almost 10 meters tall, and at the highest point of the skulls was Lord Yun He's head. The most terrifying thing was that he was still alive. He looked at everything in front of him with eyes full of pain. Behind the tower of human heads was a memorial tablet. It looked like an indomitable man. It was Venerable Hai Ding's memorial tablet. Hundreds of thousands of human heads were piled up to pay homage to Venerable Hai Ding. Crazy! Crazy! Martial artists from other regions in Xianpeng province couldn't help but gasp when they saw the scene from afar. Behind the memorial tablet, hundreds of millions of people were kneeling. They looked at the man kneeling in front of the memorial tablet, and they were all silent at this moment. Your Excellency, it's my fault. His voice drifted out of Lin Ling's mouth as he kowtowed to Lin Ling. Even now, Lin Ling still regarded the Venerable Sea Calming as his lord. Without the Venerable Sea Calming, there wouldn't be the current Lin Ling and there wouldn't be an entertainment's sacred ground. I should have brought you to Shenhuang Dayu and left you alone. It's my fault. I didn't protect you well. I, Lin Ling, regret it so much. Everyone heard the sobbing voice. At this moment, Lord Shui Wu, Lord Pu, and the others' eyes became moist. Men do not easily shed tears, but that is only because they have not been deeply hurt. Even if they were suppressed by a powerful expert, even if their bones were broken, and even if they died, a good man would not cry. However, there are still soft spots in a man's heart. Once touched, they would still shed tears. Before I left, I had a drinking contest with you for a night. I didn't expect it to be the last song. This wine is the demon race's strong wine. Lin Ling salutes you. Lin Ling took out the demon realm's wine and poured it in front of the memorial tablet. Then he took a big gulp. His eyes gradually turned red. A man should be ruthless. Deeds and benevolence don't coexist. A man should kill, and he should kill without mercy. 1,000 years of immortal work is done in killing. In the past, there were heroic men who valued loyalty and promises. Killing with a single glance, their bodies are lighter than a feather. There were also heroes and tyrants who killed like flies. They galloped across the world and only praised their weapons. Today I seek such things, but in vain I catch the moon's shadow. A grand song drifted out of the rainforest's sacred ground. With the strong wine in his throat, Lin Ling stood up straight. His blue robe and long hair fluttered in the wind. His pitch-black eyes looked at the 9 heavens. Suddenly he whispered, "Where is the ancient Ji family?" "My lord, the ancient Ji family is a 3-star saint in Xianpang province. They are one of the most powerful deacon palaces in the human world. They are located at the border of Xianpang province's Avalon of 5 elements, the Forbidden City." Lord Shui Wu immediately replied, "Every injustice has its perpetrator, every debt has its debtor. Ji Mengling and Shenyuan Zhoutian must die. Their heads will be used as a sacrifice to venerable Si Kaming." Lin Ling's eyes were cold. He suddenly poured the wine in his hand into his mouth. Everyone's heart trembled violently. They suddenly guessed what Lin Ling was going to do. "My lord, we are going to the Fire Tribe to seek justice because we are in the right. However, if you go to the ancient Ji family, you won't have any justification. After all, this is Lord Yunhe's words. The ancient Ji family will definitely deny it." Lord Shui Wu guessed Lin Ling's thoughts and immediately advised him. Lin Ling definitely wanted to go to the ancient Ji family. However, a single move could cause 1,000 ripples. It was not as simple as going to the Fire Tribe to seek justice. "Lin Ling, calm down. The ancient Ji family is also part of the 7 Emperors' Heaven. They have a good relationship with several venerable sovereigns among the 7 emperors. Most importantly, what can you say at this moment? If you are bitten by the ancient Ji family, it will be even worse." At this time, several figures descended from the sky. They were the unhindered Sky Emperor, Bai Yun Tiendi, and the others. Chapter 1737. Intruding into the tiger's den. "Yes, let Emperor Yu and the others handle this," Bai Yun Tiendi advised. Lin Ling killed Ji Yuan of the ancient Ji family because Ji Yuan made the first move and Lin Ling was in the right. Now that Lin Ling was here, Lin Ling was in the wrong. Lin Ling ignored everyone's advice and gulped down another mouthful of wine. "With strong wine in my throat, I will raise my sword and kill to the 9 heavens." Boom! Boom! Everyone's expression changed. Lin Ling still dared to kill. "This is my business. You don't have to follow me. Go!" With that, Lin Ling took a big step forward and flew into the distance. This guy is impulsive. If he doesn't like someone, he will attack. Unhindered Sky Emperor and the others had ugly expressions, but they felt that it was normal. If Lin Ling swallowed his anger, then he wouldn't be Lin Ling. After Lin Ling left, all the warriors in Xianpang province became agitated. Without any hesitation, they followed Lin Ling to the Forbidden City. They might not be a match for the ancient Ji family, but they wanted to see their king and seek justice for venerable Si Kaming. Most of the Avalon of 5 elements in the mortal world were located at the 3 mysterious borders. The ancient Ji family was located in one of the Avalon of 5 elements. In the entire Xianpang province, they were the only ones qualified to live there. Besides the ancient Ji family, there was also the Supreme Eternal Palace in the Forbidden City. These 3 ancient powers were one of the highest deacons in the mortal world. In the sky, Lin Ling's figure was like a sword as he sped past. Lin Ling knew that he had a lot of enemies. Even the Sky Lord of the human realm's highest deacon palace did not like him. However, there were many people who wanted to kill him, but no one dared to touch him openly. So this time, he was only looking for enemies, which were Shenyuan Jiutian and Ji Mengling. Lin Ling had never been to the Forbidden City, but he was very familiar with Xianpeng province. If he guessed correctly, it should be behind the splendid landscape. Sure enough, after flying past the splendid mountains and rivers, an ancient and enormous mountain appeared in front of them. The size of this mountain was completely beyond what Lin Ling had ever seen in his life. Most importantly, this mountain was completely purple and flickered with fluorescent light, as if it was the hardest mountain in the world. Meanwhile, at the top of the mountain, white clouds drifted about. There were auspicious beasts flying about, and one could vaguely see ancient city walls that were built alongside the mountain. Avalon of 5 elements. Avalon of metal. Lin Ling's memories surfaced in his mind. He shot straight towards the ancient mountain in front of him. As he neared, Lin Ling discovered that the huge ancient mountain's peak had been cleaved open by someone. It was as smooth as a mirror, and there were many luxurious buildings. It was like the world's most magnificent imperial city. The Forbidden City. In Xianpeng province, only ancient martial artists had heard of this name. It represented the endless glory of Xianpeng province. Those who could live here were like people above others, incomparably noble. Lin Ling's footsteps stopped in mid-air as he looked at the magnificent imperial city in front of him. Who are you? Tell me your name. At this time, an angry roar came from the front. The Forbidden City was an incomparably glorious ancient city. How could ordinary people get close to it? One had to know that without the invitation of the ancient Ji family, the Supreme Family, or the Eternal Palace, anyone who came here would be killed without mercy. In these years, there was no lack of martial artists from Xianpeng province who came here out of curiosity. However, they were immediately killed, causing this place to become a forbidden area. Kill! Therefore, those people's questions were unnecessary because they immediately attacked. Uprooting mountains and rivers. Kill! Lin Ling's eyes were cold. The other party had killed the moment they attacked, so he would not show any mercy. With a single slash, the power of 14 universes erupted and the 4 experts who were charging at him were beheaded. Their strength was at the 5th layer of the Saint Realm and they were able to kill 90% of the cultivators in the Great Xianpeng region, but Lin Ling was not included. How dare you! Kill! Another voice came from afar. Someone stronger had arrived. What's your purpose here? You killed people from the Eternal Palace the moment you arrived. You're too domineering. Those experts roared. They did not expect that they were the ones who attacked first. Perhaps subconsciously, they thought that no one was allowed to come close to the Forbidden City or they would be killed without mercy. Therefore it was normal for them to kill. However, Lin Ling's killing was domineering. Lin Ling did not bother to answer. The sword in his hand was the answer. Wind strike. Boom. Tens of thousands of doppelgangers appeared, each holding a divine weapon and charging forward. Boom. Those from the Eternal Palace were shocked. They did not expect the newcomer to be so arrogant. Those who block me will die. However, Lin Ling only had one sentence. Form the sword formation. Those people were obviously not weak. Each of them held a sword in their hand and took a mysterious step. They formed a sword formation of 100 people in the sky. The aura was so strong that it soared into the sky. The sharpness of the swords was extremely dazzling. The middle-aged man who led the group was furious at the beginning. At this moment, he calmed down and sneered. In Xianpeng province, only the celestial emperors of the 7 emperors' heaven are powerful. However, ordinary celestial emperors know about the taboo here and will not barge in. You are quite strong and should be at the celestial emperor level. However, you still dare to barge in despite knowing that it is a taboo. Therefore, if I'm not wrong, you should be Lin Ling from Xianpeng province. He laughed confidently as if he knew that Lin Ling would come. Lin Ling, the hero of the human world? The king of Xianpeng province? Haha, you're just a country bumpkin. Do you think that the Forbidden City is a place where a filthy lowly like you can come close? The others were stunned for a moment and then laughed mockingly. You actually knew that I would come. It seems that someone has informed you. I wonder where you are martial artists from? Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and asked indifferently. The Eternal Palace. The middle-aged man said proudly. It's one of the highest executive palaces in the human world. In fact, The Eternal Palace has no enmity with you. Of course, with your strength, you are not qualified to be our enemy. Then why did you stop me? Lin Ling frowned. Because of the ancient Ji family. We received orders to guard the Forbidden City and prevent outsiders from barging in. Therefore we stopped you. Of course, it's not that the Eternal Palace is against you. We just don't want an ant to enter here. The middle-aged man said indifferently, as if Lin Ling was an ordinary martial artist. Although they did not join forces with the ancient Ji family to deal with Lin Ling, they would not allow Lin Ling to enter the Forbidden City. To put it bluntly, they did not take Lin Ling seriously. I understand now. Lin Ling smiled coldly. Ji family's Ji Mengling's plan. If Lord Yunhe's matter fails, I will definitely come here. Therefore they asked people to stop me. Their goal is simple. They planned to plot against me from the beginning. If they failed, I would be enraged and barge in here. At that time, I would have violated the rules of the human world. Even the 7 emperors would not be able to protect me. Impressive. The middle-aged man sneered and nodded. Lin Ling was indeed smart. At present, Lin Ling was the hero of the human world and had the 7 emperors behind him. Ordinary people could hardly touch him. However, if Lin Ling violated the rules, no one would object to killing him. The whole plan was linked together. That Ji Mengling was indeed impressive. Now, are you going to continue barging in? Or are you going to run away like a stray dog? The middle-aged man said again. The people behind him with ancient swords laughed. Lin Ling was no match for one of the highest executive palaces in the human world. Kill. Chapter 1738. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios' murderous aura shook the sky. You have guts. Kill, don't show mercy. The middle-aged man shouted coldly. The sword formation began to operate. Surging sword origin power bloomed. Sword light crisscrossed and fought all enemies. Clang. Countless clones rushed over in an attempt to break through the sword formation. However, the sword formation was extremely powerful. It was interlocked and grew endlessly. It was an extremely powerful offensive sword formation. Do you know that you want to break through the sword formation of Eternal Palace? Eternal Palace is an ancient faction that guards chaotic demon sea. You are not qualified. The middle-aged man suddenly sneered, but his smile quickly froze. The tens of thousands of scattered clones in front of him actually gathered into a terrifying sword formation, transforming into a giant sword that reached the heavens and fiercely slashed over. How is this possible? The middle-aged man gasped. He knew that Lin Ling was using a cloning technique. However, ordinary cloning techniques were mostly used in chaotic battles. They could not be as orderly as an army, let alone form a sword formation. Lin Ling controlled the clones and formed a sword formation. How much soul power did he need to do that? Rumble. All the divine weapons and clones gathered together. Their offensive power was extremely terrifying. They attacked a corner of the eternal sword formation. The dozens of people guarding the sword formation could not withstand it. Their treasured swords were broken and they died. Without the dozens of people, the eternal sword formation lost half of its power. The expressions of the Eternal Palace warriors changed drastically. Previously, you used the sword formation to deal with me. Now, I will use the sword formation to deal with you. The tens of thousands of clones roared angrily. Their voices shook the clouds. The middle-aged man's face turned pale. Without the sword formation, they could not resist Lin Ling. Lin Ling, we only received orders to stop you. However, you have already broken through our sword formation. You can enter. The middle-aged man hurriedly said. Didn't you say that Eternal Palace is very arrogant and that it is impossible for them to be afraid of me? Why are you afraid now? Moreover, it is too late to beg for mercy now. Lin Ling said coldly. The tens of thousands of clones transformed into a river of swords and charged over. No, don't. The martial artists of Eternal Palace were all shocked. Lin Ling wanted to kill them all. Previously, they were also toying with Lin Ling because Lin Ling was an ant. But who knew that Lin Ling could break their sword formation and kill them in the end? Rumble. In the sky, the sharpness of the sword bloomed, and a murderous aura filled the air. A large amount of blood spilled from the sky. After a while, on the top of the Forbidden City, tens of thousands of figures stepped down and then merged into one person. It was Lin Ling. And behind him, the people from Eternal Palace were completely annihilated. Lin Ling didn't want to provoke the Eternal Palace, but if they dared to stop him, he would kill them without mercy. Today, he had to kill Xuenyuan Zhoutian and Ji Mengling. He would kill anyone who tried to stop him. A man should kill, and he should kill without mercy. The immortal work of 1,000 years was all in the killing. Who is so bold to break into the Forbidden City? It seems to be Lin Ling. Previously, young Master Ji said that Lin Ling is likely to kill his way here. Now it has happened. The deacons of the 3 highest deacons of the human realm are gathered here. Lin Ling dares to kill them? Kill him. The Forbidden City was vast and boundless. Other than the towering imperial city, there were many martial artists around. At this moment, they were all furious. Moreover, the news gradually spread, causing the 3 mysterious realms of the human realm to be shaken again. Lin Ling provoked the Hua tribe and the Yi tribe not long ago. Now, he is killing his way into the Forbidden City? He is crazy. I don't know what happened to make Lin Ling so bold. I heard that one of his subordinates died. He is going to seek justice. In Xianping province, a large number of martial artists flew towards the Forbidden City. Among them, martial artists from the Rainforest Sacred Land led the way. In addition, many martial artists from the Xianyuan realm and Xianhuang Daiyu also came. To them, Lin Ling was too crazy. Among them, many were looking forward to Lin Ling dying in the Forbidden City. Some were also looking forward to Lin Ling creating another miracle. No matter what, for a subordinate, he dared to kill his way up to the 9th heaven. Such a magnanimous junior was admired by many. As time passed, a large number of martial artists gathered near the Forbidden City. They were all looking at the endless glory of the ancient imperial city. In the Forbidden City, Lin Ling didn't know what was happening outside. He knew that the entire Forbidden City was moving. Sure enough, everything was Ji Mengling's plan. She wanted to force Lin Ling to do something outrageous. Not only did the entire city not make Lin Ling retreat, the murderous intent in his eyes grew thicker. What kind of person was Ji Mengling? Did she want to kill him so much? And Xuenyuan Zhoutian, they had laid out a detailed plan to kill him. Lin Ling, this is not Xianping province. This is the Forbidden City. You came here to do whatever you want. You are too bold. Even if the 7 emperors are here, they will kill you today. In the Forbidden City, a large number of experts appeared. Looking carefully, there were actually many heavenly emperors. Haha, today, I will kill Ji Mengling and Xianyuan Zhoutian. Whoever dares to stop me will be killed without mercy. In the streets, Lin Ling walked towards the ancient imperial city. He had strong wine in one hand and a sword in the other. He drank as he walked. At the same time, he poured the wine on the ground as if he was toasting supremacy Ding Hai. It was also as if they were drinking 300 cups under the night sky. As the strong wine entered his throat, his murderous intent shook the heavens. Crazy, this is a true heavenly emperor. In the distance, the onlookers sucked in a breath of cold air. Only Lin Ling had the courage to kill his way into the Forbidden City alone. And in the streets, the ancient Ji family and Eternal Palace martial artists had extremely cold expressions. Their murderous intent surged. Lin Ling actually dared to threaten to kill young Master Ji and the 9 heavenly emperors. Shameless boasting. Kneel down for me. An expert from the ancient Ji family unleashed his innate talent and transformed into a towering giant. He strode towards Lin Ling. This person was an expert with the title of Heavenly Emperor, but he did not belong to the younger generation. His strength had reached the peak of the gold rank. The Emperor's legacy. The Emperor's footsteps. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted. The buildings in the Forbidden City seemed to be swept up by a storm. They were all overturned and somersaulted in the sky. And in the sky, a golden foot ruthlessly stomped down. The Ji family cultivated the power of faith. The stronger one's talent, the faster they could absorb the power of faith and the stronger the power. However, even if martial artists had ordinary talent, as long as they absorbed the power of faith over a long period of time, their strength would be extremely terrifying. They could reach the peak of the Saint Rune martial arts realm. Boom! The foot stomped down as if it wanted to trample mountains and rivers. The entire earth shook. That is the Ji family's heavenly emperor Di Kan. He was extremely famous 100 years ago, but later on, he changed his name. I remember the last time I saw him. It was on the Martial Pavilion's Xian ranking. He was ranked 22nd. In the distance, an ancient martial artist exclaimed in shock. Can Lin Ling still be alive? Yes. Chapter 1739. Exterminating the world. As the giant retreated, the space flickered like water. A figure stood on the giant's shoulder with a sword hanging on his neck. Good wine. Good wine. Everyone heard the bold words. Heavenly Emperor Decan's expression changed drastically. How could Lin Ling destroy his Heavenly Emperor career? He turned to look at Lin Ling on his shoulder and was about to speak. Whoosh! A sword slashed and the giant's head fell to the ground. A gold-level Heavenly Emperor fell here. His strength has increased again. Wow! Seeing this scene, many people's hearts trembled violently. All along, Lin Ling's name moved the world because of his heroic reputation and his terrifying charisma. Now, they realized that Lin Ling's strength was not weak either. Take my sword, Eternal World. Boom! At this time, an expert from the Eternal Palace roared. A sword came from the horizon. It was the origin energy of the Transcendence Realm, extremely terrifying. That is the eternal energy. It is said that when cultivated to the peak, the sword will be immortal. The experts that came today were the oldest existences in the mortal world. It was as if they had opened the secret of the mortal world. The Eternal Palace is the ancient sword palace that guards the chaotic demon sea. It has been hiding in the mortal world. Who would have thought that it would appear in the Forbidden City today? Someone said secretly. None of the forces and experts that appeared here were simple. Lin Ling, you also use a sword. I wonder how powerful your sword is? In the distance, the sword cry became louder and louder. It was like thunder that tore the sky apart. A sword instantly appeared in front of Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling stabbed with his sword. The tip of the sword clashed with the tip of the sword, causing an ear-piercing sound. All the houses in front of the Forbidden City turned into ashes. I really don't understand the sword, but I have strength. Lin Ling looked up and said indifferently. On the other side was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He was refined like an immortal, but at this moment, his expression changed drastically. He had cultivated the way of the sword for 100 years and his attainments were extremely deep. He was an ancient heavenly emperor with half a foot in the silver rank. He was confident that as long as it wasn't a silver rank heavenly emperor, no one would be able to block a single strike from him. But now, reality told him that a swordsman didn't have to rely on the power of the sword. Just strength alone could crush everything. That's right, Lin Ling's 14 universe power crushed his sword Dao. I'm impressed. Despite your young age, your strength is already exceedingly high. In the future, you will surely become an expert that can shake the world. Sadly, you are too reckless. You shouldn't have come here today. That middle-aged man faintly spoke. It was as though he was telling Lin Ling that since he dared to come here, he would die for sure. Thank you for reminding me. Let me also remind you that you and I have no enmity. Unfortunately, you were too reckless. You shouldn't have used your sword earlier. Lin Ling stretched out his left hand, took a sip of wine, and said indifferently. He was also telling his opponent that if he dared to draw his sword, he would die. I am Eternal Palace's swordsman Qing Ling. You want to kill me too? That middle-aged man frowned. If I couldn't block your previous sword, then I would have died. If I could block it, then you would be the one to die. We are both swordsmen in a life and death battle. Why speak so much nonsense? Lin Ling smiled coldly. Tremendous strength slashed out fiercely, and the sword light was like thunder. Rumble! The void exploded. Previously, Lin Ling had used strength. Now, he erupted with the power of Space Source. Your sword can still be improved. Swordsman Qing Ling's expression changed drastically. He thought that Lin Ling's sword was only strong, but he was clearly wrong. In terms of source power, Lin Ling also had it, and it was stronger than his. Clang! He raised his sword to block, but the sword instantly broke, turning into sparkling fragments. Then, a sword mark appeared on his neck. Lin Ling walked past him, one hand holding a murderous sword, the other holding a wine jug. It was as though he could kill a person with every 10 steps and leave no trace for thousands of miles. Thud! At the same time, swordsman Qing Ling collapsed. Before he died, he said a sentence, "Good sword." Bang! The The crowd was in an uproar again. Lin Ling probably had few opponents among gold-rank heavenly emperors. Heavenly emperor powerhouses, each one was an existence that reigned supreme. Furthermore, each birth required the expenditure of endless resources. They were the elites of the mortal world's martial artists. But now, two of such terrifying powerhouses had fallen. Furthermore, they were both killed by one sword. Lin Ling dared to charge into Forbidden City alone. He indeed had a bit of confidence. Terrifying. If this continues, Lin Ling will probably be able to enter Forbidden City. Many people's blood boiled. Even some martial artists who disliked Lin Ling had their thoughts changed at this moment. Admiring Lin Ling. Kill! There were still a large number of powerhouses in front of Forbidden City. At this moment, they roared one after another and then pounced towards Lin Ling. They did not believe that a mere Lin Ling could shake their dignity. If they allowed Lin Ling to enter Forbidden City, then what dignity would the ancient Ji family, Eternal Palace, and Xueqi clan have? Dragons soaring into the universe. Facing the murderous intent that filled the sky, Lin Ling sneered. He drank a mouthful of wine into his stomach. Terrifying flames erupted from the soles of his feet. Bang! A divine dragon soared into the sky. A pillar of fire rose from the ground. The martial artists who approached Lin Ling were all turned into ashes. This was the transcendent realm of the source of fire. Who could block it? Rumble! The entire outside of Forbidden City turned into a city of fire at this moment. Who knew how many powerhouses died there? Amidst the flames that filled the sky, the man in the blue and white robe moved forward again. One sword, one flame, killing everything under the heavens. Is there no one who can stop him? Seeing this majestic scene, the martial artists of the three profound of the human realm all sucked in a breath of cold air. To kill a large number of heavenly emperors in one move. Among the younger generation of heavenly emperors, only Lin Ling could do this. Lin Ling was a super monster. The entire outside of Forbidden City immediately became silent. Only Lin Ling's footsteps were still moving forward. What was surprising was that the ancient Ji family and other powerful giants did not send out more powerhouses. They are waiting for the appearance of the 7 emperors. Finally, someone guessed the thoughts of the human realm's giants. As expected of the human realm's giants, they did things flawlessly. Before killing Lin Ling, they were actually waiting for Lin Ling's backer to appear. First, they would know who Lin Ling's backer was. Second, at that time, no one in the world would have any objections to killing Lin Ling. Forbidden City. At this moment, Lin Ling stopped and looked in front of him. In front of him was an ancient golden city wall. It was actually one of the city walls of the Avalon of 5 elements. This reminded him that these city walls were built by Li Xiaoyao in the past. Lin Ling, come in. At this time, a voice drifted out from the ancient Forbidden City. Many people finally understood that the human realm's giants were indeed waiting for Lin Ling. At this moment, in the vast Forbidden City, a large number of human realm's giants were gathered. They were divided into several groups and sat there. Some were drinking wine, some were chatting and laughing. Looking carefully, there were ancient Xiandi experts from the ancient Ji family, Xueqi experts, and Eternal Palace experts. In addition, there were also experts from the Sky Clan at the ancient Yungu Immortal platform. On the other side, there were the 7 emperors. They were all sitting there with cold expressions. Obviously, there was a transmission array in the Forbidden City that allowed these ancient giants to arrive here first. Lin Ling, although you are a hero of the human realm, you are too overbearing to barge into the Forbidden City. At this time, a cold voice drifted out. It was Xueqi Zhoutian. Chapter 1740. Entering the Forbidden City. As far as I know, someone planted a mole in Lin Ling's rainforest sacred ground in an attempt to assassinate Lin Ling, resulting in the death of one of Lin Ling's subordinates. That's why Lin Ling is here. An old man said coldly. He was Emperor Li Ho. Emperor Li Ho, do you have any evidence to prove that the mole is from the ancient Ji family? Beside Emperor Li Ho, one of the 7 emperors sneered. He was a law overlord and had a good relationship with the ancient Ji family. The ancient Ji family belonged to Xianpang province, so their heavenly emperors were naturally from the 7 emperors' world. However, they were not from Emperor Li Ho or Emperor Yu's side. Emperor Li Ho fell silent. Without evidence, he could not refute it. Also, it's only one of his subordinates who died, yet he made such a big fuss. Does he think he has the final say in Xianping province and the Seven Emperors world? Another Seven Emperor said coldly. This person was fat and had a round face, like a god of wealth. His name was Emperor Luo. These 7 emperors were all speaking for the ancient Ji family. They had completely forgotten that if Lin Ling had not won first place in the realm of true martial, the 7 emperors world would not have the qualifications to be proud. Hee, how loyal. For a subordinate, Lin Ling is fighting against the world. However, the human world has order. How can they tolerate Lin Ling doing whatever he wants? In my opinion, Lin Ling should be executed on the spot. While everyone was silent, a young man who looked like Pan and sneered. He was Ji Mengling. He was young, but he was extremely shrewd. All the plans were laid out by him. No, Lin Ling is a hero of the human world. How can he be executed so casually? It's because of his title that he can do whatever he wants. Heaven-blessed martial artist, as one of the 8 great desolates of the human world, what do you think? Emperor Xiaoyao, you represent the slaughter sect and are one of the 8 great desolates of the human world. What do you think? In the Forbidden City, everyone was discussing how to deal with Lin Ling. Emperor Yu and Emperor Lishou had ugly expressions. Although they had the highest seniority here, the other 7 emperors were not on their side, so their words were not strong enough. This is the matter of the 7 emperors' world. They will naturally deal with it. We are just here to watch a good show. In the camp, a young man, come, was 2. The 2s. At this moment, a slender figure finally arrived at the Golden Gate. He wore a blue and white robe and held a flagon of wine in his hand. 1 man and 1 sword stepped into the world of the giants of the human world. Lin Ling is here. At the same time, terrifying killing intent radiated from Lin Ling. Except for the titled Xian Di, all the heavenly emperors felt a chill in their hearts. It was as if they had seen the god of death. The giants of the human world looked at Lin Ling solemnly. Lin Ling was brave and smart. His talent was not weak. In the human world, he was indeed a junior who could not be underestimated. Unfortunately, Lin Ling had caused a disaster. He knew it was a trap, but he still dared to come to the Forbidden City. Lin Ling, do you know your crime? In the silence, a cold voice drifted over. In the distance, Ji Mengling was drinking wine. He was very beautiful. He did not look like a man, but more like a woman. You are Ji Mengling? Lin Ling did not answer his question. Instead, he asked a question. That's me. Ji Mengling nodded with a smile. Well, I'll say it here. Today, I'll take your head. Lin Ling nodded and said indifferently. His words made the crowd's eyes narrow. The giants of the human world gathered here. Lin Ling still dared to be so arrogant. Lin Ling, that's enough. You killed your way into the Forbidden City. What do you think the highest Deacon Palace is? Seeing Lin Ling's arrogance, Shenyuan Zhouqian could not help but shout angrily. His eyes were full of cold killing intent. Lin Ling did not pay attention to him. He looked around and found that there were indeed many experts. However, when he saw a young man, his body trembled. Behind the young man, he saw Yu and Anuer. Similarly, Yu and Anuer were crying tears of joy. After so many years, they finally saw Lin Ling again. Before this, they had already heard someone from the Yanggu Immortal platform saying that Lin Ling would be coming to the Forbidden City. At that time, they had already suspected that the Lin Ling in the rumors might be the Lin Ling in their hearts. Hence, they decided to follow the heaven-bestowed martial emperor here. However, who would have thought that the heaven-bestowed martial emperor was indeed Lin Ling? It's him. Tianzong also stared at Lin Ling. His expression was extremely unsightly. He didn't expect that the name of the young man he met in the chaotic Devil Sea was Lin Ling. He hurriedly turned and saw the excited expressions of Yu and Anuer. This caused him to be infuriated. The last thing he wanted was for Yu and the others to encounter Lin Ling. However, now that it had happened, he did not know how to explain it to the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother. At this moment, Lin Ling let out a sigh of relief. He finally knew the whereabouts of Yu and the others. However, it was clear that the matter at hand was more important. He stared at Shenyuan Zhouqian and said, Shenyuan Zhouqian, you suffered a loss in my hands in the past. It seems like you haven't become smarter. You still dare to provoke me. Then let me tell you, no one in this world can save you today. A threat. It was another heavy threat.
However, although it was a threat, those who were familiar with Lin Ling knew that he would do as he said.
Lin Ling, don't be too arrogant. This is the Forbidden City. Don't you think you are too presumptuous? Seeing that Lin Ling was ignoring everyone, the Luo sovereign said coldly. Beside him, the other 7 sovereigns also looked indifferent. Lin Ling ignored them and said indifferently, I don't think I'm arrogant. Someone planted a traitor beside me and killed my benefactor. Therefore I came to kill them. It's that simple. Then what do you want now? Ji Mengling sneered. Lin Ling did not seem to notice that the powerhouses of the mortal world were gathered here. Not only did he not admit his mistake, but he also ignored them. This action undoubtedly greatly provoked the 7 sovereigns. This was harmful to Lin Ling. Lin Ling, there might be a misunderstanding in today's matter. You can come back after you've investigated everything. Why don't I suggest that we give you 3 months? If you find evidence, we'll stand up for you. At this time, the tranquil sovereign of the 7 sovereigns spoke. Her voice was extremely gentle. She was Lu Susu's master. 3 months? No way. Many people immediately objected. Chapter 1741. The Battle of the Forbidden City. I can't wait for 3 months. Today is the day we decide everything. Moreover, those who kill must pay with their lives. This is the law of the world. Everyone here is a big shot of the human world, working hard for the peace of the human world. But what if someone bullies you and kills your people and the people of the world? What will you do? Lin Ling said indifferently as he looked at the crowd. Everyone fell silent. The answer to this question was simple. The human world would not let this matter rest. The purpose of the human world's highest executive hall is to nurture experts to protect the human world. But if you can't even protect your friends and family, how can you protect the world? Today, my people were killed and I know who did it. But you want me to show evidence? Don't you think it's ridiculous? In the future, when the demon race and ghost race invade the human world, will you also look for evidence? Can't you resist without evidence? Lin Ling's voice was like thunder, spreading out of the Forbidden City and into the ears of countless people. Many people nodded. If you can't even protect your friends and family, how can you protect the world? As for evidence, asking the ghost race and demon race for evidence? This was even more ridiculous. Lin Ling, you're right. Outside the Forbidden City, a large number of voices drifted in, causing the faces of the 7 emperors to turn ugly. So, what do you want now? The law overlord asked. Those who kill must pay with their lives. I, Shenyuan Zhouqian, and Ji Mengling have no one to blame for my death. This is the most direct way for martial artists to settle their grudges. Lin Ling said indifferently. Do we have to fight just because you say so? Ji Mengling's face was ugly. She did not expect Lin Ling to turn the tables. Although she was not afraid of Lin Ling, she did not want Lin Ling to control the situation. I also killed many people from your ancient Ji clan. Don't you want to kill me? Since you're a martial artist and a man, you should avenge your people, and I will avenge mine. This is very fair. Lin Ling continued. Unless you're not a man. But looking at you, with your greasy hair and powdered face, you really don't look like a man. So if you have the ability, let's fight to the death. His arrogant voice reverberated through the air. The simplest way for a martial artist to resolve a conflict was to fight if he was a man. Fight. Outside the Forbidden City, a mighty voice drifted out. This kind of duel was very fair. Hearing the endless voices in the distance, the law overlord's expression turned ugly. He coldly said, You have violated the rules of the human realm and should die. What right do you have to issue a challenge? Shut up. I know I'm going to die, so I sent people to kill me. Those people are Shenyuan Zhouqian and Ji Mengling. Also, this is between me and them. They didn't say anything. What right do you have to say anything? Lin Ling angrily bellowed as he looked disdainfully at the law overlord. With just one sentence, he had rendered the law overlord speechless. Lin Ling seemed to be saying that he would definitely die, so he was waiting for the law overlord to kill him. Come on. Most importantly, Lin Ling was very arrogant and actually told him to shut up. I agree with Lin Ling's words. Since they each have their own reasons, then let's fight to determine life and death. While everyone was silent, a voice suddenly reverberated.
It was the carefree prince of the 8 desolates of the human realm. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He already knew that the carefree prince wasn't simple. Now it seemed that it was true. However, he didn't expect the carefree prince to speak for him again.
Shenyuan Zhoutian, let's fight.
Ji Mengling fight.
Outside the Forbidden City, Tongtian's shouts grew louder and louder. The giants of the human realm in the Forbidden City looked deeply at Lin Ling. This Lin Ling was indeed powerful. With just a few words, he had shirked his crime and even set a life-and-death duel. At this moment, it seemed that they couldn't refuse because Lin Ling didn't deny his crime. He wanted others to kill him, but the people he wanted to kill must be Ji Mengling and Ji Mengling.
Go and fight.
At this time, an ancient voice sounded. No one knew who it was, but it was obviously the expert behind Shenyuan Zhoutian. Don't be afraid of him. If you can kill him, then kill him. If you can't kill him, then just withdraw from the battlefield. I will protect you. The voice was extremely overbearing. It was a life-and-death duel, but if Shenyuan Zhoutian was in danger, he had someone to help him. Ji Mengling, go and kill Lin Ling. You don't have to worry about being killed by Lin Ling. The Xian Di experts of the Ji family also spoke.
Despicable.
Hearing those experts' words, many people outside the battlefield shouted angrily. Was this still a life-and-death duel? It was too unfair. No matter what the result was, Lin Ling would die. However, if Shenyuan Zhoutian and Ji Mengling were defeated, they wouldn't have to die. How about it? You still dare to fight? Shenyuan Zhoutian immediately stood up and sneered. Although he wasn't afraid of Lin Ling, it was better to have no worries. You are just an invincible gold-level expert, but we are diamond-level titled Heavenly Emperors. Lin Ling, if you want to fight, then let's fight. You don't have to worry. If I'm not as strong as you, I won't retreat.
Death is nothing to be afraid of.
Ji Mengling also stood up. She seemed to be awe-inspiring, but no one believed her words. Because the experts of the ancient Ji family would save him at any time.
Do you dare to fight?
This time, Ji Mengling took the initiative to challenge Lin Ling. Emperor Li Shou and Emperor Yu's faces turned ugly. This was too unfair. Shenyuan Zhoutian and Ji Mengling were simply a disgrace to the mortal realm's giants.
Come on then.
However, everyone thought that Lin Ling would refuse. However, Lin Ling smiled coldly as if he didn't know that it was a trap.
This made Emperor Li Shou and the others anxious. Lin Ling, you can't.
It doesn't matter. If they dare to fight, they will definitely die. Even the people behind them won't be able to save them. Lin Ling walked forward step by step, his blue robe fluttering in the wind. He wasn't afraid of a fight. For Venerable Si Calming, he wouldn't retreat. Since he dared to come here, he would definitely turn back. Swoosh! Shenyuan Zhoutian and the others walked out. Moreover, they were accompanied by a few titled Heavenly Emperors. It seemed that this was for insurance. Ugly. Seeing this scene, everyone cursed. However, Shenyuan Zhoutian and the others didn't care at all. Their sneers deepened. However, when they stepped into the center of the Forbidden City, Lin Ling's lips curled into a smile. I said that no one can save you.
After saying this, he slammed his palm heavily on the ground.
At this moment, the entire Forbidden City shook. The souls of countless warriors roared out. War drums beat. Killing intent eliminated. The Avalon of 5 elements, the secret of the mortal realm, was activated. The center of the Forbidden City was completely sealed. Even if there were experts who wanted to save Shenyuan Zhoutian and the others, they couldn't do so now. The real life and death battlefield was born. Rumble! The golden light appeared majestically, as if a light curtain had shrouded the center of the Forbidden City. Its terrifying level of defense made the 7 emperors' faces turn ugly. As for the experts behind the ancient Ji family and the Shenyuan family, they were all furious. They felt as if they had been played by Lin Ling. Now, no one could interfere in this life and death battle. Life and death were up to fate. I wonder who will walk out of the Forbidden City in the end. Chapter 1742. The final battle in the Forbidden City. Sensing the ancient array around them, Shenyuan Zhoutian and the others' faces turned ugly. They were angry that Lin Ling had tricked them, but they were also surprised by Lin Ling's mysterious ability. Of course, they were not the only ones. After the 7th Crocodile Emperor calmed down, they were also shocked. Lin Ling actually knew the secret of the mortal realm? This is the Avalon of Metal, the leader of the Avalon of 5 elements. Even I find it difficult to control it, but he actually succeeded. It seems that we must keep him alive to learn how to control the Avalon of Metal. Emperor Duo said excitedly. However, when everyone looked at the center, they couldn't help but frown. Although the battlefield was sealed, Lin Ling was alone while Shenyuan Zhoutian had several people on his side. Although Shenyuan Zhoutian and Ji Mengling's talents were only first-grade heaven-ranked, they were diamond-ranked heavenly emperors. Their strength was unfathomable and they were the true powerhouses of Wu Shang. Among the 3 great legends of the mortal realm, they could be considered super geniuses because they had cultivated for less than 100 years. I don't know where you're getting your confidence from. Do you really think you can survive by sealing this place? Ji Mengling calmed down and said coldly. Our cultivation levels are higher than yours, and we have more people. Do you think you can win? Shenyuan Zhoutian spat out. A cold aura emanated from his body. The few heavenly emperor powerhouses behind them were all sneering coldly at this moment. The Avalon of 5 elements won't be able to hold on for long. It will recover in 2 hours at most. To be safe, let's delay it for 2 hours. Of course, it would be best if we can kill Lin Ling in the process. Even if we can't, we don't have to be afraid of him. Ji Mengling continued. He was extremely intelligent and had already thought of a way out. Let's go. We'll support you. Shenyuan Zhoutian waved his hand, letting those heavenly emperors take the lead. They really don't have the guts. They've lost all face. Many people sneered when they saw this scene. Shenyuan Zhoutian's group had more people, but they didn't fight to the death. In order to be safe, they actually stalled for time and let the formation end on its own. Moreover, they planned to take turns to fight Lin Ling to death. Lin Ling, it's hard to win. Many shook their heads. Lin Ling was an 8th-layer saint. There was no way he could win against 2 first-layer Wu Shang, not to mention the other heavenly emperors. Big brother Lin Ling. On the other side, Yu Yu and An Yuer were both worried. This battle was indeed going to be difficult. Lin Ling is worthy of being called a genuine person. However, he is also fighting with his back against the river. I can only hope that he can erupt with his full strength and squeeze out his own potential. Otherwise he will undoubtedly die. Emperor Yu and Emperor Li Shou also spoke. However, Lin Ling had no other choice. If he didn't fight, the others would use this crime to plot against him. Therefore, fighting was the best way. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling drank the last mouthful of wine. He also knew that this battle would be difficult, but he couldn't wait for 3 months. A true man would always seek revenge and repay kindness. 3 months was too long. He had to seize every moment. Kill! Holding the sword in his hand, Lin Ling took the initiative to attack. Shenyuan Zhoutian and Emperor Li Shou sneered. In their eyes, Lin Ling was like an ant. They wanted to see how Lin Ling would win. No one in the heavens or earth can save you. The sharp sword streaked across the sky. Its power was vast and majestic, as if it wanted to cut through the sky. You want to attack me first? Don't forget, I am a first-layer Wu Shang super genius. My dantian has long been filled with void force. Against me, you can't win. Shenyuan Zhoutian shook his head in disdain. A dragon roared on his body and fiery red scales appeared on his right arm. According to legend, the Shenyuan clan was the descendant of God. Their bloodline was all divine dragon warriors. Thousands of years ago, you ambushed a severely injured martial god world expert and swallowed his bloodline. You, Shenyuan Zhoutian, have the cheek to be proud. Lin Ling's mocking voice rang out. Shenyuan Zhoutian laughed instead of being angry. History only recorded the winner and not the process. As long as he could kill Lin Ling, others would remember him as Shenyuan Zhoutian. That was enough. However, just as Shenyuan Zhoutian was about to attack, Lin Ling's figure suddenly changed. He gave up on Shenyuan Zhoutian and actually pounced on the other heavenly emperors. Not good. This kid is going to attack from the weakest. Ji Mengling reacted and shouted angrily. Lin Ling was so cunning. What? Attacking me? You're courting death. One of the heavenly emperor's expression changed. His aura exploded as he roared towards the sky. Illusory lightning, boundless rain, unstoppable wind, everlasting fire, gold, silver, copper, iron 4 palms. These heavenly emperors were able to keep up with Shenyuan Jiutian and were naturally not weak. Among the gold-grade heavenly emperors, they were ranked at the top. Rumble. 4 palms appeared. It was actually the origin power of gold, silver, copper, and iron. It was extremely powerful. Lin Ling, come on. If I kill you, it will also be a great merit. The heavenly emperor laughed excitedly. However, in his eyes, Lin Ling did not retreat. He fearlessly shot towards him with a sword in his hand that flickered with a cold light. Rumble. Rumbling sounds continuously rang out. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling actually resisted the 4 great origin powers. A terrifying force attacked, causing Lin Ling to spit out blood from the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, Yu and the others shouted worriedly. Everyone was also surprised. Lin Ling was simply crazy, gambling with his life. As for the heavenly emperor who attacked, he was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed even louder. He actually injured Lin Ling? One had to know that in a one-on-one battle, he was confident that he was not Lin Ling's match. Their advantage was that they had more people, as well as 2 super geniuses, Shenyuan Jiutian. However, he could also injure Lin Ling. It had to be said that this was an achievement to be proud of. However, his laughter quickly stopped. The figure in front of him had suffered a heavy blow, but he still pounced over. The next moment, a sword hung on his neck. Why are you so happy? A cold voice floated over, causing the heavenly emperor to be stunned. In his eyes, it was a youth stained with blood. His eyes were cold and even had a hint of madness. This caused his heart to rumble. He finally understood why Lin Ling resisted his attack. It turned out that Lin Ling wanted to end the battle quickly. You! Just as the heavenly emperor was about to speak, a sword slashed across his neck. Everyone, be careful. Lin Ling wants to defeat them one by one. Even if he doesn't injure himself, he still wants to kill 1,000 enemies. Ji Mengling saw Lin Ling's goal and could not help but shout angrily. Injuring himself and killing 1,000 enemies. This was a battle strategy of mutual destruction. Hearing this, many people sucked in a breath of cold air. However, after careful consideration, this was also the most suitable battle strategy. This was because once the time was up, the Avalon of 5-element spell formation would end. At that time, it would be obviously impossible for Lin Ling to kill Shenyuan Jiutian and Shenyuan Jiutian. Therefore, they had to deal with the weak as soon as possible. Of course, this was easy to say but difficult to do. After all, who would be injured in front of an expert like Wu Sheng before the battle? At this moment, Lin Ling was holding his sword and fighting. There was blood at the corner of his mouth. Clearly, he had been injured previously. If not for his strong physical body, he would have died. There are 4 left. Kill. Without any hesitation, Lin Ling held his sword and pounced on the remaining 4 heavenly emperors. Chapter 1743. A bitter battle spread out. Play guerrilla warfare with him and exhaust him. Ji Mengling shouted angrily. Many people despised him. He and the 9 spirits of heaven were so strong, but they still played tactics. Young Master Ji's words are right. Hee, this is interesting. Lin Ling, come and kill me. The 4 heavenly emperors scattered and sneered. They knew that Lin Ling had to kill Shenyuan Jiutian and Shenyuan Jiutian, but they had to kill them before that. Otherwise, they would definitely attack Lin Ling at the critical moment. However, could Lin Ling kill them? Men, why fear a battle? Come. One of the tall and sturdy men laughed loudly. However, after he spoke, he took a step forward and left the place. The crowd in the distance was stunned. Then they cursed even more. The heavenly emperor had challenged Lin Ling to a battle, but fled at the critical moment. Did he think that Lin Ling was a mouse to be toyed with? However, after the man's voice, Lin Ling's eyes turned colder. He gave up on chasing the others and pounced on the man. The man panicked. Lin Ling was going to kill him? Young Master Ji, 9 heavenly emperors, save me. The man shouted anxiously, panicking. Ji Mengling's face turned cold. She waved her right hand, and the remaining 3 heavenly emperors pounced on Lin Ling in an attempt to save the man. Soaring Dragon Universe. However, Lin Ling had his back to them, but he sneered. He had been waiting for this moment. He stretched out his left hand,
and the terrifying power of the origin of fire was brewing.
On the ground, a flame emblem appeared. When the few people approached, it exploded. Rumble!
A terrifying pillar of fire shot into the sky, causing the golden light barrier in the sky to sway.
Bastard!
Bastard!
We've been tricked!
Bastard!
The 3 heavenly emperors shouted angrily. One of them could not react in time and was sent flying into the sky by the flames. When he crashed into Jin Xingtian's array, his body exploded and turned into a rain of fire. The other 2 reacted quickly and unleashed their ultimate skills. One of them was severely injured, while the other escaped by a fluke. Their strength was at the peak of the Saint Realm, but they were no match for Lin Ling at all.
As for the man who had been hooting at the start, his mouth was wide open.
He never imagined that he would become bait.
But at this moment, the space in front of him began to ripple like water. A terrifying figure seemed to emerge from the depths of hell as a fist smashed out.
You shouted at me, and now here I am. Lin Ling appeared like a ghost.
Tong Tian Dak Ama. The man immediately shouted angrily, and a mysterious armor appeared on his body.
It looked like a turtle shell. Rumble! Lin Ling punched the turtle shell, but the shell did not crack.
This let Lin Ling know that the man had a divine armor. Haha, 100 years ago, when the barriers in the true martial realm were sealed, I sealed a lot of barriers and obtained a lot of merit points to exchange for this divine armor.
I thought I would use it at a critical moment, but I didn't expect you, Lin Ling, to force me to use it. Now, with this divine armor, what can you do to me? The man sneered. He had dared to hoot at Lin Ling before, so he did have some ability. Divine armor. I have one too.
Lin Ling said indifferently.
He withdrew his left hand and slashed out with the sword in his right hand, causing the space to explode. Rumble!
The divine armor suddenly cracked, and the man's eyes widened as he saw the sword slashing towards him. He suddenly knew that Lin Ling also had a divine armor.
This sword was given to me by Shenyuan Zhoutian. What made the man even angrier was that this sword came from the Shenyuan clan. This meant that they had used their own swords to kill their own people. Whoosh! Finally, the sword slashed and the man was split into 2. Next, there were 2 more Sky Emperors. What a crazy attack, killing 2 people in the blink of an eye. Why didn't Ji Mengling and the 9 Sky Emperors make a move? Did you just watch him get killed? They probably want to see Lin Ling's trump card. In the Forbidden City, the giants of the mortal realm were whispering, but they were not too surprised. Pah! Lin Ling stepped forward and walked towards one of the 2 Sky Emperors. That person was already seriously injured and was sitting on the ground, his face extremely pale. Lin Ling was coming to kill him. Lin Ling, although we will definitely win, we still feel uncomfortable watching you nibble away at our advantage. Now, I want to ask you, do you think you can win? Ji Mengling was still very shrewd. She stood there and said indifferently. I've said it before. I'm going to take both of your heads.
Lin Ling said without looking at them.
Ji Mengling and Shenyuan Zhoutian looked at each other and the sneer on their faces deepened. There are still 2 people left. No matter what, we can't let you kill them. Shenyuan Zhoutian nodded proudly. He finally made his move. The moment he stepped forward, a dragon roared and a dragon shadow appeared behind him. It was mighty and domineering. Divine Black Dragon Secret Art. The void exploded as countless black and white abyss dragons swam out and devoured the world. These were real dragons. A wisp of the power of law also erupted at this moment. The power of law was something that only a true powerhouse like Wu Shang could possess. According to legend, if one's Dantian transformed into the source of void force, then one could erupt with the power of law with every move. If one fought against a Saint Realm expert, they would have a nearly 50% advantage. Seeing Shenyuan Zhoutian make his move, Ji Mengling sneered. Lin Ling wanted to kill the last 2 Sky Emperors, but they would not agree. What was happening now was just a warm-up. At present, Lin Ling had 2 choices. 1. Continue to kill, but the consequence would be being seriously injured by Shenyuan Zhoutian. 2. Give up. However, in this way, it would be even more impossible for Lin Ling to kill Shenyuan Zhoutian and the Sky Emperor. In a short moment, countless people became nervous. They were also looking forward to what choice Lin Ling would make. In fact, in this battle, Lin Ling had been at a disadvantage from the beginning until now. Kill! Lin Ling's face was cold. Without hesitation, He made his choice to kill the Sky Emperor. The Celestial Emperor's eyes widened. Was Lin Ling a lunatic? Did he really want to perish together with them? For a subordinate, he would kill everyone in the world. This showed how protective Lin Ling was and how much he valued comradeship. Wind lightning strike. At this moment, a large number of clones appeared. With divine weapons in their hands, they fearlessly pounced at the black and white divine dragons in the sky. At this moment, Lin Ling had clearly erupted with a powerful trump card. He used his clones to block the black and white divine dragons in the sky while his main body went to kill the Sky Emperor. You overestimate yourself. Xueqi Zhoutian coldly spat out. He naturally knew what Lin Ling was thinking. Unfortunately, what was the use of this? Rumble. Countless clones pounced forward without fear of death. However, in the face of the black and white divine dragons that possessed the power of laws, they immediately exploded. Divine weapons also scattered all over the ground. However, this short period of time was enough. Lin Ling had already appeared in front of the Sky Emperor, his cold sword carrying a merciless light. Lin Ling, you did it! Countless people cheered. To be able to kill someone in front of Tu Wushang, in this world, there were very few people who could do it. However, just as Lin Ling's sword was about to slash down, a strange figure appeared behind Lin Ling. At this moment, it was looking at Lin Ling with a sneer. A terrifying dragon aura spread out, as if a real black dragon was staring at Lin Ling. Lin Ling, be careful. When countless people saw this, their hearts trembled fiercely. Big brother Lin Ling. Chapter 1744. The divine weapon was also broken. Everyone finally knew what Ji Mengling and Ji Mengling were thinking. They could actually kill Lin Ling, but they were careful in everything they did. Therefore they took every step carefully and did not attack casually. They would only attack when Lin Ling was killing the other Sky Emperors. Those Celestial Emperors looked like helpers, but they were actually bait. You will never win this battle. The one who appeared behind Lin Ling was Xueqi Zhoutian. His right arm had turned into a dragon claw, and he clawed at Lin Ling. Time froze at this moment. Life and death, victory and defeat, the outcome seemed to be revealed at this moment. However, Lin Ling did not seem to know that danger was coming. He slashed out with his sword, and the injured Celestial Emperor was split into two. Blood splattered on the ground. Lin Ling's strong and decisive look made countless people gasp. Lin Ling was as determined as ever. After killing the Celestial Emperor, the dragon claw behind Lin Ling descended, wanting to tear him apart. Ha ha! Xueqi Zhoutian laughed coldly. Lin Ling could not escape. However, in a flash, Lin Ling's left hand slammed out, and he roared Dragon Claw. Boom! Under countless gazes, a terrifying dragon claw appeared, bringing with it scorching flames. It surged and collided with the dragon claw of the divine dragon warrior Xueqi Zhoutian. A terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions, and even metal Xingtian was shaken. Under countless gazes, one side was a world of flames, and the other side was a world of black and white. The divine dragon roared, and the two dragons collided. If one looked closely, the dragon claw between the two dragons collided. In the next moment, a figure spat out blood and flew backward, crashing to the ground. The other person did not fare well either, and his figure flew backward. Dragon claw collision. Many people gasped. Although it seemed that Lin Ling was injured, and Xueqi Zhoutian was only hit by the impact of the force, the collision just now still shocked them. Lin Ling had a dragon claw. If his previous target was not the Celestial Emperor, and Xueqi Zhoutian did not launch a sneak attack, then Lin Ling might not have been injured in the previous collision. Therefore, although Lin Ling was injured, he was defeated with honor. At this moment, Lin Ling stood up from the ground, his expression cold. He quickly took out the Void Mystic Gourd and took a big gulp. However, he realized that the injuries on his body could not be healed quickly. The power of laws of a martial saint is not that easy to recover. In the distance, he did not expect that. Lin Ling was Dragon Claw, and it also had the power of a true dragon. This caused his previous sneak attack did not kill him. This did not matter. Lin was 9 Dragon Claw True Dragon, and True Dragons, which caused his previous sneak attack not to failed to kill Lin. Dragon's Dragon Claw. True. There's one more person. Do you want to kill him? On the other side, Ji Mengling, who was in peak condition, said indifferently. He was also surprised by Lin Ling's dragon claw. If Lin Ling had reached the Wushang realm, he was sure that he would not be a match for Lin Ling. Unfortunately, Lin Ling would not live past today. What do you think? Lin Ling's face was cold. With a dragon claw in one hand and an ancient sword in the other, he pounced towards the last celestial emperor. He wanted to kill this last person. In this life-and-death battlefield, only one side could leave alive. Either you die or I die. Therefore, Lin Ling would not show mercy. What a proud celestial emperor. The crowd stared at Lin Ling, who was fighting alone. Their hearts were filled with admiration. As for the people of the Rainforest Holy Land, they were all excited. This was their East Sovereign, Lin Ling. He fought for the Forbidden City without fear of death. I didn't expect this Lin Ling to have some ability. He can even kill 4 celestial emperors in front of 2 Wushang. Even some of the 7 emperors were visibly shaken. However, there was one more person left. Lin Ling was also seriously injured. If he wanted to face 2 Wushang, his chances of winning were even slimmer. Catoptric deflection. Yes. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling's eyes were still firm. The space in front of him distorted. When he reappeared, he was not far from the Celestial Emperor. The Celestial Emperor's face was filled with panic. He no longer had the arrogant look from before. At this moment, he was frantically fleeing. Young Master Ji, Celestial Emperors of the 9 Heavens, save me! The Celestial Emperor roared. At the same time, a sword ruthlessly slashed at him from behind. Don't worry, you won't die. At this time, Ji Mengling's voice drifted over. A terrifying aura of light bloomed. The power of faith formed an aura that enveloped everything. Clang! The sword of 100 birds worshipping the phoenix was getting closer and closer to the Celestial Emperor. However, as if it was being held by the power of faith, it could no longer move. Kacha! The sword gradually bent, emitting a crisp sound. Lin Ling's expression changed. It was the power of law again. This Ji Mengling was indeed powerful. Lin Ling, can you kill him? In the distance, Ji Mengling sneered. The power of law that she controlled enveloped Lin Ling. Her faith was invincible. Clang! Finally, a crisp sound rang out. Countless people's hearts trembled. Lin Ling's sword was broken. The divine weapon was also broken. Now, how could Lin Ling fight? Die for me! Die! At the same time, Shenyuan Jiutian appeared behind Lin Ling. When he attacked Lin Ling with the power of faith, he attacked again sinisterly. Moreover, he used a terrifying method as soon as he attacked. It was as if a dragon was tearing Lin Ling apart. Seeing this scene, the 7 emperors shook their heads. Lin Ling did not have the power of law. All his methods were useless against Shenyuan Jiutian and Shenyuan Jiutian. Die for me! Die! At this time, Lin Ling ignored Shenyuan Jiutian behind him. He threw away the broken sword and clawed forward, resisting the power of faith. He was going to kill the Celestial Emperor even if he had to die. Madman! Die! Many people's hearts exploded. Lin Ling was going crazy for the sake of Shamu. No! Die! The Celestial Emperor's face was filled with fear. However, he could not block the dragon claw. He was ruthlessly swept across and his body was cut into 5 pieces. He could not be more dead. Against a Celestial Emperor who had become a saint, Lin Ling could be said to be invincible. At this time, Shenyuan Jiutian's attack finally arrived. The dragon claw grabbed Lin Ling's body, causing Lin Ling to spit out a mouthful of blood. All the bones in his body emitted a crisp sound. At this moment, he clearly could not block Shenyuan Jiutian's attack. Lin Ling! Yes! In the distance, Yu Yu shouted, her eyes filled with tears. Meanwhile, Emperor Yu and Emperor Li Shou stood up, their faces filled with anger. Serves him right. If he hadn't activated the Avalon of 5 elements, you could have saved him. But now, Lin Ling has smashed his own foot with a rock. He's trapped himself in a cocoon of his own making. The Law Overlord sneered, taking pleasure in Lin Ling's misfortune. Lin Ling's sword was broken and he was seriously injured. He could not win. He was dead for sure. In this peak battle of the Forbidden City, Lin Ling had fallen. Someone like you wants to kill us? Laughable and lamentable. At this time, Ji Mengling's body floated, her right hand forming a finger. Supreme power of faith. Despicable. Chapter 1745. Defeated. Didn't you say that you had to kill us? But now you're the one who's dead. The sneer on Ji Mengling's face was extremely thick, and he even felt elated. Everything that happened today was his plan, and things were progressing according to his plan. He could finally kill Lin Ling. And after killing Lin Ling, he would also be a great contributor to the ancient Ji family. He would definitely be rewarded by the old man. Thinking of this, he became more and more excited. The finger of faith ruthlessly shot towards Lin Ling. I've been waiting for you to strike. However, at this moment, Lin Ling coldly spat out a sentence. His eyes were filled with madness. In an instant, Lin Ling was ignited. Terrifying flames soared into the sky. The song of the Yellow Springs was accompanied by millions of ghosts. It was as if the Yellow Springs' great emperor had descended. The most terrifying thing was that the flames formed an ancient fire dragon that roared through the heavens and earth. The law of fire. At this moment, the 7 emperors and the other experts all widened their eyes. One had to know that if Lin Ling wanted to kill Shenyuan Zhoutian and Shenyuan Zhoutian, he had to possess the power of law. This was the only way to win. So from the beginning until now, they didn't think that Lin Ling could win. But who knew that Lin Ling actually concealed the power of laws? What? At this moment, Shenyuan Zhoutian's expression changed drastically. He wanted to retreat, but only then did he realize that Lin Ling's dragon claw had reached out and grabbed his dragon claw tightly, preventing him from escaping. In front of Lin Ling, Ji Mengling was also a little afraid. Unfortunately, she had been too complacent before. She had calculated everything, but she had not expected Lin Ling to possess the power of laws. Go to hell, Long Tengyu. The madness in Lin Ling's eyes intensified. The power of flames gushed out from his body. He had been learning martial arts since he was a child, and he had been the first to come into contact with a fire martial Dao. Fire had been his companion and comrade in arms until now. But at this moment, he wanted his fire to burn down the world. He deeply regretted Venerable Si Kongming's death. He had promised to protect his family and friends, but he had failed to do so. He felt guilty. Therefore, he went to the Forbidden City with his sword. Even if he violated the rules of the mortal world and faced the giants of the mortal world, he would never retreat. It was all for the sake of repaying that favor. If you don't go crazy, you won't survive. Boom. As if it could sense Lin Ling's anger and unwillingness, flames soared into the heavens. The power of laws was vast and mighty, as if it wanted to destroy the heavens and earth. The center of the Forbidden City turned into a terrifying sea of fire laws. At this moment, all the giants of the mortal realm stood up straight, their faces filled with horror. If Shenyuan Zhoutian and Shenyuan Zhoutian were super geniuses, then what about Lin Ling? A heavenly emperor who was only a saint realm heavenly emperor, but he possessed principles. If he didn't call himself a genius, who would dare call themselves a genius? So what I saw last time was real. Emperor Yu and Emperor Li Shou were shocked. Last time, when Lin Ling defeated Yun Jiangshan, they were extremely curious. And now, the facts proved everything. Crazy flames, Lin Ling, Yan Zhu. Raise your sword and kill your way to the 9 heavens. A man should kill for his brothers, for the world, and for his women. The entire Forbidden City was in an uproar. Countless experts admired Lin Ling facing the siege of Tu Wu Shang. He was not afraid of death. With the power of the law of fire, he killed the Tu Wu Shang and turned the tables. This was the first miracle in the mortal world. We won. On the rainforest sacred land side, everyone cheered. Lord Pu, Lord Shui Wu, Ancestor Taiyan all looked at the sky, as if they could see Venerable Si Kongming standing there, smiling at them. Anyone who dared to invade the rainforest sacred land must be killed. Compared to the liveliness outside, the center of the Forbidden City was extremely quiet. Everyone listened to the sound of the flames burning, and their faces were gloomy. Gradually, the flames began to dim. One of the figures stood there like Mount Tai. His clothes were tattered and his body was covered in blood. However, his eyes were filled with a demonic desire to battle. It was Lin Ling. 3 months was too long. He had to seize every minute. The giants of the mortal world understood Lin Ling's will. He did not want to wait for 3 months. He wanted to kill the murderer now. And Lin Ling did it. Wait, look over there. However, at this moment, someone exclaimed. On the other side of Lin Ling, there were 2 figures standing quietly. They were Shenyuan Jiutian and Ji Mengling. They were not dead. They were not dead. Haha, good. You are indeed the proud bloodline of the Shenyuan clan. Young Master Ji is still alive. Seeing the two, the giants of the mortal world, including the ancient Ji family, immediately cheered. Outside the Forbidden City, those who cheered were all silent at this moment. Their faces were filled with unwillingness. How could this be? Lin Ling was already prepared to die in this battle. He was seriously injured just to kill the murderer. However, the heavens were blind. The murderer was still alive. Lin Ling's efforts were in vain. You hit it well. You actually have the power of law. We were almost killed. Our careful treatment of you was not in vain. Lin Ling, you are indeed difficult to deal with. Unfortunately, your final trump card failed. Ha ha ha, we are the winners. At this moment, Shenyuan Jiutian and Ji Mengling spat out a mouthful of blood. Then they sneered. Although they were seriously injured, Lin Ling's injuries were worse. Moreover, he did not have any means to defeat them. Melancholy blade of maple snow. However, at this moment, Lin Ling gritted his teeth and gathered all his soul power. He turned it into 100 soul blades and attacked. If you had used this move at the beginning, you would have had a chance to win. But now, you are seriously injured. Even your soul is injured. This soul power can't hurt us. Ji Mengling's eyes flashed with wisdom as she shouted coldly. She made a plan to deal with Lin Ling. Therefore, she was very clear about Lin Ling's current trump card. Naturally, she had been defending against Lin Ling's soul power all this time. Shield of Faith. It was as if the power of faith of thousands of living beings had gathered and turned into a huge golden ancient shield, blocking in front of Ji Mengling. Everything was as she said. If Lin Ling had used his soul power at the beginning, she might have been able to dodge it. But now, Lin Ling's soul power was no longer at its peak. The terrifying soul blade seemed to have hit an invisible wall and shattered. The power of faith was extremely powerful. Ji Mengling angrily shouted, "What else do you have, Lin Ling?" Yes. Lin Ling's face was pale. More blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. After using his soul power, his footsteps were unstable and he almost fell down. He had already used all his strength, but he still couldn't block an expert of Wu Shang's level. He couldn't accept this. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. You can die now. You should regret what you have done. If you hadn't activated the Avalon of 5 elements, the 7 emperors would have been able to save you. But now, who can save you? Lin Ling, you have lost the battle of the Forbidden City. Vaguely, a large number of cold voices could be heard, causing Lin Ling's mind to ache even more. Trash, you dare to go against the ancient Ji family? Go to hell. You dare to stir up a storm for a mere miser? You don't have the right to do so. Chapter 1746. Peerless Divine Sword. The mocking voices sounded like thunder in Lin Ling's ears, causing him to open his eyes with great difficulty. He glanced at the people who were rejoicing in his misfortune. He wanted to fight. He wanted to continue fighting. Thump. Just as he was about to move, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. He almost fell to the ground. Ha ha! A large amount of mocking voices rose and fell one after another. Outside the Forbidden City, everyone was silent. They looked at the indomitable man with tears in their eyes. Even now, Lin Ling was still standing stubbornly with a strong backbone. He would never admit defeat. Lin Ling, the East Hall Master, was arrogant. Brother Lin Ling. Yu and the others were crying and shouting. But now, who could save Lin Ling? No one could break through the Avalon of 5 elements and enter the center of the Forbidden City. If I die, is everything over? All the things in Lin Ling's life flashed through his mind. He learned martial arts in the Gu Yen sect when he was 15 and entered the Heaven Mystics Kingdom when he was 16. Finally, a figure appeared in his mind. It was Venerable Si Coming. Gradually, Yu and the others appeared, as well as his grandfather and mother. In the end, a familiar yet strange figure appeared. It was Li Xiaoyao. Fight on. I, Li Xiaoyao, will never die standing. I will not be mocked and sympathized with by my enemies. Even if I die, I will die on the way. Fight, Lin Ling. The voice was like thunder, causing Lin Ling's closed eyes to move slightly. Your Majesty, use it. No one knows what will happen if you use it by force. Amidst the haze, the old voice suddenly rang out, causing Lin Ling to faintly have an idea. The peerless divine sword in the sword embryo. Fight! The extinguished flame in Lin Ling's heart burned again. He was not defeated yet. At this moment, in the Forbidden City, the mocking voices were still like waves. The ancient Ji family, the Shenyuan clan, the Eternal Palace, and the Arcane Emperor were all sneering. Young Master Ji, this plan was set by you. Now that Lin Ling has violated the rules of the mortal world, you can kill him. Killing a former hero of the mortal world and today's hero is not bad, but this is a great merit. Will the 9 Sky Emperors benefit me? Haha, of course not. The fruit of law that the ancient Ji family rewarded you, how about I give it to you? Under countless gazes, Shenyuan Jiutian and Ji Mengling, they were actually sharing the credit. Damn it! Hearing those words, the crowd outside the Forbidden City was furious. Look, Lin Lin is moving. However, at this moment, someone shouted in horror. Silence! The Forbidden City is dead silent. Can Lin Ling still move? This man's backbone was really tough. Haha, it's just a last-ditch struggle. His sword is broken, he is seriously injured, and he has no trump cards. What else can he do? Shenyuan Jiutian was not afraid at all. He shouted to the sky and waved his right hand gently. Roar! A dragon roared and pounced on Lin Ling. The power of the divine dragon warrior was all-powerful. Brother Lin Ling. Seeing this scene, Yu Yu and An shouted even louder. Beside them, Tianzong martial artist sneered. It would be great if Lin Ling could die here. His woman would belong to him sooner or later. Your heads are mine. However, at that instant, a cold roar could be heard, which was like a clap of thunder, causing the crowd to fall silent. Lin Ling did not seem to be seriously injured. My sword is broken. A new sword rises. Come out, the peerless divine sword. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes were cold. Even if his bones were broken, he could still fight. He wanted to see the power of the peerless divine sword. Under thousands of gazes, Lin Ling drew in the void. A giant white sword seemed to fall from the sky. The moment the sword appeared, heaven and earth shook. A terrifying vortex of spiritual energy descended from the sky. The catastrophe of the divine weapon had arrived. Rumble! Colorful thunderbolts fell, shaking the Avalon of 5 elements. Finally, under the thunderbolt, even the defensive formation of the Avalon of 5 elements was destroyed. This! Everyone's eyes widened. What kind of sword was Lin Ling using? Everything happened in a flash. At the same time, Shenyuan Jiutian's dragon roared. 10th dimension. Suddenly, a low voice sounded. The sword appeared like water. Rumble! With a slash of the sword, the void shattered like glass. The terrifying thing was that the void reflected another world. In that world, one could see mountains, water, heaven and earth, and even warriors. 10th dimension? The power of the law of space? Bang! 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 The 7 emperors and other experts all stood up. Lin Ling actually had the power of the law of space? Swoosh! With a slash of the sword, the dragon was split into 2. It looked like a calm slash, but it was terrifying. This was no longer a slash of space, but a formation of the law of space. Seeing this, the entire Forbidden City fell into a dead silence. Countless eyes stared at Lin Ling's sword and gasped. A peerless godly sword? They never would have thought that Lin Ling was actually still hiding such a trump card. Lin Ling was stronger than the strong. It was as if there was no limit to his strength. Thump, thump. Shenyuan Jiutian and Ji Mengling swallowed their saliva with difficulty. What kind of sword was that? It was too terrifying. In their eyes, Lin Ling's sword was not only huge, but also transparent, as if it was made of crystal. Moreover, there was a dense aura around it. A mere sword was able to make them feel so pressured. What kind of godly weapon was that? Unparalleled eternal power. Ji Mengling shouted angrily. The golden eternal power shot out as if all the living beings in the world were chanting. Too weak. Borrowing the faith of others for your own use, but your own faith is not strong enough. How can you control the faith of others? Lin Ling's long hair fluttered as he walked forward. He was like a peerless sword god, as if the sword was reborn. In fact, he was still seriously injured, but at this moment,
he ignited the flames of battle. He gritted his teeth and stubbornly insisted on winning this battle.
Break! With a shout, the sword light was like a crystal light.
The space shattered again, and the 10th dimension appeared. It slashed through the eternal power, and the law of space was also cut by him. What a sharp sword, just like Lin Ling, showing off his ability. The hearts of the crowd trembled. Lin Ling was originally defeated, but with a single breath, he stood up again and made the peerless sword god descend. They knew very well that without willpower and battle intent, even if he had a godly weapon, it was useless. Because the godly weapon itself had a strong pressure, ordinary people could not control it. Therefore, Lin Ling was able to hold the peerless godly sword by relying on his willpower.
My peerless godly sword has been successfully forged. Your heads will be used to test it. Do you have any other tricks up your sleeves?
At this moment, the eyes of the entire Forbidden City were attracted by Lin Ling. They watched as Lin Ling walked forward step by step and cut through everything with his sword. Divine Dragon Bloodline, Warrior Descends, Battle Heaven, Battle Earth, Battle Wilderness.
Shenyuan Jiutian roared.
The dragon blood flowed through his body, and he turned into a divine dragon warrior. He took a step forward and a dragon claw appeared, clawing at Lin Ling.
Chapter 1747.
The Power of a Sword.
Break!
Lin Ling didn't stop. His blue and white robe fluttered in the wind. No one saw him draw his sword. They only saw Shenyuan Jiutian pouncing towards him. However, Shenyuan Jiutian fell from the sky with a pair of dragon claws. One sword, the powerful Wu Shang, the super genius of the Shenyuan clan, had lost his power to fight. At this moment, Shenyuan Jiutian was vomiting blood on the ground. His face was pale as he roared unwillingly. Who helped you? Why do you have such a sword?
I have had this sword for a long time. It's called tyrannical singing. It has been with me until now.
Lin Ling walked towards Shenyuan Jiutian and stopped in front of him. He looked down at him from above. Shenyuan Jiutian's body trembled. He didn't expect that the battle would turn out like this. They had won, but Lin Ling had turned the tables and regained control of the battle. You lost to me in the realm of true martial. You shouldn't have provoked me, Lin Ling. I can tell you that no one who provokes me, Lin Ling, has a good ending. No matter who it is, I will kill them all unless I am dead. Lin Ling raised his sword. His voice was overbearing. In fact, he was reminding everyone not to think about provoking Lin Ling's subordinates because he, Lin Ling, was very protective of his subordinates. No, wait, this wasn't my plan. I was just assisting from the side. Shenyuan Jiutian shouted anxiously. This was the first time he felt fear. He didn't doubt that he would die. Assisting? Then you don't have to put your head too high in the Tower of Heads of Venerable Ding Hai. However, Lin Ling was still ruthless. It didn't matter if it was assisting or not. He dared to kill Lin Ling as long as Lin Ling was against him. This was because if he had not forcefully pulled out the unparalleled godly sword today, Lin Ling would have been the one to die. Lin Ling did not know the consequences of forcefully using the unparalleled godly sword, so he could not let Shenyuan Jiutian take advantage of him. After you go to hell, apologize to my venerable sea calming. Whoosh! Blood splattered as the sword slashed down. The stiff dragon armor couldn't block the sword. Ahead Jiu Lu, Shenyuan Jiutian, was rolling on the ground. Shenyuan Jiutian was killed. Just as Lin Ling said, I will kill Shenyuan Jiutian's head. Dang 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 dang. Shenyuan Jiutian's. Lin Ling lifted Shenyuan Jiutian's bloody head with his left hand and walked towards Ji Mengling with his sword in hand. Actually, the person I want to kill the most is you because you are too sinister. You made such a detailed plan that I am disgusted by you. Of Xuanyuan Shenyuan of Shenyuan of. When Shenyuan Jiutian saw the bloody head in Lin Ling's hand, Shenyuan Jiutian was so frightened that he fell to the ground with a thud. His face was filled with fear. The crowd couldn't help but laugh when they saw Shenyuan Jiutian. Shenyuan Jiutian had always been in control of everything. How could Shenyuan Jiutian control the situation now? Lin Ling wasn't afraid of any sinister or detailed plan. He would destroy it with a single slash. You're scared. Lin Ling's lips curled up in a mocking smile.
Shenyuan Jiutian didn't know what to say. Shenyuan Jiutian was indeed scared. Of course you're scared. My sword is fast and sharp. You won't feel any pain when I slash you. If you're scared, drink some strong wine to boost your courage. Lin Ling sneered again. He raised his eyebrows and a jug of wine landed in front of Shenyuan Jiutian. Sarcasm. Utter sarcasm. Lin Ling seemed to be advising Shenyuan Jiutian not to be afraid of death. Decapitation would only take the blink of an eye. This was undoubtedly the first time many people had seen such a method of killing. It was filled with sarcasm and extreme viciousness. Lin Ling, enough. You've won today. We 7 emperors have shown you mercy for the heinous crimes you committed before. Now, release Shenyuan Jiutian. At this moment, a furious roar was heard. The Forbidden City began to tremble. The Law Overlord had made his move. He couldn't just watch Lin Ling do as he pleased. This battle is being watched by everyone. Law Overlord, it's best if you don't interfere. However, just as the Law Overlord was about to strike, an ancient aura erupted. A giant several hundred meters tall appeared. Its 2 palms were extremely large, and its entire upper body was even more majestic than the Forbidden City itself. Its 2 palms came together and slammed down, causing a terrifying aura to sweep out like a storm. Emperor Lis Ho. The Law Overlord's expression instantly turned ugly. Emperor Lis Ho looked old, but his strength was extremely frightening. At the same time, the sea roared as the sea god descended. Emperor Yu also made his move. In today's battle, I'd like to see who dares to stop Lin Ling. Under countless gazes, the sea seemed to come from the sky. An ancient ship floated above the sea, and a man in blue robes who seemed to be formed from water arrived with the sea god's halberd in hand. The 7 emperors all exploded with strength. This strength was enough to form a law that could dominate the world. I approve of Emperor Lis Ho. I approve of Law Overlord. 7 of the 7 emperors were divided into 2 camps. One camp had 3 people, one supporting Lin Ling and one opposing Lin Ling. Meanwhile, the eyes of the remaining 7 emperors flashed. This person was Emperor Duolyuan. He knew everything from the heavens to the earth. There was nothing in the human realm that he didn't know. He had always been neutral, so this time, the powerhouses of the human realm were all looking at him, wanting to see which camp he was on. Emperor Duolyuan, don't you want the 100 tomes of heaven and earth? Support us, and the 100 books of heaven and earth will be yours. The Law Overlord immediately said, wanting to recruit Emperor Duolyuan. Meanwhile, the crowd quietly watched this scene. A clash between the top powerhouses of the human realm had been born because of Lin Ling. If Emperor Duolyuan also supported the Law Overlord, then Lin Ling would be guilty today. Even if he could kill Ji Mengling, he would not be able to escape death. I believe that a martial artist should be loyal and righteous, magnanimous and fearless. Lin Ling killed his way up to the 9 heavens for the sake of his master. His righteousness shines through the heavens, and he is a man of true character. I don't think he's guilty. Besides, everyone knows that this is Ji Mengling's own scheme. Since that's the case, life and death, victory or defeat, should be decided by the 2 sides. Emperor Duolyuan stood up and voiced his opinion. Boom! The powerhouses of the human realm all paled. Emperor Duolyuan was supporting Lin Ling. That meant that Lin Ling had 4 sovereigns supporting him. Emperor Duolyuan, this isn't like you. Don't you want the 100 tomes of heaven and earth? The Law Overlord was furious. Emperor Duolyuan laughed. Of course, I'm curious about the 100 tomes of heaven and earth, but my words before represent my admiration for this junior, Lin Ling. More importantly, I'm curious as to how Lin Ling could so easily control the Avalon of 5 elements. This. The Law Overlord and the other powerhouses had ugly expressions, as if they had eaten a fly. They understood that if Lin Ling could not control the Avalon of 5 elements, Emperor Duolyuan might not have stood up for him. Chapter 1748. The real trump card was the divine martial world beast. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't care about the battle between the 7 kings. He raised his sword high with a crazed look on his face. He seemed to be saying in his mind, "Venerable Sea Calming, rest in peace. The mastermind will accompany you." Lin Ling, we can talk about this. Ji Mengling shouted anxiously.
She knew that the 7 emperors couldn't help him. Tower of Human Heads. You can go to the highest position. Lin Ling's eyes became colder as he slashed down with his sword. Rumble! Rumble! The sword seemed to carry Lin Ling's anger, guilt, and regret. The ground was split open, and a deep sword mark was left on the ancient wall of the Forbidden City. It was terrifying. What a determined guy! The crowd looked at the man holding the sword with fear on their faces. Lin Ling had raised his sword to the 9 heavens and caused the 7 emperors to descend to the 9 heavens. Everyone thought that Lin Ling was dead for sure, but who knew that after Lin Ling arrived, he would say that no one in the heavens or earth could save Ji Mengling and Ji Mengling. Lin Ling wanted to kill. Who could save him? See Calming Venerable. This is the last time I drink with you. When you are reincarnated, remember to find me. After killing Ji Mengling, Lin Ling smiled as if a burden had been lifted off his shoulders. However, he didn't look proud. He just missed the past. His eyes were wet, and the wine in the flagon appeared. He poured it on the ground to bid farewell to See Calming Venerable. The crowd looked at the scene and felt their blood boil. This was what a warrior should be like. Lord Dongzun. In the Rainforest Holy Land, everyone had tears in their eyes. They looked at the 2 heads and were excited. The murderers had been killed. The 7 emperors won't touch you, but it doesn't mean that the Ji family won't kill you. The Xianyuan family won't let you go. Lin Ling die. At this time, the Xiandi experts of the Ji family rushed out. They were all filled with killing intent. They had to kill Lin Ling. They attacked in a flash. Even Emperor Lis Ho and the others didn't have time to react. However, even if they did, Emperor Lis Ho and the others would have stopped them. This meant that no one could help Lin Ling. Shameless. The crowd stared at the Xiandi experts who attacked. They all shouted. Lin Ling had fought so many battles. It was Lin Ling. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Lin Ling continued to drink his wine. His eyes were clear, and there was no fear in his eyes at all. At this moment, he had already lost the ability to fight. Even if he had the peerless divine sword in his hand, it would be difficult for him to fend off so many celestial emperors. After all, it would be difficult for him to defeat a titled celestial emperor even if he was at his peak. However, he sneered in the face of Xiandi's attack. Originally, the murderer is dead. All the grudges should be gone with the wind. But you still want me dead. Go to hell. Lin Ling's cold voice carried a hint of madness as it mightily floated out of his mouth. At this moment, even the 7 emperors narrowed their eyes. Lin Ling wanted a titled celestial emperor to die? Where did he get his confidence from? Prince Xiaoyao, Tianzong, and the others were also shocked. Was Lin Ling hiding a trump card? If that was the case, Lin Ling might have a seat as the desolate's child of the human world. Everyone was curious. Meanwhile, the titled celestial emperors had disdainful expressions on their faces. How could Lin Ling defeat them? That was just a pipe dream. But at this time, Lin Ling whistled. The sound was very pleasant to the ears. It was like the sound of a stream. It spread far and wide. Boom, boom, boom. As if some taboo had been opened, the sky began to tremble. The clouds were rolling and an ancient air was coming. Under everyone's gaze, a huge 9-headed lion came down from the sky. Before it landed, one of the lion heads roared and a strong suction force was generated. Several Xiandi experts who were close to Lin Ling were sucked into the lion's mouth. No, what is that? The Xiandi experts shouted. They had no idea what was going on. Unfortunately, the 9-headed lion didn't bother to explain. It fell from the sky after it swallowed them. Boom! A few more titled celestial emperors were smashed into minced meat, and blood splattered everywhere. Roar! After landing on the ground, the 9-headed lion let out a furious roar. The remaining immortal emperors trembled under the roar and shattered like glass, turning into ashes. The Ji family and the Xiandi experts that Shen Yuan had left in the Forbidden City were all wiped out. Silence. This time, it was even quieter than before. Besides, not only was the Forbidden City quiet, but also the human realm giants who had been watching the battle in the distant corners of the world. Their expressions changed drastically. They had been waiting for Lin Ling's backer. Because Lin Ling had humiliated the Fire Tribe, many human realm giants guessed that Lin Ling might not be a simple person. Therefore, they chose to wait and see before they figured out who Lin Ling was. Of course, if Lin Ling didn't have a backer,
they would have killed Lin Ling given his arrogant character. But now, it seemed that Lin Ling's backer had come to light. Divine Realm Beast. Emperor Yu said in horror. Yes, it was the most ancient and mysterious beast king in the heavenly earth. Previously, Lin Ling had gone to the everlasting gate and came out alive from the mouth of the divine martial world-suppressing beast. At that time, the giants of the human realm were shocked, but they were not shocked. Now they could not help but be shocked because Lin Ling was summoning the divine martial world-suppressing beast. It should be known that the divine realm beast didn't listen to anyone's orders. Even the Lord of the Sky on the ancient immortal plateau tempted it with treasures, but the divine realm beast didn't care. Now that Lin Ling could summon it, it explained everything. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How can the divine realm beast listen to an ant? The law overlord said in disbelief. His face was distorted. Because from a certain point of view, Lin Ling was more noble than the law overlord. Little Onion, you're finally here. At this moment, Lin Ling looked exhausted. It was difficult for him to even smile, but he walked forward and stroked the divine realm beast. Bang! At the same time, the huge divine realm beast lay down and wagged its tail as if it was trying to please Lin Ling. Boom! Everyone felt as if they were struck by lightning. This was the first time they saw the ferocious divine realm beast show such a gentle side. And this scene proved that the divine realm beast really listened to Lin Ling plus. Lin Ling dared to raise his sword and attack because he was prepared. His final trump card was the divine realm beast. Roar! The divine realm beast didn't care about everyone's gazes. After wagging its tail, it picked up Lin Ling, put him on its back, and flew into the sky. In the eyes of everyone, Lin Ling seemed to be riding a 9-headed lion as he left proudly. His blue and white robe was as elegant as the clouds in the sky at this moment. It was otherworldly and revealed a mysterious color. Dongzun Lin Ling. After a moment of silence, outside the Forbidden City, loud cheers came one after another. Lin Ling had won this battle. On the side of the 7 emperors, the law overlord and the others looked terrible. It was as if they had been slapped by Lin Ling in front of everyone. Chapter 1749. Recovery. Because the divine martial world-suppressing beast was trying to please Lin Ling, it meant that Lin Ling was the most righteous and noble person in the world. Although he didn't believe Lin Ling was that kind of person, everyone in the world did. After all, the divine martial world-suppressing beast represented the divine beast of the human world. Hee hee, what a beautiful victory. Emperor Li Shou smiled faintly. The more he knew Lin Ling, the more secrets he felt Lin Ling had. It was very possible that Lin Ling was indeed the descendant of the firmament sword immortal. Lin Ling's subordinates, take these 2 heads back to pay respects to the dead. Emperor Yu said. Now that Lin Ling had left, he would do the rest for Lin Ling. Thank you, 7th Emperor. Thank you. In the distance, Lord Pu and Lord Watermist flew into the Forbidden City excitedly. They bowed and came before the 2 heads. They smiled coldly and stepped on the heads before taking them away. Ji Mengling and Lord Pu were very sinister. They had planned to kill Lin Ling. If Lin Ling died, many people in the rainforest would die. So they didn't show any mercy to the 2 heads. As for the ancient Ji family and Shenyuan clan who were hiding in the shadows, they wanted nothing more than to slaughter everyone in the rainforest Holy Land when they saw this scene. But now was clearly not the right time. Because Lin Ling had won a great victory, if they were to attack now, they would be violating the righteousness of the world. Let's go back. Let's go. The people of the rainforest left. The 3 Xian warriors of the human world looked at them with envy. It was good to have a strong leader. But when they thought of Lin Ling's protection, their hearts trembled. They couldn't afford to offend the rainforest Holy Land. Brother Lin Ling. Yes. In the Forbidden City, Yu and Anuer looked at the sky with worry. Don't worry, he won't die. He's just seriously injured and needs to find a place to recover. Emperor Li Shou stared at Yu and Lin Ling in confusion. He had also seen that the 2 devastatingly beautiful women were very worried about Lin Ling, so he explained. Then where did he go? Yu said worriedly. Emperor Li Shou smiled bitterly. No one knows. Indeed, no one knew where the divine martial world-suppressing beast had taken Lin Ling. Who knew where the divine martial world-suppressing beast was? The top battle in the Forbidden City spread like wildfire the next day. Everyone in the mortal world knew about it. Lin Ling, with his Saint Realm cultivation, had defeated a master on the level of Wu Shang. For a time, he became a legend in the mortal world. One had to know that Lin Ling had not defeated an ordinary Wu Shang master, but a monstrous genius. However, when a genius faced a genius, it was clear who was more monstrous. Lin Ling is so scary. I have a friend in the rainforest Holy Land. He said that Lin Ling has cultivated for less than 100 years. In the mortal world, he has cultivated for less than 100 years, but he can defeat a master like Wu Shang. He is the first person. No wonder he is called a super genius. If this continues, Lin Ling will be titled Xian Di sooner or later. Many people admired him. One had to know that after reaching the Saint Realm, the improvement of one's realm would be even slower. If an ordinary warrior did not have any opportunities, it would take a lifetime for them to improve their realm. As for those with good talent, it would take decades or even 100 years. As for stepping into the 10 directions Wu Shang, it was even more difficult. This was because it was said that before stepping into the 10 directions Wu Shang, one had to transform the source of void force. This process had to be done carefully. If one was not careful, they would be turned into ashes. If they were lucky, they would never be able to step into the Wu Shang realm. Lin Ling is so famous now. I heard that many diamond-level heavenly emperors want to challenge him to obtain supreme glory. Unfortunately, Lin Ling has disappeared. No one knows where he went. However, Lin Ling dared to kill his way into the Forbidden City. He is not to be trifled with. Those who want to challenge him should be careful not to humiliate themselves. Many people were extremely curious about Lin Ling's whereabouts. They were also looking forward to the confrontation between Lin Ling and those top masters. As for those in the dark, many people wanted to erase Lin Ling even more. Among them were the ancient Ji family, the Shenyuan clan, and other ancient Shi clans. This time, they had suffered a double loss. At this moment, on the other side of the world, in a quiet cave, the sound of dripping water could be heard. The stones around the cave emitted a soft light, making the cave extremely bright. Upon closer inspection, a figure was lying in a pool. His skin was like a baby's skin, white with a hint of red. His long hair was casually scattered, giving off an unruly feeling. However, upon closer inspection, this person had delicate features and was not as domineering as imagined. This was because no matter how one looked at it, this was a handsome young man. This person was Lin Ling. Lin Ling lay quietly in the pool. The warm water nourished his injured body. After an unknown amount of time, he finally opened his eyes slowly. After regaining clarity, the first thing he heard was the crisp sound of dripping water. After looking around, Lin Ling found himself in a cave. "Your Majesty, you're awake." At this time, Elder Zi's voice came, which puzzled Lin Ling. Why was he here? He immediately recalled. Not long ago in the Forbidden City, when he was attacked by the titled Xian Di, he immediately summoned Little Onion. Then, Little Onion took him away. When he woke up, he was already here. Where is Little Onion? Lin Ling immediately asked curiously. That 9-headed lion left after bringing you here. I don't know where it went now. Elder Zi was speechless. Even Lin Ling was speechless, unable to understand Little Tsong Tu's intentions. After checking his body, he sucked in a breath of cold air. He had already reached the 9th layer of the Saint Realm, and in his dantian, the Saint Sea's energy was extremely vast. This. Lin Ling was surprised. It was caused by the water in this small pond. This is a rare water of dense mist. It is the essence of the heaven and earth's dense mist. If it was a cultivator of the cloud attribute, it would be a great treasure for them. But even so, this water is of great help to other cultivators. Not only has His Majesty's realm increased, but his injuries have also all healed. Purple Elder said with a smile. Those 9 beasts were not stupid. They could find such a precious place. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air and looked around. Only then did he realize that there was very little white liquid left in the pool. Little Onion knew that I was injured, so he brought me here. Lin Ling thought. Then he was overjoyed. Reaching the 9th layer of the Saint Realm could greatly increase his strength. After all, any martial arts mainly relied on the power of the dantian. When one's cultivation level increased, whether it was the power of the Saint Mark martial arts or the power of laws, their power would increase greatly. Lin Ling's current fire martial arts could use the underworld flame to display the power of laws. This did not depend on martial arts comprehension, and the power of the Holy See in his dantian was not much. It all depended on the divine fire in his body. However, when his cultivation level increased, the power of the laws would increase by 30%. Cultivation level was the source of power. Talent. One of the keys to increasing one's strength, and also the biggest reliance of a cultivator's strength. Martial arts. That was a method to display all the advantages that a martial artist possessed. Chapter 1750. Searching for the item left behind by Li Xiaoyao. How's the peerless divine sword? Lin Ling asked curiously. This time, the sword embryo is not complete and your majesty used it forcefully, causing the peerless divine sword to have a flaw. Now, it has to be reforged again. Elder Z said. Lin Ling gasped. Previously, he used it forcefully in a moment of desperation. However, the power of the peerless divine sword was so strong that it allowed him to control the power of law. One had to know that his physical body and the power of the Holy See could not support the power of law of space. However, with the sword in hand, he could control the power of law. This showed that the sword was extraordinary. Your Majesty, don't worry. This time, it won't take as long as the last time. Elder Z said again. It's a pity that the misty water was wasted. If your Majesty was not seriously injured, Your Majesty's celestial demon overlord body would be upgraded again. At that time, Your Majesty's talent would be at the 10th grade of the heaven class. It's okay. It's enough to win this battle. The celestial demon overlord body will be upgraded sooner or later. Lin Ling did not mind. On the contrary, he was grateful to Little Onion. If Little Onion had not found such a treasure, Lin Ling's injuries would have taken a long time to recover. Then, Lin Ling sighed. This battle was the second time in his life that he had faced a life-and-death crisis. By the way, I saw Yu and the others in the Forbidden City. Recalling the scene in the Forbidden City, Lin Ling could not help but feel excited. Your Majesty, don't worry. At least now we know their whereabouts. I'm sure they are in the mortal world. Elder Z said. It seems that they should be in the Yanggu Immortal Plateau. However, their status seems to be very high. I'm afraid it will take some effort to see them again. Lin Ling said lightly. At this moment, he wished he could become stronger because his opponents were also getting stronger. Then, he stood up and felt the increase in his cultivation level. He could not help but feel like shouting to the sky. In his dantian, the power of the Holy See was extremely strong. Let's leave this place. After a long time, Lin Ling set off on his journey again. After arriving outside the cave, Lin Ling's expression involuntarily changed. The sky here was gray, as if it was not the mortal realm, but the fiend realm. Why did Little Onion bring him to the demon domain? Even Violet Elder was shocked. Suddenly, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Faintly, he saw a familiar figure. That person had been free and unfettered for an entire lifetime, walking through the world. The devil domain was like his back garden. Li Xiaoyao. Lin Ling's Eye of Time actually saw Li Xiaoyao. He couldn't help but become excited. Moreover, memories also appeared like a tide. Li Xiaoyao had left a stone tablet here to seal the devil world. However, the Eye of Time told Lin Ling that he must find that stone tablet because Li Xiaoyao had left something there. It was extremely important to Lin Ling. Li Xiaoyao seemed to know that he was going to reincarnate, so he left something in advance for his next life. Could this be the purpose of Little Onion bringing me here? Lin Ling muttered to himself. He couldn't help but sigh at his foresight in his previous life. Even if he had fallen, his previous life had made sufficient preparations for his next life to make a comeback. Go west. Lin Ling spat out a sentence and set off on his journey. He put on a cloak and transformed into a devil again. In the fiend realm, the sky was gray and the earth was gray. The whole world was like a wilderness. Lin Ling moved forward like a lone ranger, wanting to find the things left behind by his previous life. However, the fiend realm was very large. From time to time, there would be terrifying devil winds sweeping through. Moreover, under the earth, there were often terrifying devils hiding. This caused Li Xiaoyao's figure to disappear in Lin Ling's Eye of Time. It seemed that Li Xiaoyao in his previous life had passed by here and used a powerful movement martial art to instantly disappear. I only remember that the statue is in a mountain. Lin Ling frowned.
If he could reach that mountain, he would be able to find the statue. Perhaps he would be able to obtain the things left behind by his previous life, and his strength would be greatly improved.
Right now, he could only try his luck.
The only good thing was that he was sure that the statue was in this area. Your Majesty, there are people in front.
At this time, Purple Elder's voice sounded, causing Lin Ling to look into the distance. He saw several figures fighting a devil scorpion in the distance. Those figures had bone wings behind their backs. Obviously, they were from the devil race. After Lin Ling approached, those people also killed the devil scorpion. Then, they looked at Lin Ling cautiously. The leader was a young girl with dark skin and elf-like ears. She asked, "What devil race are you from?" "Moon Rabbit race." The other party was somewhat cautious. However, Lin Ling could sense that their strength was much weaker than him, so he relaxed. "Moon Rabbit race?" There were 5 people from the devil race, 3 men and 2 women. The men were tall, and their facial features were somewhat similar to humans. However, there were 2 long teeth in their mouths, making them look like zombies. The women were the same. However, their appearance was not bad, so their small fangs gave people a kind of cute feeling. Moon Rabbit race is the weakest among the devil race, but their temperament is not cruel.
One of the men withdrew the bone wings behind his back and said indifferently,
"Are you from the nearby devil race?"
"Yes,"
Lin Ling asked curiously.
He was sure that this was not the true martial world, but the depths of the devil domain.
"Yes, we are from the wing race," the young girl replied, curiously staring at Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling's body was covered with devil chi. However, his appearance was handsome, and there was a horn on his forehead, giving people a very unique feeling. "That's good. I am looking for a mountain with stone sculptures. I don't know if you have seen it before?" Lin Ling quickly said politely. "Stone sculptures? Devil god statues, right? That is a forbidden area."
They looked at each other, and the young girl immediately said. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Although he did not know whether that place was the one he was looking for, he had no choice so far.
"Yes, can you take me there?"
"Yes,"
Lin Ling sincerely said. "This we can, but we can only take you to the vicinity.
As for the Devil Mountain, we do not dare to go near it."
The young girl pondered for a moment, and Lin Ling could not help but laugh. Rumble! At this moment, the black earth suddenly shook.
Sand billowed in front of them, and the devil shadow was vast and mighty.
The young girl and the others' faces changed dramatically, and the bone wings behind them opened. "Fool, why are you still not running? That is the blood crocodile race."
"Ah!"
The young girl was just about to fly away, but seeing Lin Ling standing there foolishly, she could not help but exclaim. She quickly pulled Lin Ling's hand and flew toward the sky.
Lin Ling's eyes flickered.
"Blood crocodile race?"
The Eye of Time quietly appeared, and in the rolling waves, a large number of huge figures appeared. They were blood-armored crocodiles that were as long as 10 meters. Most importantly, they were extremely fast, and they surrounded them from every corner.
"Run! Why are you not running?
If you run again, I will eat all of you." Angry roars drifted out from the ground, and the smell of blood permeated the air.
In the sky, the few people's faces were ugly, and they reluctantly flew down. Although they could fly, the blood crocodile race had powerful explosive power. They could jump 1,000 miles high, and they could easily bite them down. After they landed, huge crocodiles began to crawl out from all directions. They opened their huge mouths, and it was a shocking sight. Chapter 1751. Overbearing Demon Race. The Wings Race's people were all trembling at this moment, especially the young girl. Her eyes were moist.
Lin Ling looked over and found that the young girl's ears were twitching.
She looked very cute. "So, it's the little bone pearl of the Wings Race."
"What? You don't recognize this young master?"
Among the half-human, half-crocodile demons, a thin man walked out, causing the young girl to tremble even more. "Tell your tribe's leader that your little bone pearl is my woman. Tomorrow, I will come to marry my wife. Also, your tribe now belongs to the Blood Crocodile clan," the thin man lightly said. Several people were silent, not daring to raise their heads. They seemed to have been in contact with the Blood Crocodile clan for a long time. "Can't you hear my words?
Answer me." However, Their silence made the thin man angrily shout.
Several wings races people immediately raised their heads and spoke.
One of the men said, "Young master is right.
We heard you. Don't you know how to flatter me? Do you want me to eat you now?"
The thin man had the head of a crocodile. He opened his bloody mouth and spoke. "No, we will say it, we will say it."
Several wings races people spoke incoherently. The perfect demon god used his omnipotent hands to create the blood crocodile clan. Their young master is the most handsome, the most domineering, and the most brilliant of the demon race. Every woman of the demon race wants to be his woman. Every demon race wants to submit to him and follow in his footsteps to unify the demon race and become one of the 5 great emperors of the demon domain. Young master is as handsome as a jade tree in the wind. He has a handsome appearance that even the heavens envy. He is the most admired existence of our demon race. Under threat, the wings races people couldn't help but praise. The blood crocodile young master was enjoying the praise. Lin Ling was also among them. He couldn't help but be astonished. Although he didn't know about the demon race's customs, such praise was too hypocritical. With a bloody mouth and a crocodile's head, they actually said that he was as handsome as Panin? He couldn't help but feel speechless. It seemed that the demon race was learning from the humans in many ways, but they didn't look alike at all. "That's right. I like to hear your words. You guys can go. Remember, I'm going to your tribe tomorrow to marry Little Bone Bead. Also, the area around your tribe belongs to our blood crocodile clan."
The thin man waved his hand and said.
Hearing this, the young girl's eyes became even more moist. Demons could marry each other, but generally, if they were not of the same race, the outcome would be very miserable. It was said that after a powerful demon got tired of playing with them, they would generally be eaten. The girls in the nearby tribes were like this. However, although she was unwilling in her heart, how could she resist when she thought of the powerful blood crocodile clan?
"Let's go, Little Bone Bead."
The men of the winged race hurriedly took the bone bead and left. Lin Ling was naturally among them. He didn't care about such things because he didn't know what had happened.
"Wait." However, right at that moment, the emaciated man shouted angrily, "You don't seem to have praised me."
"That's why I'm in a bad mood."
"That's why you must die and be devoured by us."
"Eat. It's rare to meet a demon. How can I not eat one?" The other members of the blood crocodile clan also roared repeatedly, appearing extremely cruel. Perhaps, this was also the atmosphere of the demon race. The weak were prey to the strong. Either you devour me, or I devour you. Among the few people, Lin Ling couldn't help but be astonished. These people of the blood crocodile clan seemed to be talking to him. "Why aren't you praising him? Don't implicate us." The winged race people immediately complained to Lin Ling. If Lin Ling angered the blood crocodile clan, they would also suffer a calamity. Lin Ling couldn't help but smile bitterly. If the young master of the blood crocodile clan was really good-looking, then in order to calm things down, he would praise a few words. However, from a human's point of view, the blood crocodile clan was indeed not very good-looking. "Young master, he's not from the winged race. He's from the moon rabbit clan. This matter has nothing to do with him." At this time, Xiao Guzhu hurriedly said, wanting to plead for Lin Ling. Unfortunately, she was too inexperienced because it was fine if she didn't say it. Once she said it, it would ruin the blood crocodile young master's dissatisfaction. "You're pleading for him?" The thin man said coldly. "Yes, the winged race's matter has nothing to do with him." Xiao Guzhu still said. Even Lin Ling secretly shook his head. This was going to kill him. "Kill!" Sure enough, the thin man roared, "You're my fiancé, but you're pleading for others. If you make me unhappy, other than Xiao Guzhu, the other members of the winged race may die." Overbearing. This was the overbearing manner of the demon race. The few men of the winged race were all glaring at Lin Ling angrily. Xiao Guzhu seemed to know that she had said something wrong and couldn't help but cry. Seeing this scene, Lin Ling didn't want to cause any trouble, but it seemed impossible.
"Young master, can I sincerely praise you?"
Lin Ling said indifferently. "Then say it. If you make me happy, I will consider not eating all of them. I will only eat one." The thin man sneered. The other members of the blood crocodile race also sneered, looking forward to seeing Lin Ling's flattery. "Then I'll tell you the truth. You have a big bloody mouth and sharp teeth. It really has nothing to do with being handsome. Apart from your mouth,
Your eyes are also small green eyes. It's as if you haven't woken up yet and have no spirit.
I don't think you're suitable for Panon's looks. Besides, your figure is thin and tall. Your skin is covered with lumps of scales. Lin Ling said bluntly. Boom. The faces of all the demon clan S changed greatly, and the winged race S were the same. Xiao Guzhu couldn't help but laugh. In fact, what Lin Ling said was what she wanted to say, but she didn't dare.
As for your ability to be honest, not to mention dominating the demon realm, even in a small area, you are not invincible.
Finally, I'm done. Lin Ling said again.
All the demon clan S stared at Lin Ling, but they saw that Lin Ling's face was calm, as if he wasn't joking at all.
Do you know what you are saying? The thin man's voice became lower and lower.
I'm telling the truth.
Lin Ling nodded, as if he didn't know what kind of terrifying existence he had provoked.
He's dead, he's dead.
The winged race's faces were all pale. This moon rabbit race youth was very bold.
Although they knew that young Master Blood Crocodile wasn't good-looking, how could he casually say such words?
Most importantly, Lin Ling had implicated them even more. You still have one chance to take back your words. Young Master Blood Crocodile's eyes were filled with killing intent.
You told me to tell the truth, so I am telling the truth.
Lin Ling's face was still calm. Kill! Young Master Blood Crocodile finally let out a roar. The earth shook, and the Blood Crocodile race transformed into huge crocodiles again. Kid from the Moon Rabbit race, run! Xiao Guzhu shouted in panic. She spread her wings and flew up. The others did the same. At this time, they could only try their best to run. Chapter 1752. Winged Race. Little Guzhu, ignore him. He just distracted the Blood Crocodile clan. Let's take this opportunity to run. The men from the Wings clan said anxiously. Then they flew forward crazily. However, the little bone bead didn't leave. She continued to float in the air. For some reason, she felt that the young man from the Moon Rabbit clan was very pitiful. He shouldn't have died here. It was their Wings clan that had dragged him down. Boom! Boom!
On the ground in front of them, the waves of earth were still rolling, but they were gradually calming down.
A moment later, a thin and weak figure slowly walked out from the waves of earth. He wore a black cloak and had a single horn on his forehead. He had delicate features, but there was a trace of coldness in his eyes. Most importantly, he was dragging a 10-meter-long crocodile with his left hand. This person was Lin Ling. Seeing this scene, Xiao Guzhu's eyes narrowed. That was a brat from the Moon Rabbit clan?
By the time all the dust had dispersed, the front had already turned into a mountain of flesh and blood.
Those enormous ancient crocodiles had all been decomposed and died one by one. Not even the truth? At this moment, a calm voice drifted over. On the ground, Lin Ling was dragging the crocodile's tail with one hand and playing with a black demonic pearl with the other. He seemed to be very interested in it and then swallowed it into his mouth. That's right. Powerful demons can give birth to demonic orbs. After devouring them, the dragon claw's power can be increased.
Lin Ling asked in surprise.
This.
The small bone bead opened its mouth wide, unable to say anything.
According to her knowledge, the Moon Rabbit clan was the weakest clan in the Devil Race, and they were the clan that the Devil Race loved to devour the most. But now, a kid from the Moon Rabbit clan had actually defeated the Blood Alligator clan.
In the distance, the men of the Wings clan also stopped flying and sucked in a breath of cold air.
Now, can you take me to the Forbidden Mountain? Lin Ling raised his head.
There was blood on his face, giving people an extremely evil feeling.
Okay, but we have to go back to the tribe first. The little bone race subconsciously nodded. Lin Ling was the most demonic devil she had ever seen in her life. The group continued to move forward, but Lin Ling was silent. The divine martial world suppression beast had brought him to the demon zone. Hence, he would not miss out on the things that Li Xiaoyao had left behind. Once he had found that item, he would be able to leave the demon realm. Purple Elder, how long did I take to recover? Suddenly, Lin Ling thought of a crucial question. Your Majesty, according to my calculations, it's been close to a year. Elder Z's voice rang out, causing Lin Ling to gasp. While at this time, Little Bone Bead looked at Lin Ling curiously and said, The Moon Rabbit clan is the weakest fiend race. You actually defeated the Blood Alligator clan. Boy, you're too impressive.
Lin Ling withdrew his thoughts and shook his head helplessly. With his power of 14 universes, ordinary devils weren't his match at all. He smiled and said, I was lucky enough to obtain a martial arts manual in the past and studied it a little. That's why I have such strength.
Xiao Guzhu's eyes lit up. Human martial arts? Our chief, Uncle Gu, also knows human martial arts, but he isn't willing to teach us. He mostly instructs the tribal warriors. Kid from the Moon Rabbit clan, we'll bring you to the forbidden area. You have to teach me martial arts.
No problem. Lin Ling smiled and nodded his head.
That's great. When I become stronger, I want to learn from Uncle Gu and protect the tribe. Uncle Gu is the #1 warrior of our tribe.
Little Bone Bead's ears twitched, looking extremely adorable.
Uncle Gu?
Lin Ling felt somewhat curious. The devil race was blessed by the heavens and had boundless strength. However, their martial arts techniques weren't very strong. Hence, he was somewhat curious about the fact that the devil race knew human martial arts. After that, Lin Ling thought of the devil pearls from before. He discovered that some devil races would produce such origin pearls. After consuming one, his fiend god overlord physique didn't improve, but the strength of his dragon claws did. Not long after, a towering wall appeared in front of them. Upon closer inspection, these walls were made from gigantic trees. Occasionally, there would be silhouettes flying in and out. This was the winged race's tribe. At this moment, Lin Ling's azure interspatial ring suddenly flashed. After he checked it, he couldn't help but feel agitated. Big brother Gu Zhantian. Gu Zhantian. Gu Zhantian was the soul of the ancient flame devil. Back then, Gu Zhantian took the initiative to hand over the ancient flame devil to Lin Ling. When Lin Ling was weak, the ancient flame devil had helped Lin Ling many times, allowing him to overcome many dangers. Hence, Lin Ling was filled with gratitude towards Gu Zhantian and treated him as his big brother. Back then, when they parted ways in the ancient tomb, Gu Zhantian's whereabouts were unknown. After that, Lin Ling found out from Yen that Gu Zhantian was in the devil region. Initially, he wanted to find Gu Zhantian, but sadly, he encountered a ceiling formation and missed the opportunity. Who would have thought that he would meet Gu Zhantian again this time? Lin Ling stood there agitatedly while the other members of the winged race stared at Lin Ling in puzzlement. Little Bone Bead then said, Little Rabbit, there's no need to be afraid. Our winged race is very easy to talk to. She thought that Lin Ling was afraid because in the legends, the Moon Rabbit race was also the most cowardly race. As for Lin Ling defeating the young master of the Blood Crocodile race, in truth, many members of the winged race were capable of doing so. What the winged race feared was the entire Blood Crocodile race. It didn't mean that they were afraid of the young master of the Blood Crocodile race. Little Bone Bead, you've returned? Who is this devil? At this moment, a large number of devils flew out from the tall walls. These people didn't seem old, but their muscles were extremely sturdy. Evidently, their strength wasn't weak. They were none other than the warriors of the winged race. Big Brother Bone Armor. Little Bone Bead stared at the devils and said, He is from the Moon Rabbit race. The man in the lead was over 2 meters tall. The bone wings on his back were over 5 meters wide. At this moment, he spoke as he walked. So he is from the Moon Rabbit race. However, Little Bone Bead, who allowed you to bring an outsider here? His voice was filled with disdain. The Moon Rabbit race was extremely weak in the Devil region. Hence, he didn't place them in his eyes. Earlier, we encountered the Blood Crocodile race. He was the one who saved us. Little Bone Bead knew the rules and hurriedly explained. In the Devil domain, the strong preyed on the weak. There was the cunning Demon Fox clan and the Mystic Wolf clan. These devil clans liked to hide in other devil clans and then slaughter them. Therefore, the devil clan had always been very careful with those who were not of their clan. Just him. The man called Bone Armor sneered. He simply didn't believe that the weak Moon Rabbit race could defeat the Blood Crocodile race. Then did you see how he defeated them? The winged race asked. Little Bone Bead and the others couldn't explain it because after the battle ended, the Blood Crocodile race were all dead. They didn't see how Lin Ling won. I suspect that he is from the Mystic Wolf race. He transformed his body in an attempt to deceive us and enter our tribe. The man called Bone Armor said coldly. No, he did save us. Little Bone Bead immediately started to defend herself. However, she was the only one who defended herself.
The devils who were with her before were all silent because they weren't sure of Lin Ling's background. Kill! A bone spear appeared in the bone armor man's hand and he threw it towards Lin Ling. Chapter 1753. Seeing Gu Zhantian again Xiao. The bone spear shot towards Lin Ling, causing Gu Zhu to panic. Just as she was about to scream, Lin Ling had already regained his senses. He stretched out his right hand and caught the bone spear. However, the bone spear was too powerful, reaching the force of 5 universes. Lin Ling had just reacted, so he didn't have time to unleash his strength, causing his body to be knocked back 5 meters. This caused Lin Ling to be secretly shocked. The devil race was indeed born with great strength. However, compared to his shock, the other members of the winged race were even more shocked. This kid from the moon rabbit race actually managed to catch the bone spear of the #1 young warrior of the winged race? As for the man named Gu Jia, his expression was extremely ugly. One must know that he was the strongest warrior of the younger generation in the tribe. In the future, he would be the leader of the tribe. But now, his bone spear was caught by the weak moon rabbit race. This was a huge humiliation to him. Good. You are indeed not from the moon rabbit race. You are from the mystic wolf race. Otherwise, you wouldn't have such great strength. Also, don't be too arrogant. I didn't use my full strength just now. Gu Jia's expression turned even colder, causing Lin Ling to be astonished. This Gu Jia attacked him without any reason, and when his attack failed, he actually blamed it on him? Stop. At this moment, an angry roar rang out. A large number of figures flew out, causing Gu Jia and the other warriors' expressions to change. Those who flew out were all powerful warriors of the winged race. They had a lifespan of several hundred years and were their seniors. Put on. Gu Jia and the others immediately knelt down on one knee. In the tribe, their status was strict. They were the younger generation warriors, so they had to respect the older generation warriors. What happened? A white-haired old man with a face full of wrinkles asked. Replying to the great elder, this devil is from the mystic wolf race. He tried to sneak into our tribe and kill everyone. That's why I wanted to kill him. Gu Jia raised his head and said, What? All the experts' expressions changed drastically, as though they were facing a great enemy. The mystic wolf race was notorious in the devil domain. They could transform into other devils and sneak into the devil race to devour everything. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. All the members of the winged race raised the bone spear in their hands. They were ready to kill Lin Ling at any moment. Xiao Guzhu instantly panicked, blocking in front of Lin Ling, wanting to explain. However, Lin Ling merely smiled and pulled the young girl behind him as he asked, Excuse me, is Gu Zhantian here? Although these devils were not weak, Lin Ling could still sense that they were ultimately much weaker than him. If he really wanted to kill, 3 incense sticks would be enough to wipe out everyone here. You know our leader? You really are from the Mystic Wolf clan. Speak, what is your purpose in coming here? How many Mystic Wolf clan members are approaching our tribe? The old man angrily shouted. Firstly, I'm not from the Illusion Wolf clan. Secondly, the purpose of coming here was to find the forbidden area. Third, I have no interest in eating fiends. Lin Ling said with a faint smile. Lin Ling was considered short and skinny among the demons, but his calm demeanor surprised all the winged clan members. Are you not afraid of death? For some reason, the bone armor felt displeased when he saw Lin Ling's nonchalant attitude. He sneered. I'm afraid of death. But you guys won't be able to kill me. Lin Ling retorted. What a joke. Don't think you can be so arrogant just because you have some ability. Let me tell you, all the warriors of the winged race are here. As long as our bone spears strike, you will die without a doubt. The bone armor snorted. Let's not talk about how powerful your bone spears are. Even if they are powerful, you still won't be able to kill me. Lin Ling was still as calm as ever. Looking at the tall walls, a familiar silhouette flew out. That silhouette was also looking at Lin Ling with excitement. The leader is here. At the same time, all the warriors of the winged race shouted in unison. Their eyes were filled with reverence. Now that their strongest leader was here, how could this brat be so arrogant? Haha, Lin Ling? Are you Lin Ling? Haha. However, to everyone's surprise, their leader wasn't enraged. Instead,
He lunged towards Lin Ling with tears in his eyes. After that, under their gazes, their leader actually hugged Lin Ling. This. Haha. Upon seeing this, all the members of the winged race were shocked. Haha, big brother Gu Zhantian, I missed you so much after we parted back then. Haha. Little rascal Lin Ling. You also missed your big brother so much. How did you manage to find this place? Also, the devil chi on your body. Haha. After the two of them hugged, they surveyed each other. Back then when they were in the ancient tomb, the brotherhood between them was forged from iron. Now that they met again, they would naturally be extremely emotional. Lin Ling transmitted his voice. The devil chi on my body originates from a jade token. That jade token can conceal my aura as well as my identity as a human. Haha. He guessed that Gu Zhantian was the leader of the winged race. Hence, Lin Ling didn't want to implicate Gu Zhantian and didn't reveal his identity as a human. Gu Zhantian naturally knew that Lin Ling was a human. However, he didn't care at all. He turned and spoke to all the members of the winged race. Who allowed you to raise your bone spears? How audacious. He is my brother, a true brother. Kneel. Put on. All the members of the winged race knelt down on one knee. This was how it was in the devil race. The words of their leader were like the heavens. Earlier, they almost killed the brother of their leader. This was a great crime. However, they were also curious because their leader was extremely powerful. Yet, his brother was actually from the moon rabbit race. The difference was too great. Naturally, although they were curious, who would dare to say it out loud? So it's the brother of our leader. As expected of a hero of the devil race. I can see that this lord's strength is majestic, tall and mighty. I've long known that this lord is extraordinary. Kneel. We've offended you earlier. Please forgive us. Forgive us. The members of the winged race all started to flatter, causing Lin Ling to be speechless. From the perspective of humans, he couldn't be considered short. But compared to the devil race, he was short and skinny. Yet, these members of the winged race actually said that he was tall and mighty? Wasn't this flattery a little too fake? Hee, no worries. Haha. However, Lin Ling didn't mind at all. Among all the members of the winged race, only Bone Armor was the most unwilling. Earlier when he attacked, Lin Ling blocked his attack, causing him to feel somewhat embarrassed. And now, Lin Ling had become the brother of their leader. That meant that his status was even higher than his. How could he swallow this humiliation? Come. Lin Ling, let's go take a look at my tribe. Yes. At this moment, Gu Zhantian led Lin Ling forward. Bone Armor mumbled to himself. Humph, I don't know how he managed to climb up to the leader's thigh. But in the tribe, strength is everything. Once the leader knows of his strength, he would surely look down on him. Yes. He was obviously jealous. At this moment, a voice transmission suddenly sounded in his ears. Earlier, it wasn't that you didn't use your full strength. The voice was very soft. Only Bone Armor could hear it. However, this caused Bone Armor's expression to turn unsightly. Because, he knew that the person who spoke was a brat from the moon rabbit race. Just a mere member of the moon rabbit race, who gave him the guts to be so arrogant. Lin Ling spoke and couldn't be bothered with Bone Armor. In fact, if it wasn't for Bone Armor sneaking an attack on him at the start, he wouldn't have even bothered to retaliate. Because of his disdain, Lin Ling couldn't be bothered. Chapter 1754. Tribal hunting. Gu Zhantian brought Lin Ling back to his residence. Lin Ling discovered that Gu Zhantian already had a son and a wife. That boy's face had Gu Zhantian's features and at the start, he was somewhat fearful of strangers. However, he soon became familiar with Lin Ling. As for Gu Zhantian's wife, she was kind and honest, warmly welcoming Lin Ling. Lin Ling left behind some treasures like the Void Mystic Gourd for them. After that, he smiled and started drinking with Gu Zhantian. Gu Zhantian didn't know how valuable the treasures Lin Ling left behind were. In fact, he didn't even know Lin Ling's strength because Lin Ling's body was shrouded in devil chi. As long as he didn't unleash his aura, no one would know that he was a human. Haha, big brother, you are really something. In just a few short years, you are already a father. Back then when I roamed the world, I came to the devil region and was heavily injured. Luckily, I was saved by the leader of the Wings race. After that, I stayed here and waited for the old leader to die before I took on the role of the leader. Gu Zhantian sighed, his words causing Lin Ling to nod his head. Although Gu Zhantian's words were simple, he knew that the process wasn't easy. Also, he could tell that Gu Zhantian had already treated this place as his home. It was like a man supporting the entire family. In the past, Gu Zhantian was an ancient flame devil. It was rare for him to have a wife and a child. He would definitely cherish these things. After that, Lin Ling roughly recounted his experiences. The two of them instantly drank and laughed. After parting in the past, everyone was different from before. And Lin Ling also revealed his purpose. Devil statue? That forbidden ground isn't a place ordinary people can enter. Lin Ling, if you want to enter, I can bring you there. Gu Zhantian reminded. Although the forbidden ground was dangerous, he couldn't allow Lin Ling to enter alone. Maybe because he had protected Lin Ling in the past. He was used to protecting Lin Ling, treating Lin Ling as his own younger brother. Big brother, there's no need. Since it's a forbidden ground, I will enter alone. Lin Ling felt warmth in his heart, but he didn't want to implicate Gu Zhantian. What do you mean by this? Do you think that I, Gu Zhantian, am afraid of death? Big brother, you've misunderstood. I'm the only one who can go to that place. Moreover, if you go and suffer any losses, how am I going to explain it to sister-in-law and the others? Lin Ling persuaded, his words causing Gu Zhantian to fall silent. However, he felt even more guilty in his heart. Because when they went to the forbidden ground, he actually couldn't help Lin Ling. Well, let's not talk about this. How's your tribe doing this time? Lin Ling changed the topic. Gu Zhantian sighed, roughly describing the dangers of the winged race. In the devil regions, food was the most important thing. For the sake of food, tribes would often devour each other. And in this region, the winged race wasn't the strongest. There were blood crocodiles, devil leopards, and bloodthirsty six-winged falcons. All of them were eyeing the winged race like tigers eyeing their prey, wanting to devour the winged race at any moment. For the winged race to be able to survive until now, it all depended on luck. Lin Ling nodded. No wonder the winged clan acted like they were facing a great enemy when he came here. It turned out that they really had to be careful. To think that this place is so desolate. Big brother, have you never thought of migrating? Lin Ling asked. How could I not have thought of it? Sadly, the devil regions are so vast. Where would we be able to stay? We aren't from any powerful devil race. The 5 great emperors of the devil regions wouldn't protect us. Gu Zhantian shook his head. In the past, he was arrogant and unruly. But after he had a family, he also lost his lofty ambitions. He had to be careful with every step he took. I have a wine flask here. You can find the subordinates of the Eastern Devil King and take out the wine flask. Tell them that you are one of my subordinates, Lin Ling. They will protect you. Lin Ling contemplated for a moment before he took out the wine flask used to store the strong wine of the devil regions. Eastern Devil King. Gu Zhantian drew in a breath of cold air. This was the legendary Devil King of the legends. He contemplated Lin Ling from top to bottom and could only bitterly smile as he received the wine flask. Naturally, he didn't treat it as a big deal in his heart. Firstly, if they found the Eastern Devil King and the wine flask was useless, it would be considered as them deceiving the Eastern Devil King. At that time, their entire tribe would have to die. Secondly, during these years, he felt that his strength had improved by leaps and bounds and had already surpassed the ancient flame devil of the past. However, he didn't dare to proclaim himself as the hegemon of the devil regions. Also, Lin Ling's talent wasn't bad, but his strength shouldn't be able to surpass him. Hence, he felt that it was impossible for Lin Ling to accomplish the things he couldn't do. Lin Ling didn't know what Gu Zhantian was thinking. He was still thinking of a way out for Gu Zhantian. Night gradually descended. The night in the devil regions was even more dangerous. But today was the hunting night. This hunting night only appeared once a year, causing the entire winged clan to be extremely lively. Lin Ling, it just so happens that the hunting day for the wildebeest is here. If we miss out today, our winged clan would have to starve during winter. Come, let me bring you out to hunt. When Lin Ling appeared in the tribe, Gu Zhantian smiled, causing Lin Ling to be somewhat curious. In any case, they would be heading to the forbidden ground tomorrow. Since that was the case, he might as well take a look at the hunting day. Everyone moved forward in a grandiose manner and came to the bottom of a cliff.
After that, they set up a table and sat down, drinking wine as they quietly waited for the time to arrive. The sky grew darker and darker. Not long after, the earth trembled as gigantic silhouettes appeared in the vast plains below the cliff. Upon closer inspection, they were actually ancient horses that were over 10 meters tall. These ancient horses had stiff scales and their galloping speed was extremely fast. Also, they seemed to be migrating and their numbers were so great that one couldn't see the end of them with a single glance. Rumble, the heavens and earth trembled at this moment. Lin Ling drew in a breath of cold air. Was this the hunting ground? Every year at this time, the wildebeest would migrate. Hence, this is the best time for us, the winged clan, to hunt. Tomorrow, everyone will have meat to eat. Beside Lin Ling, Gu Zhantian sat there, drinking wine as he explained. The other members of the winged clan all laughed uproariously, extremely excited. Because this was their food for the winter. Leader, we are moving out. Sir Lin Ling, please take a look at our strength. We will definitely reap a bountiful harvest this time around. The warriors of the winged clan all walked out, kneeling on one knee as they spoke, their morale surging. Good. Let's follow the usual rules. Let's see who hunts the most. The one who hunts the most will be rewarded with strong wine. Gu Zhantian waved his hands, causing the other warriors to be even more excited. Their gazes turned to Lin Ling, suddenly filled with anticipation. Lin Ling was the brother of their leader. Hence, they respected and worshipped Lin Ling. However, since their leader had already offered a reward, they also wanted to see what Lin Ling could take out. Hee. My elder brother has already offered a reward. As his brother I can't lose face. I will take out the Void Mystic Gourd. The one who hunts the most will be rewarded with 10 Void Mystic Gourds. Lin Ling naturally wouldn't lose face for Gu Zhantian. All the warriors were puzzled. What was the use of the gourd? When you guys are heavily injured or have your limbs broken, this gourd can heal you within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Lin Ling calmly spoke. All the warriors drew in a breath of cold air. This was a supreme treasure. Chapter 1755. 3 bone spears as expected of Lord. Good, I, the bone barbarian, want to be number 1. Good. Lord Lin Ling, I won't disappoint you. Good. A moment later, the warriors let out cheers. They worshipped and respected Lin Ling even more. Although in their hearts, Lin Ling was a weak member of the Moon Rabbit race, at this moment, his seniority was only below their leader. The temperament of the Devil race was just so direct. If they were enemies, they wouldn't be afraid even if the enemy was a great Devil King. If they were friends, even if the enemy was as weak as an ant, they would still treat them warmly. Swish, 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 swish. Rumble. A chaotic battle broke out in the Great Plains. Many demonic wildebeests fell, shocking the heavens and earth. Even Lin Ling drew in a breath of cold air. Thinking about it, 10-meter-tall giant wildebeests fell, and there were so many of them. How could that not be terrifying? Gu Zhantian glanced at Lin Ling, and upon seeing Lin Ling's shocked expression, he laughed. This was the first time he saw such a scene, and he was the same as Lin Ling. Lin Ling, do you want to go and play? Gu Zhantian suggested. Lin Ling shook his head. If he went out, no one would be able to snatch the spoils from him. But Lin Ling's shaking of his head made Gu Zhantian feel that Lin Ling didn't dare to. But of course, this was normal. The first time he went out to hunt the demonic wildebeests, he was also somewhat timid then. After an unknown amount of time, the sounds of killing grew softer. At the foot of the cliff, a large number of corpses of the demonic wildebeests could be seen, causing the entire winged race to cheer. These corpses were their food for the winter. As expected of Bone Barbarian, becoming number 1 at such a young age. The position of number 1 warrior in the tribe will definitely be yours in the future. The warriors returned and checked their spoils of war. Bone Barbarian was actually number 1. He had killed 122 demonic wildebeests. At this moment, Gu Jia's face was filled with pride as he enjoyed the worship of the tribe. He was also looking at Lin Ling with a hint of provocation in his eyes. However, Lin Ling completely ignored him, which made his expression turn ugly. Obviously, he was young and full of vigor, and didn't easily admit defeat. Today,
He hadn't managed to teach Lin Ling a lesson in front of the tribe, and there was always a thorn in his heart.
Lord Lin Ling, how about I have a match with you? The bone armor suddenly said.
How dare you?
Many of the older generation warriors immediately shouted angrily. They respected Lin Ling very much, but who would have thought that the bone armor would actually challenge Lin Ling? Don't worry, Lord Lin Ling is from the Moon Rabbit tribe. He naturally wouldn't dare to hunt in the front. Hence, for the sake of Lord Lin Ling's safety, let's hunt on the cliffs. Bone Barbarian laughed, his words mocking Lin Ling for not daring to enter the grassy plains. He then suggested, let's compete using 3 bone spears, and see who can hunt more demonic wildebeests. As long as I hunt more demonic wildebeests than Lord Barbarian, for every additional wildebeest, Lord Barbarian will be punished with 10 cups of wine. For every additional wildebeest, Lord Barbarian will be punished with 100 cups of wine. As the sound of his voice faded, the warriors all fell silent. They thought that Bone Barbarian wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson. But if it was just a matter of drinking wine, there was nothing wrong with that. After all, it was a very normal thing for men to drink as punishment. Gu Zhantian's expression was extremely gloomy. He knew that Bone Barbarian was the youngest warrior in the tribe, and was arrogant and domineering. Hence, he wasn't willing to accept Lin Ling's challenge. However, this was simply humiliating his brother. But now, it wasn't good for him to speak up for Lin Ling. Because if he rejected on behalf of Lin Ling would also be ridiculed, losing all face. Sure. At this moment, Lin Ling drank a mouthful of wine and nodded with a smile, as if he didn't know that Bone Barbarian wanted to see him make a fool of himself. Little brat from the Moon Rabbit tribe, don't accept his challenge. You don't even know how to use bone spears. You won't be able to win against him. Elder brother Bone Barbarian is the #1 bone spear expert in the tribe. Last year, he killed 5 demonic wildebeests with 3 bone spears. At this moment, little Gu Zhu reminded, somewhat worried for Lin Ling, when men are talking, why are you interrupting? Bone Barbarian glared at little Gu Zhu, telling her to cover her mouth. He didn't dare to say anything, but his eyes were still fixed on Lin Ling, telling Lin Ling not to accept his challenge. However, Lin Ling acted as if he didn't hear her warning. He picked up a skewer of roasted meat and placed it in his mouth. After that he mumbled, no matter, it's just drinking wine anyway. It doesn't matter who wins or loses. Yes. Then Lord Barbarian has accepted my challenge. Fine, I'll embarrass myself first. All right. Bone Barbarian couldn't help but laugh. He guessed that Lin Ling wouldn't be able to kill 1 demonic armor wildebeest, and he would have to kill at least 4. If that was the case, Lin Ling would have to drink 40 cups. That would make Lin Ling vomit and have diarrhea. He would lose all face. Someone immediately took out a bone spear. This bone spear was extremely heavy and was made from the bones of demonic beasts. Bone Barbarian held onto one of the bone spears and stood at the bottom of the cliff, looking at the grassland ahead. One must know that it was currently night time and the distance was very far. In addition, the prey was huge. Hence, it was extremely difficult to kill a demonic wildebeest. Very few of the other warriors in the tribe could kill a demonic wildebeest with just a bone spear. Elder brother Bone Barbarian, do your best. The warrior's soul shines on you. Let Lord Lin Ling see the might of the Winged tribe. At least kill 5 demonic wildebeests. Cheers. Many of the warriors from the Winged tribe cheered. At this moment, even Gu Zhantian laughed. Maybe, he also saw this competition as a drinking contest between men. At this moment, cracking sounds could be heard from Bone Barbarian's body, causing Lin Ling's eyes to brighten. He discovered that the bones of the Winged tribe were different from humans. They were flexible, like a bow. We of the Winged tribe are born hunters. Bone Barbarian wanted to let Lin Ling know how powerful he was. He let out a low roar and bent his waist, his head actually touching the ground. The next moment, with a bang, he straightened his waist like a spring and the bone spear in his hand shot out like a shooting star. Powerful, this spear has the strength of 8 universes. Lin Ling praised, causing Bone Barbarian to be even more pleased with himself. Shill. The bone spear pierced through the clouds and shot towards the ground, directly killing a demonic wildebeest, stabbing it into the ground. Good one. The warriors cheered. The speed of the demonic wildebeest was extremely fast. If Bone Barbarian could kill it, it meant that Bone Barbarian was very powerful. Again. This time, Bone Barbarian's confidence was greatly boosted. He held the bone spear with both hands, once again assuming that posture, and then threw it out. Both spears shot out. The warriors all sucked in a breath of cold air. Bone Barbarian's skill in using bone spears had reached the point of perfection. Xiao xiao. Under countless gazes, the two bone spears created a miracle. One shot down 2 demonic wildebeests, the other shot down 3, a total of 5. Silence. On the cliff, there was complete silence. This was the first person in the history of the Wing tribe to kill 5 demonic wildebeests with 2 spears. One must know that the demonic wildebeests were huge. Even if one was shot down, the bone spear wouldn't have enough power to kill a second one. However, Bone Barbarian could do this, which meant that the bone spear was very powerful. A total of 6. Hee. Lord Linling is going to drink 60 cups. Bone Barbarian wiped the sweat from his forehead and was in high spirits. Like all the youngsters, he was rebellious and wanted to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat today. He did it. Lord, drink, drink, drink. The warriors cheered and asked Linling to drink, as if Linling had already lost. Chapter 1756. 3 bamboo skewers, leader, drink 2. We won't rest until we're drunk. Drink. The mood of the warriors grew even higher. Maybe, only on such a happy day would they dare to tease their leader like this. However, amidst their laughter, Linling suddenly spoke. Big brother, I haven't made my move yet, right? As the sound of his voice faded, the warriors fell silent. The bone armor had already killed 6 demonic wildebeests and Lord Linling still wanted to make his move? One must know that even if the other warriors made their move, they wouldn't be able to win against the bone armor. Let alone Linling, who was from the moon rabbit race. Lord Linling, are you drunk? A warrior teased. Although he respected Linling, Linling was from the moon rabbit race. This was a fact that couldn't be changed. Hee, I'm half drunk and half sober. Let's use this drunkenness to try hunting demonic wildebeests. Linling drank the wine in his hand as he laughed boldly. Haha, as expected of Lord, not willing to admit defeat. This is our leader's brother. How would we know if we don't try? Those warriors started and laughed even louder. They naturally knew that Linling wouldn't be able to win. However, Linling still had the guts to fight. This was already worthy of respect. The bone armor also smiled faintly and shrugged his shoulders indifferently. As for Gu Zhantian, he smiled bitterly. Linling had never played with bone spears before, and didn't know the difficulty of hunting demonic wildebeests. Bone spears? I've never played with them before. In that case, let's use bamboo skewers instead. 3 bamboo skewers instead of 3 bone spears. However, what made Gu Zhantian even more speechless was that Linling actually used skewers with barbecued meat to replace the bone spears. Haha, Lord Linling must be drunk. The warriors laughed even louder. The bamboo skewers were made from devil leaf bamboo and were usually used to make chairs and stools. They weren't even tough enough to make weapons. Linling actually wanted to use them to hunt demonic wildebeests? This was the biggest joke in the world. I'm afraid it can't even pierce through the skin of the wildebeest. Some of the warriors laughed until tears flowed down their cheeks. One had to know that the skin of the demonic wildebeest was used to forge leather armor. One could imagine how tough it was. Linling seemed oblivious to the mockery of the crowd as he finished the 3 skewers on the table. Then, he picked up a bamboo skewer and waved it around. After familiarizing himself with it, he threw it out. Haha, Lord Linling, you're making fun of us. All the warriors shook their heads. Because when the bone armor hunted, he used all the strength in his body, making his body like a bow, while Linling sat and swung the bamboo stick. This was simply playing around. However, what surprised everyone was that after the bamboo skewers were shot out, they actually disappeared into the night. It had to be known that the winged race's eyesight was extremely good. Even at night, they could still see things in the distance. But they could clearly see that in the prairie ahead, not a single wildebeest had been hit by the bamboo skewers. The bamboo stick disappeared. Could it be that I didn't use enough strength? Some of the warriors were stunned for a moment before laughing so hard that their stomachs hurt. Lord Linling's bamboo skewers didn't seem to have enough strength. After flying out of the cliff, they fell down. They didn't even reach the prairie. Linling, this Gu Zhantian also shook his head helplessly. Lin Ling was probably drunk. Even he felt that Lin Ling was joking. To think that using bamboo skewers would be so difficult. What made Gu Zhantian even more speechless was that Lin Ling actually shook his head as if this was the first time he knew that he was holding a bamboo skewer. Seems like this wine is definitely going to be drunk. Gu Zhantian thought to himself as he bitterly smiled and shook his head. Only Lin Ling knew that the bamboo skewers didn't fall down the cliff. Instead, after flying out of the cliff, they immediately turned into powder. The reason was simple. The strength he used was too great. The bamboo skewers weren't able to withstand it. However, after the first experiment, Lin Ling had a better understanding of the strength of the bamboo skewers. Roughly 12 universes of strength was the limit that the bamboo skewers could withstand. 2 more skewers. Next, I'm going to win. Win. Lin Ling calmly spoke. His words caused all the warriors to be stunned. Some of them even rolled on the ground in laughter. Even at this time, Lord Lin Ling still dared to boast. And at this moment, Lin Ling lightly waved a bamboo skewer. The bamboo skewer was like an arrow, piercing through the void. Rumble! A galloping demonic wildebeest seemed to have been struck by lightning. Its eye was pierced through and it fell to the ground. The craziness of this sudden change caused the faces of those laughing warriors to stiffen. Lord Lin Ling had hunted a demonic wildebeest. The bone armor also condensed his eyes. How could he succeed with a bamboo skewer? This must be luck. Impressive. However, you only have 1 bamboo skewer left. You only hunted 1 demonic wildebeest while I have 6. The bone armor sucked in a breath of cold air and couldn't help but remind. All the warriors suddenly quieted down and stared at Lin Ling. They discovered that this Moon Rabbit clan was not simple. They didn't know whether it was luck or strength. Lin Ling didn't rush to use the last bamboo skewer. He calmly looked ahead as if he wanted to see through the tracks of those demonic wildebeests. Time quietly passed. The sound of the demonic wildebeests galloping on the prairie became less and less. Some warriors couldn't help but remind. Lord Lin Ling, the demonic wildebeests are all migrating away. If you don't act now, you won't have another chance. Yes. The remaining demonic wildebeests had successfully migrated and gradually disappeared into the distance. And at this moment, Lin Ling acted. The bamboo skewer shot out like lightning, causing the sky to explode. That terrifying aura caused countless warriors to widen their eyes and stare at the bamboo skewer. They wanted to see if Lin Ling could still hunt a demonic wildebeest. Perhaps in their hearts, Lin Ling's previous success was only luck. But this time, what surprised them was that in the direction of Lin Ling's bamboo skewer, there was not a single demonic wildebeest. This meant that Lin Ling was shooting at the air. All the warriors' eyes widened. Could it be that the previous success was really luck? Hee, I won. The bone armor couldn't help but laugh. He was sure that Lin Ling relied on luck. But at this moment, something strange happened. Originally, the direction of the bamboo skewer didn't have any demonic wildebeests, but the demonic wildebeest seemed to be summoned and rushed towards Lin Ling's bamboo skewer. Xiao. The bamboo skewer pierced through the eyes of a demonic wildebeest and smoothly shot out. Then the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 6th and even the 8th. When it reached the 12th demonic wildebeest, there was actually a demonic wildebeest that rushed over and was pierced through the head by the bamboo skewer. 13. Boom. All the warriors' hearts exploded. A single bamboo skewer killed 13 demonic wildebeests. In addition to the previous one, there were a total of 14 demonic wildebeests, surpassing the bone armor's 6. The most terrifying thing was that Lin Ling used a bamboo skewer. How is this possible? The wine cup in Gu Zhantian's hand was crushed by his grip. His face was filled with disbelief. Why were those demonic wildebeests rushing madly towards the bamboo skewer? All the warriors stared at Lin Ling in shock. If Lin Ling participated in this hunt, maybe he would be the true number 1. Wow, brat from the Moon Rabbit race. You are so powerful. Under the silence, Xiao Guzhu's voice rang out, causing the warriors to wake up. In their minds, other than shock, there was also a strong sense of bewilderment. How is this possible? Gu Jia, on the other hand, stared at Lin Ling anxiously. He was more confused than anyone else. Chapter 1757. Heading to the forbidden grounds, big picture? Bone Armor's expression changed as he hurriedly knelt down on one knee. Sir Linling, please guide me. Although he was still unwilling to accept this, he couldn't deny that Linling had won. Since the devil race was magnanimous, he had no choice but to admit defeat. Prediction. Linling lightly spat out a single word, causing the hearts of all the warriors to tremble. Could this be the reason why the devil wildebeests charged towards the bamboo skewers? Prediction. This meant that it was not the demonic wildebeests that rushed towards the bamboo sticks. It was Linling who had observed the path of the demonic wildebeests in advance. He knew where they would run to and from which angle to attack. It was the easiest way to kill the gathered demonic wildebeests. This was the highest realm of hunters. If this was used in a battle between martial artists, it would be able to predict the opponent's movements. Under the cover of the night, coupled with the speed of the devil wildebeests and the fact that Sir Linling only used the bamboo skewers, Linling was actually able to predict all of this. I'm sincerely convinced. Bone Armor recalled carefully. Suddenly, his entire body trembled as he kowtowed to Linling. As a hunter, he naturally knew how difficult it was. He also knew why Linling succeeded. Hence, he had no choice but to be convinced. Put on. All the warriors who mocked Bone Armor earlier all knelt down, sincerely convinced. Even Gu Zhantian drew in a breath of cold air. He discovered that he had underestimated this second brother of his. Get up, all of you. You have strength and innate physical advantages, but your skills are still very crude. Linling smiled faintly. If there's a chance, I'll give you some pointers on martial arts techniques. Thank you, sir. All the warriors respectfully replied. Although they felt that Linling wasn't strong, in terms of techniques, Linling was indeed at the level of an instructor. He definitely had the qualifications to give them pointers. Second brother, big brother has no choice but to be convinced. Bone Armor, since you agreed to the bet, you have to accept your loss. Don't tell me you don't want to drink this wine? After Gu Zhantian recovered from his shock, he solemnly spoke. Drink, I will definitely drink. Even if I die from drinking, I will fulfill my promise. Gu Jia raised his head and said solemnly. He looked at Linling with even more admiration. This was the first time in his life that he had obeyed someone. We'll drink with him. We'll drink as much as the Bone Armor drinks, because we've underestimated Lord Linling. The other warriors also shouted loudly. Linling shook his head and smiled. The wine of the demon race had always been strong. Right now it was enough to make them drunk. The hunt ended just like that. The warriors drank until they were dizzy. Carrying their prey, they happily returned to the tribe. Their respect for Linling grew even more. These guys are pretty cute. Linling smiled and suddenly looked up at the sky. He was starting to miss his family and friends back in the rainforest. As he walked towards his residence, a slender figure was already waiting for him. Under the dim light of the night, the young girl's ears trembled. She was a little excited, and the bone wings behind her were retracted, making her appear slender and elegant. Little bone beads? When he saw the young girl, Linling was immediately surprised. Lord, you promised me that you would teach me martial arts. The young girl said stubbornly. Linling was stunned for a moment. He had forgotten about this matter. Okay, I'll teach you martial arts so that you can cultivate another kind of power in your dantian. After that, Linling smiled and nodded. This was a small matter. But soon he frowned. However, I'll teach you a human's martial arts. You're from the demon race. Your bones and body are different. If you cultivate, I'm afraid it will cause a bad reaction. Little bone beads were too weak. She could only learn from the basics. The basics of martial arts had strict requirements on the meridians, bones, and internal organs of the human body. So if the martial arts were wrong, it would be easy to go crazy. Lord, you didn't keep your promise. The young girl pouted. She didn't believe Linling's words at all. Linling was stunned. How could he not keep his promise? If your strength was stronger and your foundation was better, he wouldn't have such a headache. I know that the demon race can also cultivate humans' martial arts. Lord, you're so powerful. You can definitely find a suitable one for me. The young girl still pouted. Linling sighed. I do, but I have to be more familiar with your bones, meridians, and so on. Then you familiarize yourself with it. The willfulness on the young girl's face instantly disappeared. She excitedly walked forward and held Lin Ling's hand to touch her body. Touching those bones, Lin Ling's pupils constricted. Although little bone beads were from the demon race, she looked cute. Most importantly, she looked young, but her body was beginning to take shape. Touching her body like this, Lin Ling immediately had a reaction. And the young girl was naturally the same. Her breath was like orchids. Especially when she grabbed Lin Ling's hand and touched her dantian, she felt as if she had been electrocuted. Enough, enough. I've already found the cultivation art. Lin Ling hurriedly retracted his hand. If this continued, it would be terrible. He hurriedly drew out a set of cultivation art and hurriedly returned to his residence. The young girl's face was flushed red. Her elf-like ears were red as she skipped away in excitement. This lass. After entering the room, Lin Ling bitterly smiled and shook his head. This girl from the demon race was truly magnanimous. Haha, beauties love heroes. Little bone beads are the most beautiful in our tribe. Lin Ling, why don't you marry her? At this moment, Gu Zhantian suddenly appeared and teased. Evidently, he had also seen what happened earlier. Big brother will help you to marry her. Big brother, what nonsense are you talking about? In the devil race, the fates of beautiful women are all very tragic. If little bone beads remain in the wings race, other tribes will only eye her covetously. I heard that the blood crocodile tribe has already taken a liking to her. Hence, if you can protect her, it's also good for her. Gu Zhantian sighed. Lin Ling shook his head. I already have a wife, so I don't want to be a burden to others. As for little bone beads, don't worry. After I come out from the forbidden ground, your wings race will be safe. AI. Gu Zhantian also knew that Lin Ling's character was stubborn. Hence, he didn't try to persuade him anymore. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. It wasn't that he feared that humans and demons couldn't be together. Rather, he felt that for matters of the heart, it was better to let nature take its course. The night passed silently. On the second day, Gu Zhantian brought Lin Ling to the forbidden ground. The sky of the devil region was still gloomy and the earth was vast. Occasionally, terrifying roars of demonic beasts could be heard. And in the air, a silhouette flew past with great speed. The person in front had a pair of 5-meter-long bone wings, exuding an imposing aura. This person's long hair fluttered in the wind and he had a squarish face, giving off a sense of resoluteness. And behind that person, there was a handsome young man clad in black robes. His gaze was deep as he stared ahead. The two of them were none other than Lin Ling and Gu Zhantian. Lin Ling, we've arrived. There's a devil statue in the mountain range ahead. That statue is a legend in this area and has a long history. After a long time, Gu Zhantian brought Lin Ling to a mysterious mountain. This place was filled with towering mountains and precipitous ridges. There was only a narrow path leading to the depths of the mountain. Why don't I accompany you? Chapter 1758. Devil God Statue. Big brother, you can go back first. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. Gu Zhantian wanted to say something but ultimately held himself back. He heard that the forbidden ground forbade any devil from entering. As long as one had devil chi on them, they would die without a doubt. So from a certain perspective, Lin Ling was more suitable than him to enter. As for why Lin Ling wanted to enter, he didn't know. Lin Ling and Gu Zhantian exchanged a few more words. After which, Lin Ling stepped onto the winding path while Gu Zhantian stood at his original location. Only after Lin Ling disappeared did he leave reluctantly. The winding path was completely silent. On both sides, there were towering mountain ranges that were as majestic as giants. It was as though all of them were looking down at Lin Ling. And Lin Ling could see that on top of these towering mountains, there were a large number of tombs, giving off an eerie feeling. What he stepped on were dried bones. Most probably, these were the remains of some unknown devil beasts that accidentally entered this place and died mysteriously. Little Onion must have his own motives for bringing me here. Lin Ling silently mused. He was even more curious about the item Li Xiaoyao left behind. Your Majesty, look, that's the devil extermination mist. At this moment, Violet Elder's voice drifted over. Up ahead, a 5-colored cloud layer could be seen drifting about halfway up the mountain. It was extremely beautiful. This type of cloud only appears in legends. It's said that it can exterminate devils and ghosts. It's one of the most mystical clouds in the world. If a devil breathes it in, it can purify everything. Violet Elder explained. Lin Ling hurriedly kept the jade medallion on him, causing the devil chi on it to dissipate. He finally understood why this place was a forbidden ground for the devil race. As he continued forward, the mountain range became even quieter, causing Lin Ling to feel as though he had arrived at the loneliest place in the world. On the winding path, Lin Ling actually saw a large number of devil pearls. These devil pearls were of various colors. Some were as big as a fist, some were as small as a grain of rice. It was as though these devil pearls were left behind by powerful devil kings. They all wanted to enter the forbidden ground, but all of them died here. Your Majesty, the demonic orbs can increase the power of the dragon claw. Collect them all. Old Z immediately laughed, causing Lin Ling to quickly nod his head and collect them along the way. These demon beads did not have much effect on humans, unless they were warriors who cultivated the devil Dao. However, they were of great help to Lin Ling. This was because Lin Ling sensed that the dragon claws could also increase his strength. Let's refine it as we go. We've already passed the demonic extermination cloud. Even if we release some demonic chi, it won't be much of a problem. Elder Z said. Upon hearing this, Lin Ling smiled as he swallowed the devil bead, as if he was eating fried beans. He could clearly sense that the dragon tattoo on his left arm seemed to have come to life, as his arm began to heat up. The devil bead that he had swallowed was quickly digested and entered his left arm. When Lin Ling finished swallowing all the demon beads, he stretched out his left hand and suddenly opened it. A terrifying dragon claw appeared, and what surprised Lin Ling was that the dragon claw actually turned into 6 claws. There were 5-clawed golden dragons in the world. That was a divine dragon. But 6-clawed dragons? Could it be that there were more powerful existences than the 5-clawed golden dragon? My physical strength has increased by another universe. It has reached the power of 15 universes. Lin Ling was shocked. The body of the celestial demon overlord was the body of the ancient god overlord, so swallowing devil beads was useless. However, the dragon claw seemed to be able to swallow anything, and it continued to increase its strength. The human world has the Shen Yuan family. They claim to be the descendants of the gods and are divine dragon warriors. However, in front of your Majesty is the divine dragon warrior. Elder Z was also shocked by Lin Ling's increase in strength. This place was accidentally brought to the demon area by the divine martial world suppression beast. Lin Ling had benefited greatly. After a long time, Lin Ling followed the winding path and finally reached the top of the mountain. What surprised him was that this place was very high, as if he could see the entire demon area. However, there was no more path. Your Majesty, look at the suspended corridor in the sky. At this time, Elder Z reminded Lin Ling. He looked over and saw that in the misty dark clouds, a large number of suspended corridors had appeared, and they were linked to the top of the mountain. However, there were too many suspended corridors. He didn't know which one to take. Moreover, Lin Ling had a feeling that if he took the wrong one, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. This world is really mysterious. It actually formed a corridor in the sky. It can be said to be a work of the gods. Lin Ling couldn't help but sigh. With his current strength, he could be considered to be one of the top in the human world. However, compared to the vast world, he still felt very small. Your Majesty, use the Eye of Time. Since Li Xiaoyao is waiting for you, he must have a way to guide you. Elder Z said. Lin Ling used the Eye of Time and looked at the corridors. After a long time, he saw Li Xiaoyao's figure at the top of the mountain. Li Xiaoyao's footsteps were steady as he walked toward a corridor in the east. Seeing this, Lin Ling quickly walked toward the corridor in the east. He was sure that no matter who came here, it would be useless. Without the Eye of Time, it was impossible to reach the demonic god statue. The demonic god statue was also very famous in the vicinity. Many demons knew about it. However, they could see the statue, but they couldn't reach it. Lin Ling was the only one who could reach it. Walking along the corridor, they didn't know how much time had passed. Finally, a magnificent mountain appeared in front of them. It looked like the Five-Finger Mountain. In the misty clouds, a tall statue sat there. Looking carefully, it was Li Xiaoyao. This statue was wearing a long robe with long hair tied behind his head. His facial features were cold and incomparably handsome.
His eyes were unruly as he looked at the entire world. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. Although he had seen Li Xiaoyao's statue in the highest deacon's hall in the human world, that statue was already damaged. So this was the first time he had seen Li Xiaoyao. Without any hesitation, Lin Ling walked down from the corridor and arrived at the Five-Finger Mountain. He raised his head and looked at the statue. After getting closer, he realized that the statue was even more magnificent. At this moment, Lin Ling was excited. He was looking forward to what Li Xiaoyao had left for him. Before reincarnating, you had already made sufficient preparations. I wonder what you will leave for me. Lin Ling muttered to himself. His left hand subconsciously touched the statue. Rumble. At the same time, the huge statue began to shake and cracks began to appear. At this moment, the top leaders of the entire demon realm all looked into the distance. Their expressions were extremely complicated. They noticed that the demonic god statue seemed to be disappearing. As for why this was happening, none of them knew. At this moment, Lin Ling seemed to have arrived at the top of the white clouds. There, a figure looked at him with a smile. Although the appearance was blurry, Lin Ling knew that it was Li Xiaoyao. It's here. The soft voice sounded as if it was him speaking. Lin Ling's expression changed slightly. Then, he smiled bitterly. I left behind a cultivation method in the mortal world. It's the strongest cultivation method I'll use to enter the martial god world. This is what I left for you. However, that cultivation method isn't here right now. With your current strength, obtaining it will only bring you more harm than good. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.